This is Audible.
Gears of War, Jacintos' Remnant, by Karen Travis. Narrated by David Colaci. Copyright 2009 by Epic Games, Incorporated. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Del Rey, an imprint of the Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House Incorporated, and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Confidential. From Hoffman, Colonel Victor S., 26 RTI. To Surviving Representatives of the Coalition of Ordered Governments. Regarding Decision to Destroy Jacinto, Second Day of Frost, 14 AE. I write this in full knowledge that this record may not survive, but if it does, then I wish our command decisions to be understood by any future generations. At 1410 today, after the Locust began to mine tunnels beneath Jacinto to sink it, Chairman Richard Prescott authorized a preemptive plan to sink the city ourselves. This was designed not only to flood the Locust tunnels, but also to trap and destroy the Locust army that had infiltrated the center of Jacinto itself. A mass evacuation of citizens via land, air, and sea routes began an hour ago. We believe there was no alternative. The land-down assault, in which we engaged the enemy within their own tunnels, resulted in major losses and failed to stop the Locust advance. Members of Delta Squad, under the command of Sergeant M. Phoenix, E.S., located the Locust Queen and were made aware that the enemy also planned to create a sinkhole to destroy Jacinto. With insufficient forces to prevent this, we took the view that sinking and flooding the city ourselves to trap the enemy and drown them within their tunnels was our only option, and justified the destruction of our last stronghold. We were unaware until Delta Squad penetrated the enemy command center that the Locust Horde is engaged on a second front underground with another faction of their species, which they call the Lambent, and regard as a plague. The Locust plan to flood Jacinto themselves would have inundated their own positions, and seems to be as much aimed at destroying the Lambent as wiping out humankind. We do not yet fully understand the nature of that conflict, and may never do so. We have been left with no option but to try to inflict maximum casualties on Locust forces, so that a remnant of humanity can be saved to reconstruct our world. We have some certainty that they will never recover from this blow. Not only do they appear to think flooding will be effective in defeating the Lambent, but records have been found to indicate that the late Professor Adam Phoenix believed that flooding would destroy the Locust threat itself. At this stage, we do not know the extent of our own losses. Evacuation under these circumstances will inevitably result in high civilian casualties, but the alternative is the extinction of the human race. Chairman Richard Prescott and I are no strangers to this magnitude of decision. 14 years ago, we took the decision to deploy the Hammer of Dawn. I cannot speak for his private views, but as a soldier I am fully aware of the deaths I have on my conscience, and I grieve for every man, woman, and child who has paid the price for my actions. If there had been any alternative, I would have fought to the end to take it. Sometimes you can save what you love most only by destroying it. Again we ask, please forgive us. It was the only way. Victor Hoffman, E.S., Colonel, Chief of Defense Staff of the Coalition of Ordered Governments. Prologue. King Raven, KR-471, Jacinto Airspace, mass evacuation of the city, winter, 14 AE. We're fucked now, that's for sure. Just take a look down there. Boats, bodies, sea rushing in. Jacinto's history, baby. I mean, this is sick. I'm standing here looking out the Raven's door while it's circling around like I'm on some weird sightseeing trip. That's the Octus Tower going under, what's left of it. All that water, but the place is still burning, stinking of smoke and fuel. Shit, it's sinking. It's just sinking. The whole goddamn city is gone. And we sunk it. 15 years fighting to save it, and we have to trash it ourselves in the end. But at least the grubs are drowning with it. Their history, too. That's justice. Shit, I hate flying. I'm gonna puke. But I can't look away from the water. I can just about hear Lieutenant Stroud over the noise of the chopper. Hey, Cole? Look at all the bodies in the water. Humans, not grubs. Rescue boats didn't get to everybody then. How many folks in Jacinto? A few million? Even if we had a proper navy, we can't ship out everyone. Glad I wasn't the one deciding who got to live and who didn't. Must be shitty for those Navy guys. And look at that. A goddamn yacht heading out. Who the hell's kept a big-ass yacht going since E-Day? Well, you better pick up some citizens on the way out, rich boy. Cole! Anya Stroud's been sitting behind me with the comms set on her lap. She has to yell to make herself heard. We got pretty well all that's left of command on board. Chairman Prescott, Colonel Hoffman, and Anya. She can't raise anyone on the radio, and she's sweating over it. So am I. Cole, you think they made it? Say again? Marcus, Dom, Baird. Ma'am, they ain't the dying kind. Sometimes I believe that. I want to believe it now, and so does Anya. And I want to believe Bernie made it. Damn, Boomer Lady hates water. She'll be real pissed off now. They're on another bird. Count on it. Anya nods like she heard me okay. Yeah, it's all bullshit. I've lost so many buddies that I can't sleep some nights for seeing their faces. But I've got to believe. If I stop believing, it'll start catching. Soon everyone else stops believing, too. Team morale, that's what counts. Same in war as in thrashball. They'll make it, Lieutenant, Colonel Hoffman yells. He looks like he's searching for someone, leaning from the safety rail, watching the city go down the crapper. They'll make it. Prescott's sitting in one of the transverse bulkhead seats, head bent like he's praying. Too late for that, man. He looks like he hasn't got a clue how to get us out of this shit, and Hoffman's looking at him like he knows he don't know. Anya's still going on about Marcus. I don't catch everything she says. Ravens are real noisy bastards. I didn't even chance talk about with Sergeant Phoenix, she says, all formal like I haven't guessed about him and her. Not properly. I can fill in the gaps. Hell, what does it matter now if you say it? Most of the world's dead. Whoever's left is hurting and mourning. And you and Marcus been edging around each other for 16, 17 years. Is that what sane folks do? Okay, make a list of all the things you gonna tell 'em, ma'am, I shout. 'Cause you gonna forget again. Say again? Make a list. She forces a smile and nods. I can't stand staring at the shit below me anymore, so I look up instead. The sky's full of smoke and king ravens. Every last airframe we can get off the ground, heading for nowhere, just like the boats and whatever got out of Jacinto by road. Funny, it almost looks like we still got an air force when you cram all them ravens into the same patch of sky. But this is all we got left. The whole fucking coalition. The pilot's in a hurry. We're cutting through the other ravens, and I'm looking into every open bay that we pass, searching. And you know what? I swear this believing shit works. Most gear's got the sense to wear a helmet, except crazies like Delta and me, of course. And man, you can see Baird's blonde hair a long way off. There he is. He's seen us. We draw level. Yeah, there they are, standing in the crew bay opposite now. Baird, Dom, Marcus. Baird's got a dumbass smirk on his face. Closest he's ever come to looking pleased to see me, so I tap my chest plate in respect, 'cause he can't hear me. Marcus and Dom, though, they nod back at me, but they ain't smiling. They look like shit, but they're alive, and that's all that matters, right? Ma'am, port side, look! Anya's gonna shake the guts out of that comm set if someone don't answer soon. What? Just look! She gets up and stands next to me, and suddenly she looks like she don't know what to do next. But she does a little wave at Marcus, like she's embarrassed, and hangs on, staring across at him until the chopper banks away. And he stares back until he's just a distant blur. Okay, she says to herself, sort of smiling without looking happy. I can lip read it this time. See you in Port Farrell. Then she sits down and begins cycling through the comms frequencies again. We'll be at the RV point in maybe 30 minutes. Hoffman's still looking down at Prescott like he's a big steaming pile of something really nasty. You never know what goes on between those two, but it ain't brotherly love, that's for sure. Hoffman looks like he's still mad as hell about not being told shit. I catch a few words. Any other classified information? Share, sir? Hoffman's got his fuck you voice on. I can tell from his face, even if I can't hear it all. Because right now, any surprises? Prescott pokes around inside his jacket, still wearing all his medals, however the hell he earned 'em, and takes out a small notepad or something. Going to take days to process the refugees, he shouts back. Hoffman's got his jaw clamped tight shut now. He's pissed off, all right. Just as I think he's going to drop-kick Prescott out the Raven to see if the asshole flies or floats, Anya jumps up. Sir, comms are back online again. She got one hand pressed to her ear. Something clicks and my earpiece is working again. No more yelling. The emergency relay on Sovereign is operational. Very limited range. 100 clicks max. Good enough, says Hoffman. Everyone knows the RV procedure if they lose contact again. I just got to listen in to the voice traffic now. I need to know who's out there, who else made it. I want to hear Bernie cussing out someone. She's been missing since the land-down assault. What the hell? Let's see where Baird's bird is. Hey, Delta, you receiving? Yeah, Coltrane, says Marcus's voice. I just want to know they're all okay. So, still no sign of Dom's lady? False lead? I don't get a response. Maybe I've lost the damn signal again. But then I realize I can hear Marcus breathing like he can't get the next word out. I found her. Yeah, I found her. But that's Dom talking now. It's Dom. He's been looking for Maria for 10 years, going crazy. But he don't sound happy he found her. I'm waiting. I don't know what the hell to ask next, because I can guess what's coming. But I can't stop now. Dom, she okay? What happened? Yeah, I bet I know what's coming next. Aw, shit. She's dead, Dom says. all quiet and steady and normal. I did it. I helped her go. She's okay now. No, that ain't what I was expecting. I think I heard wrong. I know I didn't. There's a million things in my head right then, and none of 'em look good. What the hell do I say to Dom now? You think it's finally over, that the pain's all stopped, and then you find that the hurt's just moved on somewhere new. Aw, shit. Chapter 1. If you want to flood the city, we can handle it. The evacuation's already underway by road. We've got ships on standby. And this is a population that's used to emergency drills. They move when we say move. But that's the easy part. It's winter, and somehow we've got to carry enough equipment and supplies to create a giant refugee camp from scratch in the middle of nowhere, then sustain it for maybe a year. We're going to lose a lot of people, whatever happens. So let's start by accepting that. Royston Charles, Head of Emergency Management, Jacinto. Jacinto. 1 hour into the flood. Dying really did bring its own moments of clarity, just like they said. Bernie Mataki didn't see her life flash before her. Instead, she found herself weirdly detached, reflecting on the shitty irony of sailing halfway around the world, only to drown in Jacinto. Water. I bloody hate it. No bastard should have to drown in the middle of a city. She could see a patch of whirling sea 10 meters away, like a sink emptying down a plug hole. Debris rushed toward it. Chunks of wood, vegetation, plastic, and even a dead dog. A little brown terrier thing with a red collar raced past her on the surface to vanish into the maelstrom. A chunk of metal pipe bobbed along in its wake, clanging against her shoulder plate and nearly taking her eye out before it spun away with the rest of the flotsam. I'm next. Sink, get it over with. Nowhere to swim to. Drown here now or there later. Now, screw that. I'm a survival specialist, aren't I? Get a grip. Do something. I'm not dead yet. Sorens! Sorens! All she could see was columns of black smoke and the occasional flash of sunlight on a distant rotor blade. The last ravens were heading away from the stricken city. Salt water slopped into her mouth. Sorens, you still there? There was no answer. He was the last man left of her squad. They'd fought their way to the surface, radios dead, staying a few desperate meters ahead of the flood. But the ravens had already gone, and the sea engulfed the city. It pissed her off that Sorens had survived the battle, but that she'd lost him because the frigging cog itself pulled the plug. That felt worse than losing him to the grubs somehow. But they thought we were dead. We can't have been the only ones who missed the RV point. How many got out alive? Jacinto, which had always seemed so ancient and eternal, was vanishing, a landmark at a time. The sea didn't give a shit about humanity's little nest-building efforts. Buildings were subsiding into the caverns beneath the city, creating whirlpools that dragged in everything on the surface. She'd be next. Her hands were aching with cold as she struggled to hang onto a roof gutter that was now at sea level. The roof itself was gone, and only the end gable jutted at a sharp angle above the water. She looked for some refuge, but there were no surfaces she could balance on, just a finial, a twin-headed heraldic eagle that loomed over her and offered nothing to settle on. 2 minutes, they said. 2 minutes in icy water before hypothermia killed you. She'd been here longer than that, she was sure. And then there was the fuel floating everywhere. That wasn't going to do her a lot of good either. Can't let go. Bloody radio. Bernie steadied herself, timing the moment to take one hand off the gutter and try her radio again. The current tugged impatiently. Once she lost her grip on her last fragile link to solid ground, the weight of her armor would drag her under. It was the modern stuff, heavier, a two-handed job to remove, not designed for long immersion. She needed both hands free to jettison any plates, and once she let go, she was dead. She couldn't tread water. Too exhausted, too heavy, too far from dry land. All she could hear was the roar and crash of the sea filling the sunken city, creaks of buckling metal that sounded like screams, and a fading chaka-chaka-chaka as the last ravens shrank to dots on the amber horizon. There was a stench of unidentifiable chemicals and sulfur, as if some kind of gas was pooling on the surface. Shit! Don't let that catch fire. I can't handle burning to death in water as well. That's one fucking irony too many. She had to get on with it. 1, 2, 3. Bernie took one hand off the gutter and waved her arm. But it was a waste of time, and she knew it. The choppers were too far away. Even the ships and small vessels were out of range. She was just one more tiny speck in a chaotic soup of debris. But now that her hand was free and she hadn't been snatched from her refuge by the force of the water, she risked turning around, trying to scan the choppy surface for signs of other survivors. There were bodies. She could see how fast the current was running by the speed at which they shot past her. Did they get left behind? Or did they decide to die here rather than keep running? People did the damnedest things in disasters. Wanting to stay put was common. Bernie always prided herself on getting the hell out. She pressed her finger hard against her earpiece, rocking it slightly to make sure the switch made contact. There was an encouraging hiss of static. It was still working, despite being soaked. "Sierra 1 to Control. This is Mataki." Time. She just didn't have time. Even if anyone heard her, could they loop back and find her before she went under? There were no bloody miracles on the way, that she knew. If she was going to survive, she'd have to perform her own. "Sierra 1 to Control. This is Mataki. Are you receiving?" There was just the empty, random hiss of background interference. Maybe they could hear her, though. Maybe they couldn't respond. She needed to give them a location, just in case, and try to work out where she was in this suddenly unfamiliar landscape. But it was hard to orient herself when only her head was above water. She racked her brain for where she'd seen the eagle finial before, trying to visualize Jacinto as it had been only hours ago. "Sierra 1, this is Sergeant Bernadette Mataki. I need extraction, urgently. Repeat, urgent extraction. My position is... Wait one... Shit, where the hell am I? What's that dome over there?" Suddenly it came to her. "All Father's Library, south side of the roof. I'm facing the Ginnett Mausoleum. Request immediate extraction. Over." This was the point where it suddenly got harder and demanded decisions. How long did she wait before she decided they were never coming? Bernie found herself scanning the horizon to the east, looking to see if any of the small islands around the harbor had survived the seismic activity. If she could shed at least some of her plates, maybe grab the next chunk of debris that passed as a flotation device, then she might make it to dry ground. She could see only the outer harbor wall now, a stump of granite that had once held a lighthouse. It was a very long swim, even under the best circumstances. "Control, I'll hang on as long as I can," she said at last. "Request immediate extraction. Repeat, immediate extraction." Bernie decided that if anyone had heard, then she'd given them long enough to triangulate on her signal. She shut down the radio to conserve power. All she could do now was to stay put and try to avoid being hit by the flood of rushing debris. How long before it gets dark? She had 2 or 3 hours light left. Maybe getting up on that gable end was feasible after all, if it didn't crash down on her or sink with everything else. If she moved around to the other side, a little further along the gutter, the sloping gable would be facing away from her. She could edge her way up it. For a moment she felt inexplicably pleased with herself, and realized that it was because of the water. Her worst nightmare, the thing she dreaded, and yet she was in control. It hadn't beaten her. If she could deal with this, anything was possible. "Screw you," she said aloud to nobody in particular, and felt carefully beneath the water for her belt. If she took it slowly, she could find a length of line, even with fingers so cold they felt like they were being crushed between rollers. Don't drop it. No, don't open the pouch. Lift it so the stuff doesn't float out. Bernie shook out the line and almost lost it. Now the challenge was to form a loop to anchor it to something solid. Tying a bowline one-handed when someone threw you a line was a basic survival skill, but with nothing to secure it to, she had to slide the line under her other hand, the one gripping the gutter. It seemed to take ages. Eventually, gathering the line with slow care, she managed to form a noose and clamped the end between her teeth to avoid losing the thing if she dropped it. Pirate time. Shit, I must look like a complete dickhead. Then she made her way, hand over hand, along the gutter until she was looking at the inside of the gable end. It took every scrap of strength she had left, but she dragged herself over the gutter, taking her weight on her chest, then swung one leg as if mounting a horse. The sea had now overtopped the wall. She straddled the brickwork for a moment, struggling to balance properly because her thigh plate had caught on something she couldn't see, and slowly lifted the line in both hands to try to lasso the finial. Shit! She missed twice. She missed a third time. Either the polymer rope was too light or she didn't have the strength now to heave it. Again. As long as she was trying, she was alive, and the effort was warming her up. And again. The loop of rope caught around the neck of the eagle with a wet slap, and she pulled the line tight. It held. The gable leaned at around 50 degrees. All she had to do was walk up that slope, even crawl, and the rope wouldn't have to take her whole weight. It was weird how the brain compensated, she thought. Something that was plainly as dangerous as staying put had now become a sensible option. She found out just how dangerous when she tried to work out how to stand up. The wall, of course, wasn't level. It was at the same canted angle as the gable, because the whole building had tilted. It was just the fact that it was broken, split vertically, that gave her hands and backside the illusion of being level. When she pulled one leg out of the water and jammed the heel of her boot into a gap in the brickwork, she found herself slipping toward the gable. Standing up took a massive effort that was more like an explosive squat. Her face smacked into the bricks, and she found herself spread-eagled on the inner surface of the gable, one boot on the wall and the other dangling in the sea that had filled the building. But she had the rope in one fist, and she was mostly out of the water. It left her feeling heavy and oddly warm. Now all she had to do was climb. Easy. Really, it is. Bernie had to believe that. Then she had to think no further than the next step. That was how you kept going, one hurdle at a time, then the next, and the next, until the huge task had been chipped away. Now she was halfway up the slope. When she got close to the top, she'd work out how to secure herself with the rope, free both hands so she could assess any injuries, check that her lancer still worked, and see what kit she still had in her belt pouches. And time to call in again. Shit, they can't have lost all comms, can they? She lay flat and listened for a moment. The city still groaned and screamed as the weight of water crushed it, but that was a little further away. Closer to her, she could hear rhythmic slaps on the water, as if someone was swimming. I'm not alone. God, I'm not alone. It's Sorens. He made it. Bernie took a few breaths and gathered her strength to sit up as best she could and take a look. Before she did, she tried calling Control again. Control, this is Mataki, requesting immediate extraction. My position is the All-Father's Library roof. She could hear the splashing. It was getting closer. Control, come in! The splashing stopped. Bernie raised her head and looked down at the sea. Now that she was facing away from Jacintos' death throes, the seascape simply looked stormy, the drifting smoke more like dark clouds than the end of urban society. She couldn't see anyone in the water. Nobody alive, anyway. Sorens? She couldn't ignore what she'd heard. She tugged on the line to make sure it was secure, then tied the other end around her waist like a safety line. She was losing body heat, she reminded herself, and there was a cold night ahead, so any survivors would stand a better chance if they huddled together. Breaking her slide with her heels, she edged down to the top of the wall again, wondering how she'd haul him inboard. The sea looked almost solid, like churning oily lumps rather than water. She strained to see a head bobbing between the waves. Nothing. Then the water erupted. A body burst through the surface like a porpoise breaching. She sucked in a breath, jerking back, because it wasn't Sorens, and it took her a second in her exhausted state to register that fact. She was face to face with a locust drone, a big gray bastard of a grub. It could swim. It should have been dead. It wasn't. It scrambled for the wall, her safe haven. Shit, she said, and reached for the knife in her boot. King Raven, KR 239, en route to Port Farrell. The comms link crackled in Dominic Santiago's earpiece. KR 2239 to Control. Are you receiving that signal? Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Did I do it? Oh God, I did it. I killed her. I killed her. Dom could hear the chatter between the two Raven pilots, but it was just noise, words, sounds without meaning. His body was carrying on without him. He felt like he was coming around from an anesthetic. Whatever instinct had held him together during the mission was now wearing off, leaving behind it a paralyzing horror that drove out everything else, except the sheer, choking pain from that last look into her eyes. I killed Maria. I killed my own fucking wife. It couldn't have been her, could it? Did I really do it? Oh God, oh God, oh God, how am I going to breathe again? Roger that, 239. It's Mataki. We lost the signal, but she's somewhere on the All-Father's roof. We're low on fuel. Okay, we're just calculating which KR can get back to her. Marcus's voice cut in. Control, I'm up for it, if Sirotki thinks he can make it. And if not, Sirotki said, then drop me off and I'll frigging swim back for her. It wasn't a growl. Marcus just sounded exhausted. Baird, you got any objections? Baird must have shaken his head because Dom didn't hear a reply. The guy always came back with some smart-ass retort about Mataki, but not this time. Just so you understand, Sirotki said, we don't have the fuel for anything fancy. We just winch her clear and go, okay? We'll be flying back on vapor as it is. Hey, Mitchell, quit the sightseeing and get your ass back here. Crunch me some numbers. On my way. The co-pilot abandoned the aerial recon and stowed the camera. Mataki punched out Baird. We've got to rescue her so she can do it again." Marcus put his hand on Dom's shoulder. "Hey, you with us?" Yeah, let's do it." The words were out of Dom's mouth before he could think. Shit, he couldn't think. There was a loop playing in his brain now, over and over, disjointed but agonizingly vivid, and it wouldn't stop even when he shut his eyes. It was just the beginning. It wasn't going to go away. He wanted to die. Nothing mattered now, not even breathing. But when he turned his head and met Marcus's eyes, he was jerked back into a world where people depended on him, where friends put themselves on the line for him. That included Bernie. There was no giving up now. The co-pilot returned to the cockpit, and Sirotki banked the Raven in a loop to retrace their course back to Jacinto. Dom stayed at the door, staring down into the ocean as the chopper skimmed over an extraordinary fleet of vessels that ranged from hovercraft and rust-streaked beam trawlers to tankers. A group of carriers, Raven's Nest class, led a flotilla of shabby warships. One was just a matte black lump right on the waterline. Then the helicopter tilted, and Dom picked out a solid sail and the bulbous outline of a sonar dome on the bow. "Shit, look at that!" Baird said. Dom felt something clack against his backplate and realized Baird had clipped a safety line to his belt. That wasn't like him at all. "We still got a submarine. Hey, I just gotta play with that. Torps away, flood queue, all that shit." Dom felt Baird was humoring him, like he was a kid who'd just woken screaming from a nightmare and needed distracting. Baird had heard what he'd told Cole. He hadn't realized Dom had found Maria, let alone that he'd taken his sidearm and... Dom could still see it, over and over, whether he wanted to or not. But he couldn't say it, even in the privacy of his own mind. He stared at the carrier beneath, trying to shut out everything else. That Sovereign! Dom could see the pennant code under the bridge wing, peeling and faded. He couldn't remember the other carrier's name. They were overdue for the scrapyard even before E-Day. It was the sheer volume of small civilian craft that surprised Dom. Tiny clinker-built dinghies, rigid inflatables, grimy white motor cruisers with wheelhouses covered in nets and wicker fenders. He'd never known this Navy-in-waiting existed. All these shabby hulls must have been carefully laid up on blocks in garages or derelict buildings for years, waiting for the worst to happen. People still ventured out to fish in the estuary after E-Day to supplement their meager diet, and everyone knew there were distant islands out there, for those willing to risk the journey anyway. Like Bernie. Island hopping from the other side of Sarah. Crazy woman. Dom had experienced the sheer terror of the sea in his commando days, and the idea of spending months afloat in a boat that size almost made him shit himself. "Pretty impressive that they can hold a convoy formation," Baird said. "We haven't had a fighting navy since E-Day, let alone exercising with civilian vessels. Discipline, man." Dom tried to imagine how many people could cram into a carrier. "We got an orderly, well-drilled bunch of..." "She's gone. And I killed her." Dom ground to a halt mid-sentence. For a few moments he'd thought about something other than Maria, but now it had all come crashing back again. His free hand shook. He grabbed the adjacent rail just to keep it steady. All he wanted was oblivion. Fuck it, just 5 minutes of nothing in his head so he could pull himself together. The images superimposed on everything he looked at. He found himself screwing his eyes shut and turning his face away from the open door. It was like that night on board Pomeroy, when he'd lost his brother at Asfo Fields, lost half his buddies, and heard his daughter had been born, a terrible chaos of agony and joy, unbearable, so disabling that he didn't know how to get through the next hour. All the time he was fighting to stay alive. He could cope. Once the pressure was off, the tidal wave flooded back. The locusts were finally gone. The world could start over. But Maria was gone, too. More gone than she'd been for the 10 years she was missing. And he was the one who'd killed her. Maybe I could have saved her. Why didn't I get to her sooner? Why did I pull the trigger? He knew why. He knew she was past saving. He also knew that wouldn't stop him tearing himself apart, thinking about all the things he could have done differently. His torment must have shown on his face. Baird nudged him with his elbow, but didn't say anything. Baird wasn't good at reassurance. He didn't have Marcus's unerring ability to say the right thing when it really mattered. But at least he wasn't carrying on as if nothing had happened, like he usually did. 10 minutes. Saratki's voice interrupted their short-range comms. Lots of smoke drifting down there. I hope we can spot her. Phoenix, you're winchman. If Mataki's not in any shape to help herself, you'll have to go down yourself and put the sling on her. Marcus checked the clips, tugging the sling and cable hard and scrutinizing them. Under the arms? Yeah. Cable to the front, slip the sling over her shoulders and under the armpits, then get her to keep her arms down at her sides or hands clasped in front and relax. Grab her when she's level with the deck and pull her inboard. Simple. Marcus nodded to himself and sat with the harness on his lap, head bent as if he was meditating over it. Baird didn't seem to know what to do with himself. There was no small talk to pass the time. Not now. 200 meters, port side, Saratki said. I have a visual on the building. Dom moved across the bay deck to the other door and stared out. Jacinto looked just like someone had thrown a pile of broken dollhouses into a bucket of water. The scale was somehow distorted. The landmarks were all in the wrong place. Or at least it seemed that way, because some of the ornate towers and domes were missing. Even when the Raven dropped to 20 meters above the sea, the city didn't look life-sized any longer. "Oh, shit!" said Saratki. Marcus leaned out of the door, hanging on by one hand. Dom was blinded by the mass of rolling smoke, but the pilot could detect something they couldn't. Baird put his goggles on and peered out as well. "What's up?" he asked. "Can't you see her?" "I see her all right. Which of you is the best shot?" It was the worst thing Saratki could have said. Dom felt his guts knot. His mind raced ahead to fill in the gaps. No, Saratki didn't mean that at all. "She is," Marcus said calmly, still gripping the sling. "She's a sniper. What's the problem?" "She's got company, and not the let's keep our spirits up kind." The wind parted the smoke for a moment, and Dom caught a glimpse of someone else's hell for a change. A gear, it could have been anyone in that armor, clung to a jutting section of brickwork, while a grub tried to climb aboard too. "Time to break up the party," Marcus said. "Saratki, get me in as close as you can." All-Father's Library. Bernie heard the sound of a raven getting closer, but didn't dare take her eyes off the grub to look up. The thing was struggling, trying to heave itself out of the water. That didn't mean it wasn't going to kill her. Locusts were tougher than humans, harder to kill, and all that nearly drowning had done to this one was exhaust it. It looked right at her, vile, pale gray eyes with pinprick pupils, as if it was surprised that a human had survived. And she was stuck. She was now lying flat on her back on the sloping wall, trapped and hanging from the length of line. Her lancer, slung on her back, was jammed underneath her. All she had to rely on was her knife and a very bad attitude toward anything that wasn't a gear. The grub gripped the brickwork with one huge clawed hand, then tried to lunge upward. She kicked out at it. "Fuck off!" she yelled, trying to work out the best place to strike. The nearest target would be its head or hand, not exactly effective places to stab an assailant. She needed to slice into a major artery, or somewhere blindingly painful. Stabbing was a slow kill, or a distraction to slow someone down while you tried something else, but that was all she had. "This is my friggin' wall. Just piss off and die." The chopper was definitely very close. The noise was deafening, and she could feel the downdraft. She still couldn't take her eyes off the grub. If the pilot hadn't seen her by now, he never would. The grub looked up, though, and she could almost see its thoughts. It was too exhausted to swim away. Its enemy was hovering above, and all it could do was revert to instinct and grab for safety, however short-lived that was. And it did. It must have found purchase on the submerged brick, because it sprang up from the water with a massive bark of effort, crashing down on top of her. It landed with its head level with her waist. Its claws hooked on her belt, and it began hauling itself upward. Its breath stank. This was just a frozen second, but the smell and the sheer weight of the frigging thing on top of her triggered a memory in Bernie that she still tried hard to bury. Helpless, pinned down, unable to fight back. She wanted to kill. It was all she could see, think, feel, taste. Kill it! She rammed the knife into the first place she could reach, its shoulder, but it was like trying to stab concrete. It bellowed. Had she even scratched the thing? It still clung to her, crushing the breath out of her. She drew back her cold, numbed arm to stab blindly again and again and again, until the blade didn't pull clear, and she didn't know if she'd finally pierced its thick hide or snagged the knife in something. She struggled to pull it out. All she was aware of was a fierce downward wind sandblasting grit onto her face, a wall of screaming noise that made her head hurt, and a frenzied rage that closed her throat as tight as a stranglehold. Yes, there was a raven right above. She thought she caught a glimpse of someone aiming a rifle at her. But the grub was still clinging to her, one hand on her belt and the other hooked into her chest plate, and it had to die. She pulled the knife back one more time, looked down into the grub's nightmarish face, mouth open, venting meaningless noises and terrible rotting smells, and rammed the slim blade as hard as she could into its ear canal. Now that worked. The grub screamed, a long gurgling noise, and hung from her belt by one fist as it flailed helplessly at the knife. It was going to drag her down with it, and she wanted her knife back. A fight was never cold logic, and all kinds of insane shit went through her mind at times like this. But right now her knife mattered more than anything, and she yanked it clear. Then she dug the point hard into the back of the grub's massive hand and ground the point around like a screwdriver. The grub was still screaming. Her belt broke. The creature thrashed for a second as it fell back into the water below, and then it was gone. Now she could look up. The downdraft from the raven almost blinded her. The chopper backed off a little, and she could see someone with a black do-rag squatting on the open deck, gesturing with a bright orange rescue sling. Marcus. Bernie couldn't hear him above the noise, but she knew what to do. She just didn't know if she had the strength to do it. The line hit her in the face, not that she could feel much now, and she grabbed it one-handed. But that was as far as she got. She couldn't get the loop under her arms because her backplate and rifle kept snagging it, and she didn't have the energy or strength to struggle with it. The harness slid out of her grip and vanished back into the Raven. Shit, were they giving up or trying again? It was Delta. They wouldn't leave her here. She shut her eyes for a moment to get her second wind. Then something heavy crashed down next to her. If that grub had come back, she was going to have to bite out the bastard's windpipe this time. But when she looked, Marcus was standing on the steep slope of the gable, hanging onto the winch cable. "Brace your feet against my boot," he yelled over the noise. "Sit up! Come on, up!" She reached above her head and cut the line that now tethered her to the sinking building. Whether she sat up on her own or Marcus hauled her, she wasn't sure, but the sling was around her, and she crunched hard against Marcus as the cable went taut again and her boots left the brickwork. "Shit, am I glad to see you!" She was so cold that she had trouble making her mouth work. "I owe you one." "No, you don't." Dom and Baird reached to pull them inboard when they were level with the deck. It was an undignified scramble, and she ended up in a tangled heap with Marcus, while Baird disconnected the slings. She was still slumped on the deck as the Raven swung around and headed north again. Dom closed the doors on both sides of the Raven's bay. The noise level dropped instantly. "It's damn cold," he said. "You need to get your body temperature up again." "Thanks, Dom." She propped herself up but could only reach his leg, so she patted that. He nodded, then slipped through the gunner's compartment as if he wanted to leave them to it. "And you, Blondie? Thank you. No sign of Niall Sorens? He was right behind me." Baird helped her to the aft bulkhead seat and draped a blanket around her. That was so unlike him that she really wasn't sure what to say. She wondered if she was in worse shape than she thought. "Nobody else, Granny," he said. Well, at least a bit of the normal me Baird was functioning. "Creative knife work, by the way. Very entertaining. I'd do it to every last friggin' one of 'em," she said, carefully reburying all the memories that the fight had dredged up. She was shaking uncontrollably, from cold, fatigue, ebbing adrenaline, and she didn't want to look weak in front of Baird. "But we finally finished the bastards, didn't we? Except the stragglers. Just send them my way. I got scores to settle." "Yeah, Granny," said Baird, still unnaturally civil. The jibe didn't even feel offensive anymore. "Next grub we find is all yours." She craned her neck to see what Dom was doing. Through the narrow hatch, she could see him manning the gun position, staring out into the growing dusk. He looked wrong somehow. So did Marcus. Even Baird didn't have his usual perma-sneer in place. Bad news was imminent. She could feel it. And there was someone missing. Someone she expected to see with Delta Squad. "Cole?" Her gut somersaulted. Cole was a force of nature, an endearing blend of raucous humor and solid wisdom, and she had a soft spot for him. He was not replaceable. "Where's Cole?" "No, not Cole. I couldn't—" "Don't worry, he got out on Hoffman's flight," Baird said. "With Anya." No jokes, no sarcasm, even from Blondie. Shit. What's coming? Bernie was running out of names to play Guess Who Didn't Make It. Marcus braced one hand on the bulkhead above her, leaning over with a look in his eyes that said he was working up to telling her something that even he couldn't quite handle. And that was starting to scare her. She'd known him, and Dom, when they were young gears in the Royal Tyrant Infantry, before anyone had ever heard of the Locust. Even in a world where everyone had suffered and grieved, though, Marcus looked especially ravaged by loss. And it wasn't just those facial scars.
Just tell me, she said. Ty's gone.
His voice was almost a whisper. Ty Caliso was a South Islander like her, another comrade they'd both fought with at Asphalt Fields.
Did you ever meet Benjamin Carmine? He's gone too.
Marcus paused. It was clear he hadn't finished. He'd always been self-contained, but she could see accumulated years of anguish in his eyes. This was the Marcus she'd glimpsed a long time ago, distraught at the death of his buddy Carlos, Dom's brother.
Marcus, she said. Just tell me, sweetheart.
She could call him that. She was 20-odd years older, so she could play the veteran sergeant with him.
Whatever it is.
It's Dom, he said at last. She couldn't hear him now. She had to read his lips. He found Maria. He had to stop her suffering. Shit, Bernie, he had to shoot her. She was just this skeleton, this brain-damaged skeleton. I told him it was okay. Bernie had steeled herself not to react, but it was so far from what she was expecting to hear that she actually felt her mouth open in shock. Her immediate instinct was to go to Dom as if he was still that teenage kid she first knew, give him a hug, tell him he'd get through it, that everyone would help him. But it was complete bollocks. She knew because she'd been seconds from putting Carlos Santiago out of his misery at Asphalt Fields. And she knew that if she'd pulled the trigger, then she would have found that bloody hard to get out of her head every night, every time she tried to fall asleep, every unguarded moment. She didn't ask for details. There'd be a proper time for that. She caught Baird's eye as he watched her and Marcus, but he looked away first.
Does everyone else know? She asked.
No. Marcus straightened up. His eyes looked distinctly glassy. And I want to make it as easy as I can for him.
Want me to warn people off?
Every gear who knew Dom would ask him if he'd found his wife yet. Every stranded, too, if they'd survived. The man had spent 10 years showing a photograph of Maria in front of everyone he met, asking if they'd seen her.
It'll save a lot of painful questions.
Sounds like a plan.
No detail. Just that he found a body, so they'll shut up about it.
Thanks, Bernie. Marcus patted her shoulder, distracted. He'll know we've got his back. Bernie rested her head in her hands and let the airframe's vibration lull her into something approaching sleep. Shit. What a letdown. She'd always thought that defeating the Locust would be a cause for celebration. But if there was one thing she'd learned about wars, it was that their endings were just temporary lulls. Rebuilding human society was going to be hard, slow, and generations long. The entire human species, the tiny remnant that remained, was bereaved, and it no longer had an external threat to hold it together. It didn't have something to live for yet, just the shared instinct that said stay alive. Survival's an ugly thing. Seen it, done it. Bernie found it was a lot easier to forget her own traumatic memories when she thought of Dom. Poor little bastard. What a shitty way to begin the first peace we've ever known. She looked up and started to rise from her seat, planning to make her way to the gun bay and just sit with Dom to let him know everyone was there for him. But when she glanced through the opening, Marcus was already there, just standing over him with one hand on his shoulder, staring out into the dusk. If anything was going to build humanity, it was comradeship. Gears had that in shitloads.
Bernie knew exactly what kind of society she wanted to see emerge from the ruins. Chapter 2. The first thing you do is split the team into 2 shifts, because this is going to go on for a lot longer than you think, and by the time you realize you're too tired to think straight, you won't have anyone ready to take over. Staff Sergeant Leonard Perry, COG Logistics Corps, briefing civilians co-opted for emergency construction duties. Port Farrell Evacuation Assembly Area, North Tyrone Coast, 3 hours after first flooding. Anya Stroud couldn't tell if she was looking at 50,000 people or 500,000. She stood on the Armadillo's open ramp with her jacket wrapped tightly around her, hands thrust in pockets, watching a slow-flowing river of refugees streaming past, many clinging to junkers that didn't look capable of carrying so many people. The icy sleet had now turned to snow. It was the worst possible time to evacuate. And it was the first time in 15 years that Anya had absolutely nothing to do for the time being except worry. About Marcus, about whatever the hell Dom had meant about Maria, about the next 26 hours, about whatever tomorrow meant now. Their Raven had landed safely, she knew that much. She didn't dare hog overloaded comms channels for a personal chit-chat. Behind her, in the rear of the APC, Lieutenant Matheson was manning comms, keeping a tally of gears and tasking them as they reported in. He was diverting some to security duty, others to rest periods. It was a well-rehearsed plan. How many civilians did we lose? How many gears? How long is it going to take to check everyone on the list? Anya, you should get some sleep. Matheson turned in his seat. He'd lost both legs in combat and hadn't taken enforced desk duties well. You're back on watch in 7 hours. I'm okay, she said. If I sleep now, I'll feel like hell when I wake up. Suit yourself. Matheson turned back to the comms console again. Anya went on scanning the scene around her. To her right, she could see the abandoned city of Port Farrell through the line of parked trucks and Centaur tanks. The nearest buildings were backlit by APC lights as gears moved in to secure the area before the EM teams and sappers moved in. Nobody was under any illusion that the locust threat was entirely over. There'd be pockets of stragglers, and they'd be just as dangerous. When she turned to face the rear of the Armadillo, the upper works of the CNV Sovereign were visible, picked out by navigation lights as the warship sat alongside in Remnant Naval Base. We all know the drill. We've had evacuation plans in place for years. But even so, how are we going to pull this off? How do we get an abandoned city habitable in days? No, not days, hours. The temperature was plummeting. Nobody had the luxury of time. Anya? Hoffman strode up to the APC, boots crunching on the frozen slush, and indicated somewhere back down the line of parked vehicles with his thumb. The CIC truck's operational now. Heating and coffee, people. Get down there. No point freezing your asses off. Stroud, you're rostered off. Get some sleep. I told her, sir, said Matheson. I'm fine, she said. Maintaining rest breaks is part of your duties, Stroud. Gotta keep you operational. That was Hoffmanese for I worry about you. She found it rather endearing. Understood, sir. But I can't sleep now. Don't they need people to, well, at least hand out hot drinks or something? I said rest. What's the key thing in any planned emergency? Know your task and carry it out, sir. Right. Let the designated teams worry about everything else until they ask for assistance. You'll be busy tasking gears sooner than you think. Public order, security details. Yes, it's a different kind of soldiering now. Hoffman paused and looked past her at something in the crowd of refugees. A gear,
40s, with a wild beard and a straw hat that marked him out as press-ganged from the Stranded, was working his way back through the tide of bodies, calling out a name. "Marilyn? Marilyn! Sweetie, you okay? Where's Teresa?" A teenage girl struggled through the press of bodies and flung her arms around his neck. People parted to avoid them, and Anya watched a tearful reunion. Then another girl, just like her, no, exactly like her, a twin, appeared in the crowd and elbowed her way through, yelling, "Daddy! Daddy!"
"Well, someone's happy," Hoffman muttered. "Grind lift driver. Glad he found his kids."
Anya had a hard time distinguishing stranded from citizens now. Many refugees were so ragged and scruffy that they could have been either. And while that gear had found his family, others were still searching the human chaos for faces they recognized. A man stood to one side of the stream of people, calling out, "Anyone seen my son? Tyler Morley, 14, brown hair, skinny. Anyone?" He repeated it over and over, like someone standing on a street corner selling newspapers. Anya knew there'd be many more desperate searches like that in the days to come. The satisfaction at evacuating most of Jacinto was now giving way to the guilt and dismay of realizing how many had been lost.
"That's the hard stuff," Hoffman said. "I'm thankful that the emergency guys can handle all that. Fighting grubs was the easy bit."
He paused.
"When Santiago reports in, ask him to see me."
"Will do, sir." Hoffman looked as if he was going to say something else, but he just turned around and walked back toward the EM truck. Anya wiped her face with the back of her hand. Her skin was starting to sting with the steady barrage of snow. "Better get moving," she said. She shut the hatches and started the engine. "I want to check out the medical tent. I'll drop you off at CIC.
"What's all that about Dom?"
Matheson asked. Anya went into protective mode. Dom had defended her from intrusive interest when her mother was killed, and now it was her turn to watch his back. "I didn't think you knew him," she said.
"Everyone knows Dom. Won the Embry Star at ASFO. Screwed his career defending Phoenix at the court-martial. Hoffman's favorite. Spends all his free time looking for his missus."
"Yes, that's Dom." Anya steered the Dill out of the line, keeping to the vehicle lane marked in the grass by reflective cones. She kept a wary eye out for stray pedestrians. "Like you said, Hoffman's favorite." It was as good an explanation as any. She'd get to Dom before the gossip started. So far, the only people who knew weren't the gossiping kind. Delta Squad, Hoffman, and herself. It was nobody else's business. When she reached the CIC truck, she jumped out of the Dill's cab to find herself ankle-deep in slush and regretting not changing into combat boots and fatigues. Matheson swung himself out on prosthetic legs that were the best that the cog could manage to make, and that wasn't very good at all. Anya made a note to sweet-talk Baird into seeing what modifications might be possible. Baird wasn't exactly the most big-hearted gear, but he couldn't resist a mechanical challenge. And humanity was now facing a future with even less technology at its disposal. Although that was obvious, and everyone knew that abandoning Jacinto meant leaving behind almost all the trappings of modern society, the full realization hadn't hit Anya until then. No workshops, no bakeries, no computer network, no drugs manufacturing. We didn't have much in Jacinto, but now we've even lost most of that. The CIC truck's interior looked like any small office, minus windows. It smelled of damp wool, fuel, coffee, and sweat, packed with weary and stressed people trying to grab a hot drink to keep them going, while they worked out humanity's chances of survival on the back of a used and reused notepad. This was an old emergency management command vehicle from the pre-Locust days, a mobile base for the response team, designed to go wherever a civil disaster occurred. Anya almost didn't recognize Prescott when she walked in. He was sitting on one of the desks, in a thick pullover and ordinary pants like the rest of the civilian team. No smart tunic, no medals, no gold braid. It might have been common sense. Civilian rig was warmer than his uniform, but it looked like a subtle message that he was in it with the common people, suffering what they suffered. Design or accident, it certainly seemed to have had the right effect. The EM team looked energized. Even Dr. Heyman looked more relaxed. After what they'd all been through, that was some impressive inspiration in action. No, you're not just any old bureaucrat, are you, sir? Okay. Prescott was partway through some agenda item. So, we'll leave people on board ships for the time being, except for those in open vessels who need immediate shelter. Can the larger vessels take any of them? Stuffed to the gunwales already, sir. Royston Charles had drawn the shortest straw of all as the EM chief. He'd served in the Cog Navy, and it showed to Anya in all the right ways. Disease is going to be an issue if we push that. You know, confined spaces, overloaded waste discharge. We've rigged tents with heaters for the time being, and for tonight we just have to get as many under cover as we can. Those in vehicles, they're better off staying put until we can move into the buildings. Latrines and water in place, and soup wagons will be operational within the hour. Good job, Charles. Prescott rubbed his forehead, looking down at his sheaf of notes in his hand. If it was an act, it was beautifully performed. Thank you. Fuel? Sovereign sent a Marine recon team into Remnant, and there's still emulsion in at least half the tanks that Stranded couldn't get at. And there's no telling what else is still stored in that complex. It was built to withstand a full India attack in the last war. Anya listened, the landscape of crisis shifting before her eyes. From a single city under siege, held together by necessity, defined by a physical defensive line, humankind was now in free fall. The biggest threat was itself. The word secure brought that home to her. Citizens had probably stolen, feuded, and connived throughout the war, but the Locust threat was right on their doorstep, easy to focus upon, familiar, oddly unifying. Now the Locust were gone. Simply staying alive was suddenly even harder. Anya could sense a communal fear of the truly unknown. Prescott glanced up at her and looked relieved. He even managed a quick smile. Maybe that was his political psyops at work again. The sobering thing was that she felt herself respond to it like everyone else did. She was willing to work until she dropped. How many people did we lose? Prescott asked quietly. Do we have any idea yet? There was a brief silence. Heyman looked at Charles for a moment. I can only tell you how many haven't made it out of the treatment station alive so far, she said. Heyman had to be at least 70 years old. She was in the vulnerable elderly category herself, even if her don't-mess-with-me attitude disguised that. And that includes trauma and those who've died of heart attacks in transit. But if you're asking for an estimate overall, we're thinking in terms of 30% losses. But we said we'd evacuated most of the city. I said it. Anya tried to come to terms with what most meant. Is that the best we could do? Yes, 70% was a good majority, achieved under attack and with the city literally vanishing under them. It still didn't make 30% acceptable. And it didn't include any stranded. because the cog had no real idea of how many people lived in wretched shantytowns outside the protection of Jacinto. There could have been more than 1,000,000 dead now. A drop in the ocean after so many over the years, but... No, Anya couldn't take it in. She just let it register on her brain as a statistic, allowing the shock do what it was designed to do, to numb the pain temporarily, so that you could concentrate on surviving. Prescott chewed over the news for a few moments, then slipped off the table to stand upright, fully in command. It was perfect use of body language. He probably did it automatically, a habit learned at his father's knee. This was simply how statesmen behaved. "I'm not going to give you a stirring speech," he said. "We face facts. Our society's changed out of all recognition in 3 hours. We're more at risk now than we were under locust attack. We've lost even the most basic comforts we had in Jacinto. People will die of cold and hunger. People will become angry and scared very, very fast. And that's the point at which we face collapse. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. And it's going to put enormous pressure not only on you, but on our gears. We're taking them out of a terrible war and plunging them straight into policing their own people, keeping order, because order will break down if we don't impose it. Some gears will find it impossible, and so might some of us. But the only other choice is to degenerate into savagery, and then the locust will have won because we handed them the victory." Prescott stopped and looked around at the assembled team. Anya had been so transfixed by the pep talk that she hadn't noticed Hoffman behind her. She had no idea where he'd been, but he was here now, coffee in one hand, freshly shaven, smelling of soap. That was his substitute for sleep. Coffee and a shower. Where he'd found running water and privacy, she had absolutely no idea, but Hoffman would have rubbed himself down with snow if he had to. "Well said, sir," Hoffman said quietly, and sounded as if he meant it. "We now have security patrols on task." So that was where he'd been. Anya had expected to be central to that tasking, but things were changing. The meeting broke up, and Hoffman beckoned her into another compartment of the vehicle. "I can't find Santiago," he said. "Now what the hell went on with his wife? I heard that transmission." Anya shook her head, trying not to think the worst. "I only know as much as you do, sir." "Permission to go find out some more, seeing as you're not going to sleep." Hoffman folded his cap and tucked it in his belt. "I've got to do my quality time with the chairman. And please give Sergeant Mataki my compliments if you see her." "Understood, sir." It was all code. If Hoffman had ever been the type to openly admit he was worried sick about individuals, it was long buried. No commander had that luxury. Anya felt she had moral permission to use the radio now, and leaned over Matheson at the comms desk. "Okay, where's Sergeant Phoenix?" Matheson consulted his roster. "Delta's on stand easy, and they're all logged off the radio net. Try looking in Marshalling Zone G. Tents should be up by now." If Dom was losing it, Marcus would be with him. All she had to do was find Marcus. She drove the dill slowly along the marked lanes, slowing to a crawl every time she saw a group of gears. It took a long time, and then the APC's headlights picked out a familiar figure. Augustus Cole. Apart from his sheer size, no other gear was crazy enough to go around with bare arms in this weather. Baird and Mataki stood there with him, looking as if they were arguing, completely oblivious of the snow. Anya stopped and rolled back the armadillo's hatch. "Hi, guys. Where's Dom? I'm on a mission from Hoffman."
"Marcus went looking for him, ma'am," Cole said. "Some serious shit's going down. What happened?" I heard him. You heard him.
Baird cut in.
I don't believe it. The man was totally normal when we met up. Not a word about it. When you blow your wife's brains out, you don't just shrug and carry on, do you?
Blondie, you're all fucking hot, Bernie said sourly. Sorry, ma'am. Look, I say we shut up and leave this to Marcus for now. We don't know what went on yet. We tell anyone who asks about Maria that Dom's got proof she's dead and not to ask him about it, okay? Good idea, Anya said. Baird seemed genuinely shaken by it.
I mean, I saw what the grubs did to our guys down there, and shooting her had to be the... Shut up before I shut you up.
Bernie prodded him hard in the chest.
Dom's in shock. We do what we have to do to get him through it, okay? And from you, that means no crass advice. Keep it zipped.
Anya was satisfied that Bernie had the situation and Baird's mouth under control. She'd try raising Marcus again. Hoffman thought you'd been killed, Bernie, she said. He wants to know you're okay. Bernie's face was cut and bruised. She glanced away as if she was embarrassed at Hoffman's concern.
Not in quite those words, I bet.
I'll tell him you're happy he's okay, too.
Yes, ma'am,
Bernie said. In this game, a girl had to be multilingual. Anya could speak Hoffmanese, and she understood Bernie speak pretty well, too. She turned the APC around at the end of the lane and resumed her search. Southern Perimeter, Assembly Area. There was just enough light from his armor's power status indicators for Dom to see the detail on the photograph. He squatted in the lee of a boulder, bent over so that his body shielded the picture from the falling snow, and went through the sequence that was now pure reflex after so many years. He studied Maria's face, her cheek pressed to his as they posed for the camera, and recalled where they'd been when the picture was taken, then turned the print over to read what she'd written on the back. He'd done the same thing a dozen times a day for 10 years. The photo was cracked and creased. Maria's handwriting was gradually fading, the lines more smeared each time he took it from the pocket under his armor. So you always have me with you. I love you, Dominic. Always, Maria. That was the Maria he had to remember. Beautiful, enjoying life. Not the scarred and tortured shell in the locust detention cell. Dom tried to fix it in his memory. That was how he'd been trained. When a commando was in the worst shit imaginable, he had to be able to think his way out of it, to concentrate on survival, tell himself a whole new story, believe the best, and ignore the nagging voice that told him he'd never get out of this shithole alive. Dom tried, but all he could see was her sightless eyes flickering back and forth as he tried to get her to recognize him, and a face that was only scarred and ulcerated skin stretched over a skull. Why can't I see the rest? The last thing he could visualize was placing the muzzle of his sidearm to her temple as he held her. He shut his eyes at that point. He remembered lowering her carefully to the floor and taking off the necklace she still wore, the one he'd bought her when Benedicto was born. But the rest was a blank, and somehow he couldn't see any blood in his mind's eye. Was it her? You know damn well it was. Why didn't I take her out of there and get her to a doctor? Wouldn't any man do that without thinking? Why didn't I find her sooner, try harder, go looking down there earlier? I had 10 fucking years and I let her down. Dom knew the answers, and that he could have done no more. But there was knowing, and there was believing, and believing wasn't much influenced by facts. He fumbled under his chest plate for the sheaf of photographs he kept in his shirt pocket. It was the size of a slim pack of playing cards, carefully sealed in a plastic bag, and he could visualize each of the photos at will. His life was preserved in those fragile sheets of glossy card. His brother Carlos, his parents, his son and daughter, Malcolm Benjafield and Georg Timiu from his commando unit. There was only one person in those pictures who was still alive now, and that was Marcus. Dom put Maria's photo back in the pack and resealed it. He wouldn't need to show it to anyone else again. He'd found her. What am I going to feel like tomorrow? Or the day after? Or the day after that? He got to his feet and walked on, staring out into the snow, cradling his Lancer. Despite the noise from the camp, Dill and Centaur motors, generators, the murmur of thousands of voices, occasional shouts and instructions, it was quieter here than anywhere he'd been in years. He could hear boots crunching in the snow, gradually getting closer. He didn't need to turn and look. Dom. Marcus just appeared beside him, matching his pace as if they'd planned this patrol. He didn't ask if Dom was all right. He knew he wasn't. And he didn't ask if Dom wanted to let it all out or talk it through, or why he'd gone off without telling anyone. It didn't need saying or asking. It was simply understood. The two of them knew each other too well to do anything else. "Nothing moving out there," Dom said. "Hoffman set up patrols in the camp in case the civilians get out of hand." "Yeah, it's a whole new pile of shit now." "You said it." "Everyone thinks I'm a bastard, don't they?" "The whole camp? I didn't ask them all. But if you mean the squad, no, they don't." "They know what I did." Dom was ready to freeze to death out here, rather than go back and look Baird, Cole, or Bernie in the eye, or anyone else come to that. It was like he'd sobered up after a crazy night and had to admit he'd been an asshole. He felt he had things buttoned down all the time he was in the locust tunnels, but now he was safe, whatever that meant now. Things were starting to come apart again. He didn't know what the next minute would bring for him. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Dom could repeat it like a litany. The well-meaning woman who'd counseled Maria after the kids died had listed it for Dom like a transport timetable, all the stations where you would stop on your way to the terminal marked normal life again. But she'd never warned him that he'd feel all of it at once, or in random order, or that he'd never reach normal. "Dom, say the word and I'll tell them what happened. You don't have to." Marcus stopped to sight up on something. The snow was easing off. The cloud cover was thinning out. "They'll understand." "How can they understand if I can't?" "We've all lost family. Nobody's judging you." "I should have saved her." Marcus just shook his head. They were now a couple of kilometers south of the camp, in ankle-deep snow pitted with crisscrossing animal tracks. Dom had been certain that he'd react like Ty and blow his own head off rather than live with the horror that was trapped in his mind. But it didn't feel that way at all. He could have done it 10 times over by now. He hadn't. Part of him had started grieving for Maria the day she really fell apart, when Benedicto and Sylvia had been killed. Whatever was happening in his head now wasn't nice, clean, noble, predictable grief. It was full of other shit and debris, like snow around here. It wasn't as white as it seemed. "You did save her," Marcus said at last. "Remember Ty? Toughest guy we knew, and he wanted to die. That was after hours of what the grubs did to him, not weeks or years. If anything like that happened to me, I'd want you to cap me right away, because I'd sure as shit do it for you." Dom didn't know if Marcus could do it, because he hadn't slotted Carlos when he'd begged him to. Marcus had still tried to save him.
But that didn't matter now. "We better report in," Dom said. "Yeah. You spoken to Anya yet?" "No." "You thought she hadn't made it. Don't kid me that you don't need her." Marcus made the usual noncommittal rumbling sound at the back of his throat. "Yeah." They turned back to camp, following a wide arc. Dom tried to imagine how he'd have felt if Anya had been the one to die and it had been Maria on that Raven. He was damn sure he'd have rushed to Maria's side and never let her out of his sight again. But Marcus had been raised in a big cold house full of silence, where emotions were kept on a leash, so he probably didn't even know where to start. The temperature was falling fast now. The snow was turning rock hard, and the sounds it made had changed slightly. Dom strained to listen. Shit. Marcus held up his hand to halt him. They covered each other's backs automatically. "Hear that?" Dom had to hold his breath to hear it. Whatever it was sounded a long way off, like something moving erratically through the belt of forest to their south, breaking branches as it went. It could have been an animal. There were enough varieties of hoof and paw prints on the ground to fill a zoo. But some sounds were deeply embedded in memory, and Dom wanted it to be just his tormented mind misreading everything and trying to fit it into familiar patterns. "Corpser?" Dom said. Corpsers were too big to manage a stealthy approach, and they had too many legs, great for excavating the grub's tunnels and ferrying drones around, but piss-poor at surprise attacks on open ground. Something was crashing in this direction at high speed. "I hope his mother knows he's out late." Marcus pressed his radio earpiece. "Phoenix to control. Enemy contact 2 clicks southwest of camp. Possible corpser approaching. We're engaging." "Roger that, Phoenix," Matheson said. "You're not rostered on patrol. Are you alone?" "Santiago's here. Consider it voluntary overtime. We love our work. I'm tasking fire support and a KR to get some light on those grubs. Don't hog all the fun, Phoenix." Stragglers were inevitable, and this time they were almost welcome. Dom had unfinished business that drowning the grub bastards hadn't resolved. Yes, it was a corpser. He could see its lights in the darkness now, wobbling as it worked its way through the trees. "So, we wait here or we go get it?" Marcus started walking. "Manners are the bedrock of civilization. Let's meet the asshole halfway." Dom was up for that. A switch flipped somewhere inside, and he wanted destruction, vengeance, some vent for the pressure building within. He was jogging some way ahead of Marcus when he heard the Raven approaching. It swooped low overhead, and the brilliant blue-white searchlights lit the field up like moonlight. Dom saw movement behind the corpser. Shit, it was a mixed bag of locust. A dozen drones, a couple of boomers, and a blood mount. Marcus sighed. "Ah, shit. You think they're a recon party?" "I think that's a bunch of grub refugees doing what we're doing and getting the hell out. Higher ground, old E-holes. They've kept ahead of the flood." Well, they weren't coming to kiss and make up, that was for sure. Dom could already hear the noise of Dills behind racing to the contact point. He dropped behind the nearest cover with Marcus, took aim, and waited. On open ground, the motley band looked grotesque rather than terrifying, but if they got into the camp, no solid buildings for protection, masses of civilians who were already scared shitless, the panicked stampede alone would cost lives, let alone any damage the grubs might inflict. Maybe the grubs didn't realize they were on an intercept course for a human camp. They looked in complete disarray. The blood mount was going nuts, thrashing its head from side to side, even with its rider hanging onto it for grim death.
If the rider was thrown, the thing would revert to blind instinct and sniff out the nearest human flesh. Maybe the grubs would veer away when they realized how outnumbered they were. No, bring it on. Come to me. Come and die. As far as Dom was concerned, one grub was too many. Prescott was right. It was a genocidal war. The locusts started it. But now humans had to finish it, and grub stragglers weren't just a hazard. They were potential breeding stock. They all had to die. This is why I'm still alive. This is what I'm meant to do. I get it now. Dom could now see headlights playing on the hummocks in the snow from behind him as the APCs raced to their position. There was no way the grubs could miss that, not in complete darkness on open land. Dom bet on them feeling just like he did then, that they wanted to make someone pay for what had happened to their buddies and their shitty little bit of Sarah, and they didn't much care if they died doing it. "Want to take a bet on how many locusts were down there?" Marcus said. "No idea. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions." "I think we've got about 50 or 60 heading this way. Maybe some of the Lambent made it out too, and that's who they're running from. Like we're the softer option?" Dom centered his sights on a boomer. "They got that wrong, then," he said, and opened fire. Armadillo Personnel Carrier PA-776 responding. "Cole, let me in!" Anya Stroud hammered her fist on the Dill's hull as it revved up. "Cole!" Anya was only a little slip of a thing by Cole's scale of reckoning, but she was close to putting a dent in the metal. Bernie leaned across the crew cab and went to hit the hatch control. Baird snapped his goggles into place with a loud thwack of the strap. "It's ladies' night, Cole. Anya ain't front line." Cole would have driven off, but he couldn't see exactly where Anya was standing, and he was afraid of flattening her. "She's gonna have to sit this one out." "Bollocks! Her mother was my CO, and she's coming with us," Bernie said. She hit the switch. "Mount up, ma'am." Cole wasn't sure that answer made sense, but he didn't have time to argue, and Bernie had her killing face on. She was still mad as hell about her squad, or something. There was plenty to be mad about. Anya scrambled into the cab. "Okay, ma'am. Just be careful, that's all." Cole understood that rush of blood that made a gear want to get stuck into a bunch of grubs. It was only natural, but not in his skirt and high heels. That was asking for trouble. He sent the Dill racing down the perimeter lane. "If I bring you back with holes in you, Hoffman's gonna yell bad words at me." Baird rummaged in a locker. Cole caught a glimpse of a Lancer being handed over as he focused on the driver's periscope. "Okay, ma'am," Baird said. "Tell me which end makes the big noise." "I still have to requalify with this weapon every year, Baird." Anya checked the safety in the ammo clip, then powered up. The short burst of chainsaw noise in the confined space made Cole wince. "Think of this as saving me from skills fade." "We only got a few grubs, and there's a whole army of gears heading their way, so form a line," Cole said. "Just in case, then." Maybe she felt she still had something to prove, what with having a kick-ass mother like Helena Stroud and everything. Shit, that was some serious lady to live up to. Bernie had told Cole some hairy stories about the Major, and he believed every word. He glanced at Anya for a moment to check whether her expression said scared shitless or red mist, but it looked more like she was trying to recite some drill under her breath. She had a point, though. Front line meant squat now. Nobody was going to get the luxury of sitting at a fancy desk all day, even if the cog still had any of those, which it didn't. "Whoa, they started without us," Baird said, finger pressed to one ear as they listened to the comms chatter. There was a weird mood going around.
That crazy state between finding everything funny and wanting to cry for days. People did dumb shit when they felt like that. That it was sinking in that the grubs were busted and humans were back on top again, even if that was the top of a pile of nothing. You had to make allowances. Hey, Cole! See all the muzzle flash? It's a mixed grill. A little of everything on the Locust menu. Shit. It'll all be over by the time we dismount. Bernie didn't sound like she was joking. But they won't be the last. I promised I'd save a live one for you, Granny. That's my boy. I'll remember you in my will.
Not fair, Cole said. You promised to leave the kitty fur boots to me, Boomer Lady.
You get the country estate. You're my favorite. Bernie's voice wasn't right. Her mind was on something else. Is it true what they did to Ty? Cole didn't want to think about it yet. It wasn't the right time to lose it. Maybe later.
Depends what you heard. But he's out of it now, so...
I told her, Baird said. Everyone stopped yapping. Anya laid the Lancer on her lap. Baird hadn't told Anya, and now Cole could tell she was imagining the worst. Maybe she couldn't imagine anything that bad. No, she was a CIC dispatcher. The bot's cameras had shown her the war in close-up for years. It'd take a lot to shock her. But then maybe Ty was one mutilated body too many.
Now where am I gonna park?
The dill bounced over the rough ground. This was close enough. Cole brought it to a halt next to 3 other APCs, none of which had their full armor plating to provide extra cover.
End of the line, ladies. Check you got all your luggage with you.
Another squad was already laying down fire to the right, and when Cole followed their aim, he could see that the corpser had broken away and was trying to circle around the defenses.
Shit, get a centaur down here and pop this bitch with a few shells.
They were now in a meadow due south of the camp, running parallel with the road to Jacinto. More refugees were still streaming in, and they'd heard that the grubs were back in town, judging by the screaming. Shit. The last thing anyone needed now was some kind of stampede and civilians rushing every damn where. They had nowhere to hide. But there was no point telling them to leave the cleanup to the gears and carry on into camp like nothing was happening. They knew the grubs were around, and grubs meant ending up dead.
Ma'am, get up in the dill's hatch and give us fire cover.
Bernie gestured to Anya.
Because you're not fully mobile in what you're wearing. We'll put that right later, okay? Who's herding the civilians? Cole asked. Someone ought to be keeping a line between them and the grubs in case they bolt the wrong way.
Anya vanished, and the top hatch flew open. She had a vantage point now, and she could see stuff Cole couldn't. She rested her Lancer on the hatch combing while she activated her radio.
We need some crowd control down here, Matheson. Tell them to put some armor between us and the refugees, Baird said. We're overmanned down here. Just keep the civvies out of our way and stop them going shitless. Control's blind, man.
Cole felt sorry for Matheson, trying to task units without any visual on the battlefield.
Shit. The things I'm missing about Jacinto already?
Bernie pointed toward the road.
Ma'am, if you want to head off any civvies, move the dill. We'll be fine.
Roger that, Sergeant. Bernie smiled to herself and jogged away in the direction of the firelight. Baird shoved Cole in the back.
Hey, come on, Cole. We gotta keep an eye on Granny. She's the one who knows how to cook all that wildlife shit, remember? That's important now. Skills, man.
Every gear seemed to be converging on that bunch of locusts like they'd never seen one before. It was now total overkill. Relief, probably. Everyone finally seeing the last of the grubs and wanting to get a whole lot of shit out of their systems. The biggest danger now was probably getting in some other gear's arc of fire.
APCs screamed out of the assembly area and headed for the road, taillights bouncing in a staggered line. Cole could hear a Raven heading his way. But he had some shit to get out of his system, too. He focused on a wounded boomer trying to reload. Baby, you had to be faster than that with Cole train around, and ran at it, firing short bursts. Marcus was down there somewhere to the right, yelling at someone else. "Stop pissing ammo!" Marcus didn't yell much, but when he did, you could hear him the other side of Jacinto. "Shit! Save your fucking ammo!" There was a roar of chainsaw, then a loud grunt. "We can't replace this shit yet!" "Yeah, that's right, baby." The boomer looked up just as Cole put a burst into its legs to distract it. He sprinted inside its reach before it could aim its boom shot and put 2 rounds through its eye socket, a handy ready-made hole in the skull, a whole lot easier than trying to get through that thick hide. "I'm on an economy drive, Baird. Where you got to? Talk to me. Woo, we got light." The Raven was now overhead, sweeping the snow with searchlights, and Cole got an instant snapshot of the battle as far as the visible horizon. Dark gray mounds lay scattered, dead grubs. Baird and Bernie were running to intercept one moving toward the road. Cole could see it staggering, leaving a trail of blood on the snow. A massive explosion, followed almost immediately by a second, a kind of boom-boom like a heartbeat, left him blinded for a few moments. "Corpse are down," said a deadpan voice on the comms channel. A centaur rumbled into the circling pools of brilliant white light as if it was taking a bow at an ice show. The tank was in its element, with plenty of space to do its thing. "KR-35, you see the blood mount? They're just nasty. We want it." "KR-35 to all squads. We have visual on the blood mount and rider. C-28 will engage. Stand clear." The centaur fired another volley of shells just as the blood mount came racing toward the camp. Man, they were big, ugly bastards, even by grub standards. They ate humans if they got a chance. The rider must have known he was going to get his ass fried, and his ponies too, but he kept on coming like he had a chance of trampling the place. They hate us that much? Hell, that's what I'd do. "Fire!" The centaur trembled on its massive tires from the recoil. The blood mount was an instant ball of flame, and its rider was hurled so high into the air that a couple of gears had time to start a run for his landing spot. The meadow was suddenly still except for the Raven tracking back and forth in a search pattern as it scanned the battlefield. It didn't look like any grub had made it out. The show distracted Cole for a moment, and he lost sight of Baird and Bernie when the searchlights moved. Then a Dill's headlamps picked out the 2 of them. The grub they'd been chasing was down, and Bernie was on its back like she'd tackled it. She probably had. Baird waved at him. "Cole!" he yelled. "I promised Granny, okay? What the hell you doing, man?" Cole jogged across the snow. Another Dill rolled in, lights angled down like it was illuminating the area for him. "Give her a hand. She's gonna get hurt. You out of ammo or something?" The grub was badly wounded, all blood and frayed flesh, but that didn't mean it still wasn't dangerous. Cole didn't want to see Bernie survive the war, hell, 2 wars, and whatever shit she did in between, just to end up creamed because she couldn't resist settling one last score with grub kind. But she had the thing in a headlock, pinned it to the ground. That was a sight to behold in itself. She was no kid, and she still wasn't carrying enough weight to brawl like that, but she didn't seem to care. She drew her knife and shoved the tip under its jawline. Shit, why didn't Baird shoot the thing? Baird looked at Cole and shrugged. "We got a live one. Hey, ladies first. Damon, baby, just kill it so we can go. I ain't had my dinner yet." "Why? We never took one alive before. It's interesting." Cole suddenly realized what Bernie was up to. Her teeth were clenched, and she didn't look like the Bernie he knew. And it wasn't just the sharp angles that the headlights threw up on her face.
"You know what I'm going to do with this, Tosser?"
Her face was right in the grubs, close enough to get it bitten off if the thing had the strength left to go for her.
"I'm going to do to you what you did to my mate Ty. Yeah, you like that idea? And I'm old, so I'm going to be a bit slow about it, understand?"
The grub struggled weakly. Baird moved around and put one boot on its back to pin it down. Cole thought it was to stop the thing from throwing Bernie off it if it got its second wind, but some of the gears who were watching took it as an invitation to join in. Cole didn't mind chainsawing any number of grubs, but this wasn't right. Bernie, and she was a kind woman, she really was, had kicked up a notch into something he hadn't seen before. Anderson's squad cheered. Nobody seemed to have any doubts. They all knew now what grubs did to human prisoners, and that was without the grievance about a few billion dead since E-Day.
"Bernie, just shoot the thing."
Cole debated whether to end the show himself. Baird wasn't exactly helping calm things down.
"Damon, that ain't nice. Don't get Boomer Lady all fired up when she's had a shitty day."
Baird shouldered his lancer.
"Why haven't we taken any of these things prisoner before? Maybe this is a chance to learn something."
He lifted his boot and moved around to the grub's head, kneeling down to look it in the eye. It just kept bellowing. It might have been crying for its mother or cursing them all to hell. Nobody knew. Baird was just about the only guy who stood a chance of working it out. He was smart when it came to grubs.
"Hey, asshole, look at me. I know you get a kick out of this shit, but why pick on us? Your war was with your own buddies. Not our problem. And seeing as how we're chatting, where the hell did you all come from?"
The locust just went on bellowing, and Bernie dragged the tip of her blade down its neck, looking like she was putting all her weight into it. Grubs had thick hides. She wasn't joking when she said that slicing it up would take some time. Cole was starting to feel really uncomfortable now, wondering if he'd have sawed up so many grubs if he'd had the chance to take his time over it. Something told him he wouldn't have, but that didn't help him work out why one felt okay and the other didn't. It didn't make the grub any happier either way.
"I never lost any sleep over 'em, just over my folks and my buddies. This ain't the time to start judging Bernie, maybe." "I got plenty of time, grub," Bernie said. "Blondie, you think you'd understand an answer if he gave you one?"
Baird was still on his knees, peering at the grub like it was the underside of a truck.
"Dunno. Try it and see."
The group of spectators parted. Marcus wandered across, Dom behind him, and stood looking down at Bernie and Baird.
"Just shoot it,"
he said. Bernie still had a murderous grip on the grub, but she twisted around to look at Marcus.
"Give me a raisin."
Marcus shrugged.
"You'll be bitching that your back's giving you hell tomorrow."
Bernie looked at him for a few moments, seemed to catch her breath, then eased off a fraction. She reached for her sidearm.
"Good point,"
she said, and put the muzzle to the back of its head.
"Okay, Blondie. Clear." Crack.
If Marcus had just walked away like he'd put her in her place, it would have been awkward, seeing as she was the veteran sergeant. But he just held out his hand to help her to her feet. She took it. Everyone else thinned out. Getting a few hours' sleep suddenly seemed a lot more interesting than messing up a grub or two.
"Terrific," Baird said. "Now I'll never know. Next time we find one, I don't give a shit what any grub's got to say."
Marcus gave Bernie a shove toward the dill. Cole reminded himself that they had history,
regimental history. "Control, we're done here, returning to base." They piled into the Dill and headed back. Anya took the wheel. Cole sat back and tried to read what was going on, and there was a lot a guy could read in a bunch of tired, shattered people. Bernie linked her arm through Dom's, not a word said, and Dom let her, then shut his eyes. It was a real nice, motherly thing to do. Anya took a quick look at Marcus a couple of times, and he looked back in a way that wasn't exactly a smile, but wiped a few lines off his face for a moment. Baird sat dismantling a lancer chain, not making eye contact, probably because he didn't know how to tell everyone how glad he was that they were all alive and could actually think about a real future, not just the bullshit one that Prescott always used to talk about to make people forget they probably wouldn't see tomorrow. Yeah, nobody had to say a word. Everyone understood. "I'd like to think that wasn't me back there," Bernie said quietly. "But it was. And that's the thing that's going to be the thin end of the wedge if we let it." Dom didn't open his eyes. "You'd have stopped yourself." "I'm not sure if I would have." Nobody needed to add that they wouldn't have blamed him. Cole hoped he knew that. Chapter 3. We can't stop them. We don't know where they come from. We don't know what they want. They don't even seem to want territory. All they do is kill. We can't even begin to negotiate with them or work out their objectives because we just don't know the first damn thing about them. That's not an enemy, Mr. Chairman. That's a monster. General Bardry Solomon, Chief of the COG Defense Staff. Chairman's Office, House of the Sovereigns, Ephyra, 1 year after the Locust emergence, 14 years ago. Father was dead, but even if he'd still been alive, he would have had no advice or answers to give his son now. Richard Prescott wasn't fighting his father's war anyway. It wasn't about energy supplies or land. Nobody on Sarah had ever fought this kind of enemy before, and there were no rules or precedents. And a year and a month after the Locust horde had erupted from the ground, Sarah, human Sarah, was close to collapse. "I've been in office 2 months. I wouldn't even be here if Dalyell hadn't dropped dead. What do I know? I know that we're all going to die if I don't pull this out of the fire now." "Sir?" The office door opened slowly. "Sir, I've got Premier Dashenko on the line now. I'm sorry about the delay." The delay had been 10 hours. Prescott had been trying to get hold of the man since last night. Jillian, his secretary, hadn't left the office in days. But then, few of his staff went home regularly each night now, and it wasn't just a primal human need to huddle together with familiar faces. It was desperation. Somehow there was a feeling that the answer might come around the next corner if they just kept on trying, or spent 1 more hour looking for a break. "Good," Prescott said. "Put him through." He pressed the phone to his ear and shut his eyes. It was easier to concentrate that way. He needed to hear every nuance in Dashenko's voice, because he was going to ask the impossible, and he had to know if he was actually going to get it. "Yori, how are you?" "I've just had to order the retreat from Ostri." Dashenko sounded hoarse and exhausted. "I mean the whole country. I've lost nearly 20 brigades since E-Day, and now I need the few troops I have left to defend Pels." Prescott hadn't expected good news anyway, but that wasn't what he was seeking. "You know what I'm going to ask. Richard, I can't send troops to Tyrus or anywhere else. I have millions of refugees pouring over the border, and the best I can do is try to hold the north. You still have chemical weapons." Dashenko fell silent. The coalition of ordered governments was a strange beast to control.
Prescott was its chairman, and its heart was, and always had been, in Ephyra, in Tyrus. But the operational reality was very different. It was a global alliance. Heads of cog states had to want to cooperate, or at least fear the wrath of the others if they tried to break ranks. Unilateral enforcement, the kind that didn't require extreme measures at least, wasn't in Prescott's gift. And he was on his own now. He knew it. Where was the coalition? Every state had been hit hard by locust attacks, and each was fighting its own war for the privilege of being the last to fold and die. You've all given up, you cowards, you parochial little cowards.
Yes, I have weapons, Dashenko said. But they're my last resort to defend Pels. And they'll kill us along with the grubs. They're for the end game, Richard.
Oh, yes, they are. Apart from the names of cities and precise numbers of dead, this was a script that Prescott had almost learned by heart over the past few weeks, because every cog leader so far had taken the same position. They couldn't think beyond their own boundaries. Nobody was ready to sacrifice the defense of their own citizens to support a combined strike. They've given up. They're just letting these bastards pick us off. This wasn't about Pels, or Austria, or Tyrus, or any other member state. This was about Sarah, the entire world. This was about the survival of humankind.
I realize I'm asking a great deal, Prescott said carefully. And I know I'm seen as the boy who's just taken over the family firm and has to learn how things are really done around here. But I don't have time, and neither does Sarah. Spell it out, Richard. I'm asking you what I've asked every member state. Agree to this: a joint and coordinated assault on the main locust infestations. Break their back. Many of those locations happen to be in Tyrus. There are no national boundaries now, Yori. The locusts don't give a damn about our petty administrative detail. We're all the same to them. Are you with me?
Dashenko sounded as if he was swallowing repeatedly. He might have been grabbing a coffee, or just agonizing over a choice between disaster and apocalypse. But Prescott knew the answer would be the same either way. He just needed to know he'd done all he could to carry the argument.
No, Richard, Dashenko said at last. I'm afraid I'm not.
It was such a polite way to usher in mass destruction.
Thank you, Yori. I understand your position.
Prescott paused, almost automatically wishing the man well, or luck, or some other banal blessing that would never come to pass. But it felt like a lie. He hadn't yet learned to lie that easily.
Goodbye.
Prescott stood staring out the window for a few minutes, aware of the TV screens on the walls on both sides of him, sound muted, spewing news bulletins that never seemed to change, but focused instead on the physical world he could see with his own eyes. Helicopters tracked across the sky. It was a beautiful sunny day, at odds with the ugly work that had to be done. If he switched off those TV sets, he could almost believe that life was going on as normal. He didn't. He walked to the other window, the one that overlooked the rest of Ephyra, and stared at a view that stretched for 20 miles. Palls of smoke were visible, and old skyline landmarks had vanished. The locusts were almost at the gates. One more try? They've all turned me down, except the South Islands, and they've got nothing to contribute except gears. This is going to take more than manpower. Jillian, he held his finger on the intercom, get me the Attorney General, please. Not on the phone. Ask him to come here as soon as he can.
Yes, sir. You know his brother's still missing, don't you?
Everyone was grieving. I do. Prescott sat down to wait and turned up the sound on the monitors to watch the latest headlines. It astonished him that camera crews were still willing to go out and film the destruction. But what else could they do? In crisis, humans reverted to doing what they knew, part reflex, part comfort. He was doing the same. He sat wondering why the final refusal from Dashenko, the confirmation that he had no control, that he'd failed to convince the rest of the cog that drastic action was all that was left, hadn't crushed him. He felt cleansed by it. A burden had lifted. God help me. Do I actually want to do this? No, he wasn't a monster. He was sure of that. He knew what monsters looked like now. They were gray, and they came in many hideous forms, and they delighted in the suffering of humans. And they had to die, or all of humanity would be wiped out. What have we done? We should never have let it get this far. It has to stop right now, any way we can. He pressed the intercom again. Jillian, it's time you went home. I'm fine, sir. Do you have family anywhere else? Outside Jacinto, I mean? Only my sister, sir. She's in Tolan. You might want to ask her to come and stay with you. Ephira's going to be the only part of Tyrus that's safe from Locust. In fact, make it soon. The grubs are getting closer every day. Jillian paused, and that wasn't like her. Prescott hoped she understood the urgency of moving her sister, and from that pause he knew she understood at least a little of what he had in mind. "Thank you, sir," she said at last. "But I'll wait here until the AG's shown up. Is there anything else I can do in the meantime?" Prescott wanted to sleep now. He decided he could manage a half-hour nap before anyone answered his summons. "Yes," he said. If it had to be done, it could be rolled up in one meeting. "I need to see General Solomon, too, and the Director of Special Forces, Hoffman, that rough little colonel with all the medals." "Yes, sir." Prescott had his quorum now. "And Adam Phoenix. Get Professor Phoenix. The meeting's going to get technical." The Santiago household, Ephira. "Maria? Maria, honey, are you there?" Of course she was there. She hardly ever left the house now. Dom stood in the hallway and waited for a response. He knew where she'd be, and he could simply have walked upstairs and opened that bedroom door. But it was just too hard to see her sitting there, staring at the cot. She wanted that quiet time, too. In the last year they'd reached an understanding about no-go areas in this house as complex as any minefield in the war. He'd rented this house for them to be happy in it, for the kids to have a big backyard to play in. But it didn't work out that way. "Maria, I've brought Marcus back." Dom waited, listening for movement, giving her time to get herself ready. "I'm going to cook dinner. You come down when you're ready, baby." Marcus was still standing on the doorstep, staring up at the birds. He always waited to be invited over the threshold now, as if he felt he was intruding, and that upset Dom. Marcus was family, and Dom's house was his any time. With Benny and Sylvia gone, Dom took nobody for granted now. He tugged at Marcus's sleeve. "Hey, come on, kitchen duties." "You're sure I'm not making this worse?" "No, she likes to see you, you know that." They peeled vegetables and jointed the chicken in silence, while sounds of movement from upstairs indicated that Maria had left Sylvia's room and gone into the bathroom. Dom knew her ritual. She'd close the door and then spend 15 minutes, almost to the second, putting a soaked, ice-cold washcloth on her eyes to reduce the swelling. But he'd still know she'd been crying for hours. No amount of sympathy or tablets could change the fact that their kids were dead, and their parents and cousins, and half their friends.
The fact that the Santiagos were like millions of other utterly broken and bereaved people across Tyrus, across the whole world, didn't ease the pain one bit. It just meant that the neighbors didn't ask dumbass questions or make stupid but well-meaning comments about time being such a great fucking healer, because they were mostly bereaved too. Bullshit. I haven't even healed about Carlos, and that was 3 years ago. Well, if they weren't bereaved yet, they had family serving as gears. It was only a matter of time. What do I do with these? Marcus held up the wine. He was raiding his father's priceless cellar a few bottles at a time, but he wasn't much of a drinker, and he certainly wasn't a chef. Which one's for the chicken? The white one. Red makes everything a funny color. Marcus studied both labels, then uncorked the bottle of white. I'm impressed. Why? You learning to cook like this? Well, you know. Maria had problems getting her act together around the house some days, and Dom began doing stuff to stop her from feeling bad about it. Then it seemed to cheer her up a little to have dinner cooked for her. As long as he was cooking, he knew she was eating properly, even if it was only when he was home on leave. I don't know what else to do for her. Look, I'm passing this on because I promised I would, Marcus said. Dad says Maria can stay at the estate any time. He's worried about her being here alone. He'll hire someone to keep her company, and he's got access to all the top doctors. Marcus stopped dead. The quiet embarrassment on his face said that he knew his father meant well, but that Dom's answer would be no. Sorry, Dom. You know my father. He thinks science can fix anything. Dom looked away and found the pan of rice suddenly of great interest. Gestures like that choked him up instantly. The Phoenix family estate was a huge, empty mausoleum of a place, intimidating and magnificent. And Adam Phoenix was a bit too much like his home, a man with no idea how to be anything other than distant and focused on his work. But there was a kind father in there trying to get out, desperate to do the right thing. He just didn't seem sure how regular people showed that they cared. That's really, really generous, Marcus. Dom felt his voice cracking. Your dad's a good man. Tell him thanks, but Maria needs to be here. You know, the bedrooms are... He didn't finish the sentence. The word was shrines. Dom understood that completely, but it still freaked him out. He'd done it himself. He didn't want to touch his father's workshop. He could still see them all in it, tinkering with some engine. Carlos, Marcus, Dad. Mom wandering in with sandwiches. But he walked away from it, because that was how you made yourself accept that they were never coming back. Maria walked into the kitchen and gave Marcus a big, deliberate smile, but her eyes were dead. As always, though, she looked beautiful, perfectly groomed, hair immaculate, full makeup. That gave Dom hope that she'd mend, because she hadn't let herself go. Shit, it was just over a year. How could anyone finish grieving in that time? He was expecting too much. But he just wanted to see her pain stop. And then I'll have nothing to do but look at my own. Have you seen your dad? Maria's voice sounded hoarse and thick. She had a habit of plunging straight into topics now, as if she'd been having a conversation in her head that had just leaked out. Marcus accepted a peck on the cheek from her, blinking, as if he'd noticed. I haven't seen him since I got back, he said. He's pretty busy. You've got to spend time with him. Maria took firm hold of Marcus's hand. Promise me. I'll see him. Marcus nodded, looking embarrassed. I promise. Come on, sit down, both of you, Dom said, shepherding them toward the living room. It had to be her medication. She seemed much more spacey today. Let's have a drink while dinner's cooking." It was good wine. Dom didn't know much about vintages, but the Phoenix family was rich, seriously rich, and this stuff was 26 years old, older than him. Whatever it was, it had cost a fortune. The chicken was swimming in something that had probably cost a week's wages. But with rationing, money was ceasing to mean much. The chicken was a rare treat, not because he couldn't afford it on a gear's pay. Shit, they were getting paid on time even now. But because the locust had trashed farms and food factories, disrupted freight traffic, all the little invisible things that put food on the table of a big capital city. "Animals," Dom said, holding the glass up to the light while he racked his brains for another neutral topic of conversation. The wine looked more brick red than ruby. Marcus always said that showed it had bottle age. "Animals are smarter than us. We get a power outage or some factory gets blown up, and we fall apart. We need so much stuff. Animals, they just get up in the morning, find food, and carry on. No piped water supply. We drown in our own sewage, but animals just stay clean. If they've got white fur, it stays white. Imagine the state we'd be in if we had white fur." Marcus looked as if he was going to say something, but just did a slow blink and nodded. He'd stopped himself at the last moment. Whatever it was he'd been planning to say, it probably had the word death or kill in it, and he never used either in front of Maria. It was one of those little silent clues that told Dom what really went on in Marcus's head. "That's what shaving's for," Marcus said at last. "You okay, honey?" Dom topped up Maria's glass. She was looking distinctly distant now. "You didn't get much sleep last night?" "I remembered to take my pills." The doctor had prescribed antidepressants. "I've got to go out later. Just a nap, and then I'll go out. I go out every day when you're not here. I have to." Dom didn't have a clue what she was talking about, and he hoped it was the medication talking. He wasn't sure she felt hemmed in by this house and its memories and needed a break from the four walls, or if she just went for a walk to stretch her legs. "Yeah, you're too sleepy to go out now." He stroked her hair. "Maybe the doc needs to look at your dose again." "Have a nap if you feel like it," Marcus said. "You don't have to entertain me. We'll wake you up when dinner's ready." Maria leaned back in the chair and fell asleep in minutes. Dom crept over to her to check, listening to her breathing. Yes, she was definitely out of it. Marcus got up slowly and gestured to the kitchen. "It's just a year," Dom said, closing the door behind him. "I'm pushing her too fast." "Anything I can do, just say." "Yeah. And stop blaming yourself." "She's the one with the blame problem. She's still saying that if she hadn't sent the kids to her folks for the day, they'd be alive now. She thinks she let the grubs get them." "Shit, Dom." It wasn't as if Marcus hadn't heard it before, but it always seemed to upset him to be reminded of it, and he looked as if he was about to offer some insight. Forget it. Explaining to someone why they're not to blame doesn't actually help. They have to work it out for themselves." Dom assumed it was all about Marcus's mother. When she went missing, he was sure that Marcus felt responsible, in that weird way that anxious kids often did. "I need you to see something," Dom said. "I feel bad showing you, but I have to show someone." He beckoned Marcus to follow him and led him upstairs to the bedrooms. "I don't even know why I'm doing this, but maybe it'll make more sense to you next time I come out with some crazy shit or other." Dom opened the door of Sylvia's room. Marcus just peered inside, going no further than the doorway. So it hits him that way, too. Nothing had been changed since the day that Sylvia, 2 years old, born the night Dom had taken part in the raid on Asfo Point, had been collected by her grandparents for a day out. Her stuffed toys were still on the windowsill, minus the green-striped caterpillar she insisted on taking everywhere. All her bedding, the clothes in the drawers, even the clothes in the laundry basket hadn't been moved. Maria just cleaned around it. Marcus drew a deep breath and stepped back. He might have said shit to himself. Dom wanted him to understand what haunted him when he tried to sleep. If Marcus couldn't make sense of it, then nobody could. Dom shut the door and then opened Benedicto's room. Marcus leaned against the doorframe as if he expected the paint to be wet, and just scanned the room again, halted at that invisible barrier. It was hard not to follow his eyes. They were almost unnaturally pale blue, so they always drew Dom's focus. Marcus started blinking a lot. Even if he'd been the chatty kind, he probably wouldn't have had much to say about this. He drew back after a minute or so and wandered across to the window on the landing. If he was anything like Dom, then it would have been the tiny pair of thrashball boots on the bed that finished him off. "Yeah, I just can't go in there," Dom said. "Not even Benny's room. Maria spends hours in one room or the other. Now, is it me who's nuts for not being able to go in, or her for not being able to get rid of it all?" Life had to go on, war or no war, and Maria's folks wanted as much time with the kids as possible. Benny, 4, Dom's heart and soul, had been really excited about seeing their new apartment. They had a cat, a stray that had shown up out of nowhere, and Benny wanted to play with it. "Nobody's nuts," Marcus said. "Everyone finds their own way of coping. I shouldn't lay all this shit on you. It's okay." Marcus could usually make Dom feel that things really were okay. But some situations were beyond that. They went back to the kitchen, listened to the radio news channel in silence, and then served dinner, all three of them somehow managing to keep up the illusion of enjoying the event. Maria seemed a little brighter. No, it wasn't an illusion. It was an affirmation. Dom had to see it that way. He believed that if he tried hard enough, if the state put enough effort into it, then the war would end and life could begin to get back to normal, even if it took 5 years, 10 maybe, but it would come. He just didn't know what it was going to take to turn the tide. Marcus kept taking a discreet look at his watch, probably trying to work out the best time to call his father. He might even have been working up to it. He never seemed to find it easy to talk to him. Maria picked up the phone from the sideboard and set it down in front of Marcus. "Nobody's too busy to want to hear from their own son." Then she started clearing the table. It was the first time she'd said anything like that in a normal tone, even the word son, since E-Day. Dom followed her into the kitchen while Marcus called his dad. "You okay, baby? He's got to talk to his dad. They shouldn't be apart this much." So that was starting to get to her. Separation, not letting kids get too far from you. "We'll get through this, I promise. You never gave in. That's what I love about you. You never quit." Dom seized the briefest change of mood and clarity. This was how recovery started, the doctor said. "I'd never give up on you." He took her hand out of the dishes and wiped away the soap suds. "I need to get you another ring, don't I?" Maria's hands had swollen so much when she was pregnant that she'd had to have her wedding band cut off. She hadn't worn a ring since. It made Dom feel uneasy, because a guy's wife had to have a nice ring, a symbol that someone loved her more than anything. She touched the pendant he'd given her. "I've got this, Dom. I'll wear it until the day I die." "Yeah, but what have you got? You don't have a ring." It was true. The rings snagged inside his gloves, and they were a real hazard when handling cables and machinery. "You've got to have something. I've never given you something to keep with you. We've got to have something so that we're together." She wiped her hands and started looking through the kitchen drawers where most of the household paperwork ended up. Eventually, she pulled out a photograph and grabbed a pen. "Here." She wrote something on the back of the photo and handed it to him. "Remember this?" It was a picture that Carlos had taken of them in a bar off Embry Square, just before Dom began commando training. Dom turned over the photo to read what she'd written. "So you'll always have me with you," she said. "Don't let me go. Keep it in your pocket, please. You know I will." When he put his arms around her these days, he felt as if she was clinging to him for safety. There was nothing harder than picking up his hold all and leaving her behind. He was determined to cherish every minute of the leave he had left, even if it meant stopping her from sitting in those dead, frozen bedrooms. "He's busy." Marcus's voice made Dom jump. "Your dad?" "He got a call to see the man." Marcus shrugged. He'd put his I don't really care face on. "His secretary at the uni said she didn't know when he'd be back. Can't say no to Prescott." "Sorry, Marcus." "Hey, gotta go. I'll pick you up when it's time to ship out, Dom. Take care of yourself, Maria." And Marcus was gone, just like that. No hugs, no gradually edging toward the door. Just a clear signal that he was going, and he never looked back. He wasn't keen on goodbyes. Was anybody these days? Goodbyes had a habit of being permanent. The worst thing, Dom decided, was that he could remember none of his. Chairman's Office, House of the Sovereigns. All politicians were assholes, but at least Prescott cut the crap and said what was on his mind. Hoffman could find something in that to admire. How long would it last, though? The idealistic and the outspoken all got ground flat in the end. Not that some of them had far to go. Adam Phoenix was supposed to be here. And Prescott wants me here because... The last time Hoffman had been summoned to this level of meeting with Phoenix present, he'd been tasked with sabotaging a weapon of mass destruction. The damn grubs must have come up with a new toy. It wasn't as if they needed it. Maybe they were just getting bored with having to gut every human by hand, and they wanted the planet to themselves sooner rather than later. "Attorney General," Prescott said, "what are my options under the Fortification Act?" The AG, Mylan Audley, was past retirement age and looked like he'd seen it all before. "You may use it to declare martial law in part or all of the COG territories. Normally, the vote is carried even if—" "No voting." Prescott faced them across a table, not lounging behind his desk or staring out the window as if they were incidental to his plans. "I have the authority to declare martial law without consulting the Assembly, haven't I?" Hoffman had the kind of peripheral vision honed by years of trying to keep an eye on superior officers about to drop him in the shit. Solomon didn't seem to be bothered. Martial law was just turning up the volume on what was happening now, after all. Prescott obviously wanted to keep his fledgling administration looking clean, doing everything by the book. Maybe he wanted to go down in history as the last and only moral leader. "You do," Audley said. "But it's ill-advised, because you won't be able to enforce it outside Tyran borders without effectively declaring war on every other COG state. You don't want to do that, do you, sir?" "All I want to know is whether it's legal, whether it's constitutional." Audley was on the spot, and it was clear that even his lawyer's shark brain couldn't work out Prescott's angle. Hoffman knew that look.
The quick lick of the lips, a flicker of the eyes, the moment any advisor dreaded, when a yes or no to an apparently straight question would become something with a frightening life of its own, something that would come back to bite you hard on the ass. Hoffman had been there. "It's legal, Chairman, but it's not a good move," Audley said at last. Bets were hedged. Asses were covered. "I'd advise discussion with the Secretary for Interstate Relations."
"I've passed that stage, Milan. I just need to know that I wouldn't be acting illegally. I do have a pragmatic reason."
"Not a constitutional one, then?"
"I'm going to restore the Fortification Act and declare martial law throughout the COG."
Prescott looked away toward the door as it opened and Adam Phoenix walked in.
"Good evening, Professor. Take a seat. Apologies, Chairman. Roadblocks. Just so that we're all up to speed. The Attorney General has advised me that I'm within my rights to use the Fortification Act to declare martial law."
Hoffman had decided some years ago that whatever was admirable in Adam Phoenix's son had come from the maternal side of the gene pool. Phoenix put a folder of papers on the desk in front of him, but didn't open it, almost as if he wasn't sure he was in the right meeting and might have to up sticks and go find the right room.
"Would you like to give me some context, Chairman?" he said.
Prescott meshed his fingers and leaned his elbows on the table.
"I want you all to understand that what I'm about to say is born of last resort. General, in layman's terms, as of today, how do you evaluate our chances against the Locust?"
Solomon perked up a little.
"Depends on who you mean by us, sir. I think I mean Tyrus. I've seen enough in the last few weeks to know that some states are closer to collapse than others, whatever they say."
"We'll still be overrun in a month, then," Solomon said. "Militarily, we're hemorrhaging. The infrastructure is collapsing globally. Civilian casualties, and if they're not slaughtered by the grubs, then they're dying of disease, and refugee movement is spreading more cross-border infection. You can't dump millions of corpses on the system and maintain disease control. We're finished, sir. I'm sorry. The grubs are in pretty well every city on the planet." Phoenix looked at Hoffman. Maybe he thought they had some kind of rapport, and that Hoffman would have a different opinion. He didn't.
"Remember that we no longer have any emergency command bunkers outside of Fira, either," Hoffman said. "We don't even have the option of saving the chosen few and the art treasures and sitting it out, as we had in the last war. All destroyed."
Prescott didn't look disappointed for some reason.
"Even Cherrit. That's the problem with underground facilities and a burrowing enemy, sir. I hope they appreciate fine art and canned beans."
Prescott took a breath. He looked too young. He was in his late 30s, and there were a few gray hairs in his beard, but he was remarkably unlined. A few more months in office would put that straight.
"But we don't have months. It's weeks. Gentlemen, I'm going to deploy the Hammer of Dawn," Prescott said.
It wasn't the first time that Hoffman had been caught totally off guard by a COG chairman, nor the first when the realization hit him that Adam Phoenix was here to do the dirty science work. And me. Now I know why I'm here, too. Sir, that's just not possible. Phoenix seemed to think that Prescott was just kiting an idea. Hoffman could see he wasn't. The man had a stillness about him, no fidgeting, no sweating, not a hint of uncertainty that said he'd made his decision. "It's not a tactical weapon. It's strategic. You can't deploy it in urban areas, and that's the kind of war we're fighting." "Losing," Prescott said quietly. "Right now we're losing the war, and that will not happen on my watch. This is where it ends."
Hoffman glanced at Solomon, and they both knew this was now about how it would be carried out, not if. Audley simply bowed his head and said nothing.
Phoenix was still staring at Prescott, demanding an answer with raised eyebrows. Hoffman wondered if he ever yelled or lost his temper. "You do know how the hammer works, Chairman," Phoenix said. "Not the physics, but I do grasp the fact that the satellite platforms cover the entire planet, which is what I require. What are you going to target? Is that what you need me for? To advise on blast coverage?" Salomon cut in. "Grubs don't take over cities, sir. They clear them. They'll only be in areas where there are humans to kill and resources to plunder. They strip a city and move on." "I know that, General," Prescott said. "I know that very well. They're using our own equipment and supplies against us. They adapt our own technology to kill us. We're feeding their war effort. So we stop them. We destroy everything in their path. And a lot of grubs will die, too. Not all. But this is about asset denial." "I know where this is going now. God help us." Hoffman found himself wanting to call Margaret, not to warn her, but just to hear her voice. And he hadn't felt that way about her for years. It was as close as he'd come in his adult life to panic. Fear. He'd lived with it for so long that he wasn't sure if he could perform well without it. But this was different. There was no border across which life would go on after surrender or a victory. "Okay, sir," Solomon said. "Have you thought about what we'll have left to fight the grubs who survive?" "The only major center of population that they don't appear to be able to penetrate far is Ephyra, Jacinto in particular," Prescott said. He stood up and unfurled the global map on his wall. "Largest unbroken area of granite on Sera, and that's where we'll regroup. I want the entire hammer network deployed. Solomon, I need a priority list, because we're going to have to do this in stages. Am I right, Professor?" Prescott turned around, one finger still on the black type that said Ephyra. "We feed in the coordinates for the first batch of targets, activate the lasers, then feed in the next batch, move the orbital platforms, and so on. We don't have enough orbital devices to sweep Sera in one simultaneous attack, do we?" Shit. This is planet denial, not asset denial. "What the hell do you propose to do with the people in those cities, Chairman?" Phoenix sat back in his chair as if he'd been winded. "This is going to incinerate millions of our own people. Do you understand me? This is wholesale slaughter." "I don't want to hear this. I know what the options are going to be. And I helped the cog grab the hammer technology." Prescott waited a few beats, looking at Phoenix as if he was the difficult kid in the class who just didn't get the math and needed a bit of prompting. For a moment, Audley looked as if he was going to intervene, but he just shifted position and looked as if he'd given up. He wouldn't be alone. Everyone else except Prescott had. "I'm ordering an evacuation to Ephyra," Prescott said. "We'll give refuge to anyone who can make their way here. 3 days after the announcement, we deploy the hammer." "We can't move millions of people in 3 days." Phoenix slammed his fist on the table to emphasize every word. Phoenix, Mr. Stiff-Upper-Lip, the man who never reacted, had finally lost it. Hoffman didn't want to watch this disintegration. There was no satisfaction in it. It just confirmed that he was right to feel that he should be shitting himself right now. "They'll die! They'll all die!" Prescott looked to Solomon and nodded for a response. "Once we announce the recall, we have to assume the grubs will know," Solomon said. "And when people start moving in numbers, they'll just home in on them. So it has to be fast, or it has to be covert. What, we don't tell people we're going to fry the goddamn planet? Hoffman said. So we just spare Tyrus? And who gets told it's time to run? There's a balance to be struck between giving people adequate time to evacuate without giving the enemy time to react, Prescott said. I have to tell the people what the stakes are, but we want to catch the locust on the wrong foot, too. That's always an ethical dilemma in war. How many of our own people did we allow to die in the pendulum wars because alerting them to attacks would reveal too much about our latest intelligence? Phoenix spread his hands. Ethical? Good God, this is about a weapon of mass destruction, not a single conventional attack. Don't start on the old ethics shit again, Phoenix, Hoffman snapped. You made the hammer technology operational, so don't tell me we can't use it when we need it most. My men died to get it for you. It's your fucking bomb. What did you think we'd use it for? A toaster? And just how bad do you think things would have to get before we'd need to use it? It was intended as a deterrent. Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't realize it was loaded. It was just there to scare burglars. This is precisely the kind of extreme scenario we envisaged using the hammer for, Prescott said, ignoring the spat. If you can think of a more extreme one, Professor, do say. This means destroying most of our civilization to save a fraction of it, if we save any of it at all. Phoenix started fiddling with his pen, turning it over between his fingers like he was tightening a bolt. And what will we be left with? That level of destruction has two phases, what it kills immediately, and what it kills for months or years afterward by debris thrown into the atmosphere, by chemicals released by combustion into water tables, and— Professor, do you have an alternative? That's not rhetorical. You've been a gear. Do you disagree with the military assessment? Not substantially. Then is there anything we can do differently other than wait to be picked off? If you have anything at all to suggest, any avenue we haven't explored, then I urge you to say so now. The argument took Hoffman back 3 years, to when he'd clashed with Phoenix over who needed to die to seize the hammer technology from the Union of Independent Republics. Phoenix couldn't stomach the need to kill enemy weapon scientists. He was great at saying what was wrong, what was immoral, but he was shit at making the hard call between ugly and uglier, and those were usually the only choices in war. Prescott was still waiting. Phoenix looked as if he was going to say something, then shook his head. It took a few more moments for him to answer. Prescott didn't hurry him. I can't think of anything else that will stop them in the time we have, Phoenix said eventually. The incursions have gone too far. If we'd had more time, there could have been other ways we might have stopped them. Let me be clear. There might be alternatives. Can you develop those in the weeks we have left? No. Phoenix looked defocused again for a moment, anguished, probably crunching numbers in his head and unable to make them add up. No, we've run out of time. It's all too late. Prescott's gaze flickered for a moment. Thank you, Professor. But we can't accommodate everyone who wants to evacuate, even if they can reach Ephyra in time. The city can't absorb the global population, not even with millions already dead. I know, Prescott said. It's brutal. I accept that it's the illusion of compassion. But either we save who we can, what we can, and preserve humankind, or we do the equitable thing and let everyone share extinction. It's my call. We're taking back Sarah, starting now. Kill it to save it. Phoenix shook his head. And what the hell do you think our society will become? A human society that's fit to survive, said Prescott. He walked over to the inlaid desk that had been used by every COG chairman for nearly 80 years and laid some sheets of paper on it, as if he was going to make notes. I'm taking full responsibility. You don't need to. You're only following orders. Milan, you don't have to take any further part in this. Thank you for your counsel." The Attorney General rose slowly, as if his back hurt him, and walked to the door. He looked even older than he had when he'd come in. "I'll prepare the legal instrument, sir. After all, what you're doing is constitutional, and I have no grounds to refuse. This remains strictly confidential, Milan, within this room." "I took that as a given, sir." The door closed behind Audley, and there was a moment's silence punctuated by the distant whoomp-whoomp of artillery fire. Hoffman rarely noticed it. It was a permanent background noise now. "I'm not just following orders, Chairman," said Solomon. "Either I'm with you, or I have to quit this post. What about you, Victor?" "There's nothing else I can offer, General." Hoffman tried to freeze the moment, to examine why he was agreeing to it. Not that opposing it would make any difference. It was lawful, and he had agreed to involvement. Was he being selfish? Afira first, we're all right, screw the rest of you? Maybe he was just resigned to the inevitable. "Maybe we should have thought about concentrating on asset denial earlier, before the grubs got a foothold, and when we had more time to evacuate people." Hindsight was a wonderful thing. Phoenix stared at him as if he was a pile of shit. "We'd still have been killing people," Phoenix said quietly. He placed his briefcase on the table and unlocked it, rummaging around inside. "Our own people. And the numbers don't change that." "Keys, gentlemen," said Prescott. He opened a desk drawer and took out a small, socket-shaped metal cap. "General." Solomon reached inside the collar of his shirt and eased out his cog tag. His hammer command key was on the same chain. It was all very low-tech and banal, this global destruction business. Hoffman fished his key out of his pants pocket, unclipped the chain, and held it up. His front door keys were next to it. "I never knew," Phoenix said, staring at Hoffman's hand. Hoffman hadn't realized that Phoenix didn't know who held the third command key to activate the weapon. "It goes with the DSF job. Don't take it personally." "Professor, do you understand now why I wanted to be reassured this was legal?" Prescott was still very calm, all business. Not bad at all for a brand-new chairman, whose first big headline was going to be "World Ends Today." "I wouldn't ask you to be complicit in an unlawful act. I now need your best estimate of how hard we can strike and how far. General Salomon will keep you apprised of locust movement so that we can make every hammer strike count. Within the next 3 weeks, I want a window of 3 to 4 days when we have the hammer ready to deploy, and when I can announce the recall to Afira. Of course, if you object, I'll have to co-opt one of your staff." "The hammer is my responsibility," Phoenix said. "I wouldn't pass the buck to anyone else." Prescott sat down at his desk and began writing. "Thank you, gentlemen. I'll inform the Cabinet of my decision a short time before I make the public announcement to invoke martial law and declare Afira a sanctuary zone. How short depends on how we assess the risk of information leaking and starting a panic. The evacuation period starts from then. I favor 3 days, unless anyone has a compelling practical argument otherwise. But this has to be fast. 3, 5, 10 didn't make much difference. There wasn't enough room for the whole world. 3 it is, sir," said Solomon. "A panic," Phoenix repeated quietly. "What do you think we already have?" "I don't know quite how you work, Professor." Prescott just kept going. "Can you keep this under wraps at your end, or will you have staff who need to be briefed?" Phoenix's shoulders sagged. "I can do it on my own. Like I said, This is my responsibility." Phoenix grabbed his briefcase and walked out. Hoffman headed for the side exit with Salomon and found that his hands were shaking. "Shit," Salomon said. "I'm going to grab a drink. I miss my NCO days," said Hoffman. "See you in the morning." Hoffman walked back to the apartment, rehearsing how and when he would tell Margaret that he'd just put his name to the destruction of almost every city on Serra and most of its citizens. Yes, he missed being a sergeant. Chapter 4. We only achieve unity through order. Nassar Embry, All-Father Prime, founder of the Coalition of Ordered Governments. Fort Farrell, Tyrus, 1 week after the flooding of Jacinto, 14 AE. "Your vehicle camo sucks," Baird said, puffing clouds into the freezing air. "Saw you coming way off." Bernie brought the battered Dill to a halt at the outer checkpoint. "Aren't you going to ask me how I got them on the roof?" She jumped out to admire the haul of deer carcasses strapped to the hatch surfaces and panniers of the APC. "4. That's a lot of meat, Blondie, and leather. If you're a good boy, I'll teach you how to dress it. You're loving this, aren't you? You want to live on dry rations and a roast rat for special occasions? Come on, mount up." Bernie drove into the reclaimed city with mixed feelings. Her whole reason for struggling across Serra to reach Jacinto was to get rid of the grubs, to get her world back before she was too old or too dead to do it. Now that the grubs were mostly gone, she wasn't sure what would fill that space. For the meantime, being uniquely useful would do. She could survive off the land in any terrain, any climate, and teach others to do the same. That knowledge was now vital in the literal sense of the word. It was central to staying alive. But 1 week after the destruction of Jacinto, the reality of what they'd left behind, squalid as it was really starting to bite hard. "How many dead today?" she asked. "You got some recipes? Don't even joke about that, Blondie." 43, Baird said. "Hypothermia, elderly. Make sure you wear your cat fur booties, Granny." Dr. Heyman posted the list at CIC daily. The winter was bitter and the accommodations grim, despite the engineers doing their best to bring the most habitable part of Port Farrell back to life. It was all about timing. A different season, and this would have been a little easier. They could have grown crops. But at this time of year, all they had was the emergency rations shipped out with the convoy and whatever they could forage. As Bernie drove slowly through the streets, she spotted 4 civilians carrying a plastic sheet between them like a battlefield litter. Another dead body? No. Whatever was in it was throwing reflections onto the walls. When the Dill passed, she could see it was bulging with fish, so brilliantly silver that they sparkled in the sun. "The boom and bust cycle of nature," she said. "You islanders talk some mystic shit. Not mystic, Blondie. Humans die off, so other animal populations boom, especially marine life. Handy. In a pie, lovely." At least there'd be a reliable source of fat and protein around, even if the diet got monotonous. "You know, I'd rather be on the ships. Got to be warmer and more comfortable. Put me down for that yacht coal-spotted." Gears patrolled the streets. Civilians were combing the place, looking for missing friends and relatives. They'd reached the stage where the shock of displacement was beginning to wear off, and they were working out just how wrecked their lives were. People with nothing to do but wait for food and watch others die were a recipe for unrest. Even Jacinto's citizens had limits to their stoicism. "Do we even have a head count yet?" Baird shrugged. "No. Stragglers are still arriving. Cole says some civvies have left to see if the local stranded settlements will take them in. Ungrateful tossers. Anyway, shouldn't we be assimilating the stranded if this is all that's left of us? Stranded aren't us, Granny.
They were the savages beyond the wire, and it had nothing to do with hygiene.
Hang on. What about the Operation Lifeboat guys? Come on. You don't like stranded either.
Baird paused a beat.
You're lost, aren't you? I know where I am, dickhead.
Everything bounced off Baird. He took it in the same way that he dished it out.
I meant that now the fighting's stopped, you don't know what to do except harass the local wildlife. Haven't noticed you happily taking up knitting either. I haven't gone this long without a firefight in 15 years. I don't know what comes next.
When Baird wasn't being mouthy or smug, he could say things that brought her up short. Life had changed out of all recognition again, just as it did on E-Day. But the cog had been at war, one way or another, for the best part of 90 years. Peace was unknown territory. Bernie inhaled discreetly. Baird smelled faintly of phenol.
You going on a date? Where'd you get the disinfectant? Dr. Heyman's having the whole place sprayed. Infection control.
Gears had banged out of Jacinto in just the armor and kit they stood up in. No personal effects or even a change of pants for some.
I'll go scavenging later. You mean robbing civvies? I mean seeking redistribution of assets for the good of the wider community. Yeah, right.
Civvies had been given enough warning of the evacuation to take grab bags. They'd been drilled to keep a bag of essentials by the door, ready to run, because they'd been used to moving from one part of Ephyra to another each time the grubs infiltrated. So now civvies had stuff, and Gears mostly didn't. It was something of a role reversal.
I meant bartering a few steaks for clothing, razors, whatever, Bernie said. Prescott says we'll get the basics we need. Yeah, but he can't pull supplies out of his arse, and that means taking stuff off civvies. They used to resent us for getting bigger food rations. We don't need all that aggro fermenting again now. Hearts and minds works wonders, Blondie.
As the dill wound its way through the streets, Gears stood out like a separate species, even in borrowed overalls. Tall, muscular, well-fed. The civvies were stick-thin. Anyone between the two extremes was probably in a non-combat role, like the sappers and drivers, fed a little less generously than the front line.
We're getting just like the frigging grubs, splitting into different types. You're gonna butcher all this shit in the open, right? Baird said. Entrails. Gross. See it as sausages. Nothing gets wasted.
Hoffman had set up the new HQ and barracks in an abandoned boarding school, confined to the ground floor until the engineers could carry out repairs to the upper floors. Bernie drove the dill into what had once been the staff car park and jumped out to unload with Baird. Gears wandered out to watch as she managed to drape the smallest animal across her shoulders and totted toward the entrance with it. She could hear Cole's bellowing laugh even before he burst through the main doors.
"Shit, baby! You never gonna get that through the cat flap."
He held out his arms.
"Let the coal train take your burden." "You think it's too dressy as a collar? Maybe if I took off the hooves."
Cole lifted the carcass as if it was weightless.
"I'm glad you're giving up eating kitties, Boomer Lady. They got worms."
Dom stood outside the entrance, leaning on a shovel where he'd been clearing snow. The poor little bastard was trying hard to look as if nothing in particular had happened to him. Bernie was still trying to gauge the right time to get him to talk, but Dom would probably pick his own moment. He certainly had over Carlos's death.
"I'll give you a hand, Cole," Dom said. "I've never had venison. What's it like?"
Baird lowered another carcass from the dill's roof, letting Dom take up the slack.
"You'll hate it. I'll have your share." Hey, I want the antlers for the mess wall. They were all trying hard, even Baird. Delta had closed ranks around Dom, looking out for him and making sure he wasn't left on his own. Bernie didn't think that a man who could live with losing his kids and parents was a suicide risk now. But then he hadn't had to blow their brains out himself. So maybe caution was a good idea. She left them to unload and headed for CIC, an old laundry, to clear things with Hoffman, finding herself stepping over gears, dismantling their armor plates down to the components to scrub them. Some were boiling shirts and pants in an open vat of soapy water, standing around in an assortment of borrowed work clothes.
Combat was a smelly business. This was the first real break they'd had to get the stench of grubs, blood, and sweat out of their kit. The scent of damp decay, wood, brick, mold, still lingered under the assault of newer, cleaner odors.
And shit, it was cold in here. Hoffman was leaning over a paper chart with Anya and the EM chief when Bernie walked in. They seemed to be checking routes between the docks and the inhabited part of the city. Nobody had debarked from the larger vessels in the evacuation fleet yet. Bernie wasn't the only one who thought they were a better place to be.
"Mataki,"
Hoffman said, glancing up for a moment.
"I want you to set up daily bushcraft classes for the civvies. Is there anything practical they can do in the field?"
"Berries and traps, sir. I don't recommend the river. Civvies and thin ice don't mix."
"And see Perry about supply recon teams. One of his men says there's a lot of recoverables on the south side of the city. Machinery, raw materials."
"And the stranded didn't sniff it out?"
"Another secure COG facility that we kept to ourselves."
Ouch. Hoffman was still livid that Prescott had hung on to classified information right up to the final battle. Maybe he'd beaten the rest of it out of him. Good for you, Vic. Anya, now wearing sensible working rig and flat boots, gave her a quick flash of the eyebrows. Fights had been had, evidently. "Will do, sir. Permission to barter some venison with the civvies?" He leaned over the chart again, both hands flat on the table.
"Go ahead. I'll file it under public relations."
"I found some cattle tracks, too. Farm livestock got loose and bred, probably. Might be well worth a foray for steak and milk in the weeks to come. Oh, and signs of feral dog packs. If they come near the camp, it's shoot on sight." Hoffman managed a smile.
"You're a damn useful woman, Mataki. See what you can do about the feral cats, too."
"Great. I'm catering and pest control. Still, nobody needs a sniper for much else now." He didn't ask if she'd save some venison for him. He probably knew she would. When she walked back outside, the carcasses had a small audience, so it seemed a good time for a spot of skills transfer. They were mostly city boys who'd known nothing except hunting locust. They probably hadn't seen a deer this close, if at all. "Right, you lot. Gather round for training, or sod off and do something useful." She pulled out her knife. "And someone fetch me a hacksaw." She put on her instructor's voice and began indicating with the tip of her knife what needed cutting first and why. Anya wandered into her field of view and stood watching with her arms folded. Without makeup, she looked so much like her mother that it was upsetting. Bernie almost lost her thread. She paused for a second to get back on track. All these years, and it still isn't over. "Sorry, where'd I get to?" Bernie said, not caring if she sounded like she'd plunged into senility. "The balls, Granny," Baird called. "Oh, right. Smart arse. Yes, testicles." She couldn't resist it. She sliced carefully, then lobbed them at Baird. "You'll be wanting a pair." Everyone needed to have a laugh when they had to watch guts being removed.
Inevitably, though, someone would throw up. Gears who had managed to chainsaw their way through any number of grubs would lose their lunch soon, she knew it. Sometimes it almost tipped her stomach over the edge, too. "You don't need to throw any of this away. Well, not much." The carcass still felt comfortingly warm, but her hands would stink for a week, no matter how many times she scrubbed them. "Lungs, heart, chop those up, and you can make a nourishing filling for—" Her voice was drowned out by the rumble of a vehicle coming through the entrance gates. A huge grind-lift rig squeezed between the pillars. Dom turned around, stared, and then jogged over to it, as if he'd never seen one before. It was only when the driver scrambled down from the cab and the backslapping started that she realized this was a reunion and decided to call it a day on the lesson. She dropped the offal back in the deer's body cavity for safekeeping and wiped her hands as best she could on its coat. "Bernie, this is Dizzy Wallen," Dom said. "He saved my ass, and Marcus's. He took on that grub bastard Scourge so we could get clear in the grind lift." Bernie could smell stale alcohol. The man stuck out his hand and she shook it. "He's building me up, Sergeant. Ty was the one who stopped that weird streak of piss, not me. He saved my ass. Where is he? I got some extra smooth moonshine I want to share with him." Ty Caliso's name stopped the conversation dead. Dizzy looked into Dom's face, read what was there, and screwed his eyes shut for a moment. "Shit," he said. "Sorry, Dizzy. He didn't make it." "What happened?" "Last I saw, he was giving that grub bastard hell with a chainsaw and yelling at me to get away." Dom caught Bernie's eye, and she wondered if he was hesitating to spell out what had happened to Ty because of her or for Dizzy's sake. Maybe he'd just had enough of reliving nightmares. "The grubs took him," he said. "He was... ah, shit. They just carved him up, man. They really made a mess of him." Dom looked down at the ground for a few moments. Dizzy looked at Bernie, and she just shook her head. The detail could wait, if it had to be told at all. A movement caught her eye, and she looked up at the cab of the rig to see two teenage girls staring down at them. "My girls," Dizzy said. "I'm going to be able to look after them now, like I oughta." He gripped Dom's shoulder. "Let's all meet up later and sample that moonshine. For Ty." "We'll do that," Bernie said. "Nice to meet you, Dizzy." She walked away to get on with butchering the deer, but she'd only gone a few steps when the alarm sounded. Cole jogged past her to the gate with his hand pressed to his earpiece, followed by Baird. "Grubs?" she asked. "I'm in the right mood for them." "Civvies shaping up for a riot," Cole said. "Hey, Marcus, you down there already?" One of the Ravens was now airborne, circling over the area, so whatever had triggered the incident, CIC was making a show of cracking down on it. Bernie collected her rifle and put in her earpiece. Human civilization was a fragile thing. She knew that all too well, not only because she'd seen what replaced it in far too many places, but also because she straddled that line between reason and savagery herself. Her own grasp on civilization was as fragile as anyone's. Yeah, making that grub suffer would have been a dangerous release for her anger. She'd find another way to do right by Ty. Food Distribution Center, Port Farrell. So much for cold weather keeping trouble at home. Dom could now see the crowd. He was about 100 meters away when the scuffle spilled over into something uglier, but Marcus was already there. A guy went down hard on the concrete. The screaming mob closed like a sea. Marcus waded into the center of about 80 men and women, Lancer held close to his body, and just shouldered his way through. Dom felt his guts knot and started sprinting.
Armor or not, Marcus was taking a big risk. Without a helmet, he'd get a serious kicking if he went down, and that was the kind of dumb thing that killed you when a shitload of grubs couldn't. Marcus vanished in the press of bodies for a moment. When Dom caught sight of him again, he was standing his ground and letting blows bounce off his plates. Then a space began opening around him. "Hey, enough!" His yell was loud enough to cut right through the screaming. "I said enough! Back off!" The scuffle stopped, but the crowd was still yelling and cursing. Dom and whoever was behind him, he didn't even look, slowed and spread out, rifles aimed. The target of the mob's anger lay on the ground, huddled in a ball, and Marcus stood over him like a dog guarding a bone. Dom almost expected to see him bare his teeth and snarl. And it wasn't the men in the crowd who were gesticulating and swearing now. It was the women. It wasn't easy to get heavy with a bunch of women. Shit, we're not trained for this. Dom remembered the food riots in Ephyra not long after the hammer was fired, and he would rather have faced down grubs bare-handed than have to charge civvies again. He never felt right going after them. He didn't know if he had what it took to shoot if he had to. Marcus just stood there, immovable, and signaled to the approaching gears to hold it without even looking in their direction. Dom braked. Cole caught up with him, and now it was a matter of seeing what happened next. "I want you to step back, folks," Marcus said firmly. "Now, move it. I'm dealing, okay?" The shouting died down, and there was suddenly a little more space around Marcus. "That's it." He held out his left arm and made a calm-down gesture. But he still had his lancer in his right hand, muzzle lowered, finger inside the trigger guard. "That's better. Just go home, okay?" He was doing his it'll-be-all-right voice. He could usually pitch it perfectly, quiet enough not to make anyone feel threatened, but firm enough for them to know he meant business. A woman started up again. "That animal shouldn't be here." She had the same well-bred tone as poor old Major Stroud. Her clothes were threadbare, but Dom could see they'd once cost a lot of money. "They're parasites. We're struggling to stay alive, and he just walks in to steal our food." "That's my problem, ma'am, not yours." Marcus switched instantly to a voice Dom hadn't heard in years. The wealthy, educated Marcus. One posh person talking to another in some sort of code they both understood. "Just go home." He turned slowly, spotted Dom, and gestured discreetly. "Stay back. I'm not moving until this area is cleared." The woman must have been used to getting her own way. "We're supposed to be under martial law. Unless he's punished, they'll all be swarming in here before long. We'll be overrun by stranded." Marcus just looked at her for a few beats in absolute silence. Dom could hardly hear him now. "Martial law? Yes. I can arrest you all, or shoot you for unlawful assembly. But you'd rather walk away now and let me deal with him, wouldn't you?" The King Raven was holding position at about 200 meters, not directly overhead, but close enough for Dom to feel some downdraft. It was there to keep an eye on crowd movement. That was another police job that gears weren't trained for. It would either reinforce Marcus's point or make things worse. In this mood, a mob needed only one trigger to kick the whole thing off again. "Okay." Marcus squatted slowly and grabbed the man by his collar, hauling him upright. "We're done here." The guy looked like he'd had the shit kicked out of him, face covered in blood, clothes ripped. For a moment Dom thought the whole crowd, silent now, was on that knife edge of either breaking up or pitching in again, and Dom's only focus was on getting Marcus out of there if it blew up. Marcus was effectively surrounded. He had to walk through a few men to get the guy out, and that was the likely flashpoint. Dom got ready to fire a burst over their heads. Then Marcus took a couple of steps, setting his shoulders in that don't fuck with me way, and the men in his path just stepped aside. People usually did. Dom took the cue to move in behind him with the others, forming an extended line to walk slowly toward the crowd until the civilians all decided to move away at the same time, like a shoal of fish. It might have been the sobering effect of seeing Cole ambling toward them, too. "We don't take much pushing to go over the edge as a species, do we?" Cole said. He waited with Dom until the street emptied. "Shit. We all behaved ourselves when the grubs were around. We're too used to having an enemy." Dom looked up to watch the Raven bank away. "Come on. Let's see what the bum has to say for himself." Marcus took the stranded guy around the nearest corner and checked him over, while Dom and Cole watched. The man was scared shitless. He seemed to be expecting another good kicking. "And I'm supposed to be trusting the frigging animal?" Blood trickled from his scalp and nostrils in bright, shiny trails, and he kept wiping his split lip with the back of his hand. Despite the crap he was giving Marcus, he was still shaking. "Shit, you cog fascists never change." Marcus ignored him, tilting the guy's head with both hands to look at his scalp. "The doc should check you out. Skull fractures. Delayed onset of symptoms." "What are you going to do with me?" "Kick your ass out of here if you don't want the doc." "Why'd you save me, then? Why didn't you let him kill me?" Marcus leaned over him. "Because if I let them do it once, they'll do it again, and again. And then we've got anarchy. It's not for your sake, it's for ours." "Gee, thanks, asshole." "You're welcome. Come in or stay outside. But inside, it's our rules." The bum didn't respond. Cole gestured to him to get up. "Come on, fella. Let me escort you out the restaurant. You ain't wearing a tie. We're kind of formal." Cole strolled off with the bum, heading for the checkpoint. But Dom saw him reach into his belt and hand the guy a small ration pack. They disappeared around the corner. 1 week, Dom said. Shit. Yeah. Better work out a way to stop them from getting in and upsetting the more sensitive citizens. Not exactly a secured perimeter. That was pretty impressive crowd handling, by the way. Yeah, I'm great with housewives. Marcus shrugged and walked out into the main street again, looking uncomfortable. Anyway, I didn't like the odds. Let's dump this on Hoffman and get the food supplies sorted. Without any discussion or briefing, every gear who'd responded to the call was now patrolling a little differently. Dom could see the sudden change. They weren't keeping an eye on buildings or potential emergence holes any longer. They were watching the civilians around them. It was weird how something could shift the balance so fast. Grubs were easy to see, obviously a threat, but any one of the folks in Port Farrell could suddenly become the disgruntled hothead with a grudge now. At least they weren't armed, for the most part. This is what gets to me. I need a clear line between who's on my side and who isn't. Unity through order. Shit. I used to think that was just a slogan. Boots thudded behind him at a jog, and Cole caught up with him. Dom, baby, how you doing? I don't know how I'm doing. I'm existing, that's about it. So how far did you have to drop kick him? Oh, I just advised him to stay out the way of crazy women. Shit. Maybe we're gonna need Stranded now. Yeah, well, they know the membership rules. It's up to them. They're no use to us. How many times did I walk through their stinking slums looking for Maria? 10 years. All their networks and bush telegraph and shit. And they didn't know she was out there? Then some bastard finally thinks he recognizes her when it's too damn late. Fuck them. Dom knew, in a weird, distant way, that he'd split off the functioning parts of himself to get through the day. There was the terrified Dom who had nightmares and struggled to face each morning when he woke. Then there was the Dom who kept his body moving and going through the motions of being a gear. There was also the Dom who endlessly replayed those last few minutes with Maria, torturing himself with what he might have done differently, and, half ashamed, half enraged, even blaming others. But I did it. It's all down to me.
Dom, we been talking to Perry.
Cole jogged his elbow to get his attention.
His guys and the civvy builders are getting some of the small rooms habitable. You want a cabin to yourself?
We've all got to put up with some discomfort. Sleeping quarters were no more than rows of camp beds and bare mattresses in derelict classrooms. Why would I want my own room?
So you got some privacy, man, you know?
No. Yes, Dom knew what he meant.
You wake up. Every time you wake up, you go, oh, God, and...
Dom's face burned. Shit, I'm waking up the whole barracks when I have nightmares, is that it? I've got to move out?
No, man, it ain't that at all. Everyone's got their nightmares. Nobody's sore at you, just offering. You want it, I'll make it happen.
In some ways, Dom would have found it easier if everyone had told him to snap out of it. Nobody did. They just got kinder and tried harder. There was nothing they could do, though. Thanks, Coltrane. Shit, I'm going to lose it. Dom blinked and tried to clear his eyes. Bernie was a little way ahead of him, a bloody handprint on the back side of her pants. When they walked through the school entrance, she made for her precious deer carcasses and seemed to be searching for something.
Bastards,
she snarled.
Where's my friggin' liver gone?
Dom joined her because it was something to do, anything to distract him. The deer's innards were scattered. Small, blood-tinted paw prints led into a culvert. Cats, Dom said.
That's it. Time I got some fur gloves.
She checked her Lancer's ammo clip, then her watch.
They need putting down. Vermin. I've got a couple of hours. Coming?
Being Bernie, she just wanted to be kind. Dom wasn't stupid. He knew the whole squad. His social squad, nothing defined by call signs, kept a constant watch on him. Putting down, euthanizing, whatever fancy name you want.
Oh, God, Maria!
It tipped him over the edge.
Just stop being nice to me, all right?
The shout was out of his mouth before he could think. Everything in his peripheral vision vanished. It was just rage and shame and pain erupting, uncontrolled.
Just frigging stop it, all of you! I couldn't save my own fucking wife. I couldn't find her in time. I couldn't save her. I had to shoot my own fucking wife because I couldn't save her, okay? Are we done now? Are we done with crazy Dom? Fuck you all!
Then he burst out sobbing. The next second, he could have punched someone out. He didn't know what the next breath would bring. He heard Cole like he was miles away, telling someone to beat it, that there was nothing to see here, and Bernie just grabbed him as if he was going under for the third time. He sobbed on her shoulder. It didn't matter what anyone thought, because his life wasn't worth shit now.
Come on, sweetheart, it's okay, okay.
Bernie must have beckoned someone because he felt her shoulders move.
Take it easy. It's okay.
Someone took his elbow.
Dom, it's freezing. Get inside.
Marcus had promised Carlos that he'd always look after Dom, and he was always there. He'd just show up, like he showed up now. Dom wasn't sure how long he sat in the janitor's room with his head in his hands. He could hear sawing and conversation outside as Bernie cut up the carcasses. Later, he heard single shots from a distance, shattering the still air.
Waste of ammo,
Marcus muttered. But that was all he said. He simply sat there and waited until Dom decided he could stand up again and face the rest of the day. Despite his expectations, he did. CIC Control Room, 2200 hours. It was way past dinner time. Hoffman's energy was flagging. He wanted to take a leak, and he wanted the steak that Bernie had surely put aside for him very badly indeed. But he also wanted commitments from the chairman before he rostered off, or at least some acknowledgement that plans might have to adapt. "Look, I agree with you, Victor," Prescott said. "We haven't trained gears for civil policing. But if it worked for 15 years in Jacinto, we can still make it work now. That was when we had grubs knocking on the door, sir." Hoffman's biggest fear had been that he would screw up the defense of Jacinto and humankind would be wiped out because he wasn't up to the job. He'd dodged the bullet on that, and now another fear had taken its place, that he didn't have the peacetime skills that this beleaguered society needed to pull itself together again. "The grubs have gone, so the lid's finally off. Plus, we really are in deeper shit than we were a week ago. I'm going to visit the local stranded and offer them amnesty, usual terms." "You're not listening to me." "And if they tell you to ram it? Then, because of the acute supply shortages, I authorize Gears to shoot stranded as looters if they're found inside the perimeter. You tell them that." "I will. And I expect your men to follow that order." "What makes you think they won't?" "It's very hard to shoot civilians, Victor. Any Gear will open fire if he feels his life's threatened. But it's another thing entirely to pull the trigger when the target is making off with a loaf of bread." Hoffman tried not to lean back in the rickety chair. Once his shoulders touched the backrest, he knew he'd slump, and then he'd find it hard to stay awake. The stranded were just a fraction of the problem, one of a list of potential flashpoints. Most of the trouble, he suspected, would come from a simple question asked over and over by the people in this makeshift city. Why did food, medicine, or any other resource go to another person and not to them? They were already griping about how much easier folks had it on the ships, and that they didn't have enough ashore. "The only thing we have on our side at the moment is a windfall of fuel," Hoffman said. "And that was luck. Nobody expected Remnant to have emulsion left where the stranded couldn't get at it. But we don't have the hardware yet to make decent use of it. Heating systems, buildings with roofs and doors and windows. Plumbing. People can only take so much, Chairman. We took them out of their last familiar haven, squalid as it was, and dumped them in a freezing hole. That's Charles' problem to address, and he is dealing with it. But he's using my engineers, and the security situation is my problem too, so I can't ignore the root causes." "What are you asking, Victor?" "When will we decide that Port Farrell isn't viable? Because this was a last-minute panic choice. It's too far north, given the infrastructure we don't have." "We don't have that option. This was a last resort, after all. Every city we considered as an evacuation center is going to be like this or worse. But we've got another 3 or 4 months of this weather, plus serious shortages. Ask Heyman how many will be left alive then. We've already got rust lung and some kind of dysentery." Out of uniform, Prescott sometimes looked like an art teacher on a day off. It was the pullover and the beard. Without that tunic and medals, he looked pretty ordinary. Until he moved or opened his mouth, and then everything about him exuded a certainty that he was in charge, and that it was the natural order of things. Hoffman couldn't imagine him having a single moment of self-doubt. From the time he took over the cog and deployed the hammer, the man knew exactly what he wanted done. "We're ultimately talking about restocking Sarah with humans, Victor. If we lose vulnerable people, the older ones, we can still— I hate to use the word breed, but that's the reality. Heyman says you can keep humankind going just fine on a gene pool of 2,000 people. But do we want to run on empty if we have a choice? Otherwise, we might as well be the stranded. To make it worth leaving here, Prescott said, it would have to be more than hardship. I would need to be convinced that staying here would endanger the majority of survivors. I'll monitor that situation, Charl or no Charl. Where else would we go? Where is there the proverbial better hole? Islands, Hoffman said. There have to be plenty out there that never had a visit from the locust. Somewhere warmer. Would any of them be large enough, though? We lost a lot of people on evacuation. I think it's going to reach 50% losses. Prescott just looked past him in slight defocus, stroking his beard. Let's consider it, he said eventually. Talk to Charl. And it's going to put the naval contingent on a different footing. Meaning? We've let the Navy decline. It was always peripheral, even in the Pendulum Wars. And they didn't like that much. Hoffman had probably spent more time with amphibious ops than any other COG commander. You only have to look in the dockyard now to see that. Well, if we ever decide to re-establish the COG offshore, then we need more than a trawler navy, and not just for transport. When you're ready, let's assess their officers. I admit I've neglected the service badly. Someone knocked at the door, and Prescott looked around. Any other business before I turn in? Any other classified information you haven't shared with me, sir? Prescott gave him that look, the I hate apologizing to the hired help look. I'm sorry about that, Victor. Yes, I've told you about every facility in COG territory now. The trouble with politics is that not volunteering information becomes a default in the best of us. It's a mechanism we learn to stop ourselves from blurting out things at inopportune moments. That's not an answer, but you've told me what I need to know anyway, asshole. Thank you, sir, Hoffman said. Sleep well. He raised his voice. Come in. Prescott reached the door just as Bernie Mataki walked in. She held something balanced on a large sheet of metal, covered in a piece of camo fabric, and managed to salute the chairman without dropping it. Hoffman waited for Prescott's footsteps to fade. The man had a lair overlooking the sports field, with one of his priceless rugs on the floor, and for a man born to rule, he seemed oddly happy with that. Asshole, Hoffman said. It felt better to say it out loud. That's no way to talk to room service, Colonel. He smiled. One day you're going to have to peel me off his throat. Well, better keep your strength up then, sir. She laid the metal sheet on his desk and whipped off the cover like a waitress, to reveal a mess tin cradling a lump of brown meat and a few pale root vegetables that could have been anything. She'd even found some decent cutlery. It's as tough as old boots, but we didn't have time to hang it. Cole hammered it with a mallet for a while, though. Steak? Venison steak. You could have had liver pâté, too, but some bastard cat got it. But I got the cat, so we're even. Bernie could always make him smile. He looked down at the tabby fur bootliners that had instantly cemented her reputation with Delta Squad. Anyone who could skin and eat cats earned a certain cautious respect. You're primal, Sergeant Mataki. Go on, eat. Don't go. I need company. Hoffman hadn't had a steak in 9-10 years, maybe longer. He certainly couldn't remember having game at all. He chewed, eyes closed, overwhelmed by the intensity of the flavor, and suddenly found tears running down his face. She sounded as if she'd sighed. Are you okay? Maybe it was just fatigue, or the lid finally coming off after years of keeping it clipped down, or just vague memories of a vanished world that had restaurants. Either way, he was embarrassed. "Yes," he said, wiping his face with his palm. "Hell, I don't know. Things you forgot existed. A few nights' sleep would do you the world of good, sir. It's Vic, remember? Let's pretend it's still the NCO's mess, and all this tinsel on my collar never happened." He opened the bag he kept under the desk, everything he owned, then took out the flask of brandy he'd been keeping for something special. He'd always imagined it would be one last toast to absent friends before he took a final stand, or used that one last round any sensible man saved for himself. "Here, rinse that cup out. Drink with me, will you?" Bernie considered him with her head cocked to one side, then chuckled. "Yeah, Vic, I will." She took a metal object from her belt pouch that he first thought was a pocket watch, but she gave it a shake in her hand and it extended into a small cup. She placed it on the desk. Hoffman examined it, fascinated. It was made of concentric, tapering steel rings. "That's very clever. Collapsible. I travel light. We're the last of our kind, Bernie." He poured a generous and gentlemanly measure for her. "To the 26th Royal Tyrant Infantry. 26 RTI, she said. The unvanquished. We beat the goddamn grubs anyway. And we're not the last. There's Phoenix and Santiago." "I meant our generation." "Then we're definitely the last." She stared into the cup, then raised it again. "Absent friends." There were so many of those now. Hoffman used to be able to recite names, but the best he could do now was remember individuals sporadically. "I heard about Ty Caliso." The Baird Broadcasting Service." "And Santiago." "All of it? Maybe not. I haven't caught up with him yet. I keep meaning to. It's grim. He found his wife in some grub cell. Marcus said she was blind, couldn't speak, couldn't recognize Dom, looked like a corpse. He didn't know what the hell to do. She was too far gone." Bernie took a pull at the cup, then put her forefinger to her temple, thumb extended, and squeezed an imaginary trigger. Hoffman was about to take another mouthful of steak. He couldn't. Oh, God. Bloody hard. Doesn't matter if it's the kindest option or not. Been there, or been close anyway. Hoffman thought of Margaret more these days. It wasn't that he missed her, not like Dom Santiago would mourn his wife. He just felt worse about her each year. It wasn't even a tragic love story, just a mediocre mutual toleration, like so many marriages. But even if he hadn't pulled any trigger, he'd certainly killed Margaret. "I'll talk to him," Hoffman said, and started eating again. "I'm still his CO. Hell, I remember the night his daughter was born. ASFO won't go away, will it? Do you want it to? Not really." So it was Bernie and Vic again for a while, just an hour or so, and one of the few times in his life when he regretted the path he'd taken, not as a soldier, but as a man. "Is it ever too late in life to put things right?" he said. "If I thought it was, I wouldn't be here." Bernie probably meant that insane journey across Sarah to rejoin the COG ranks after so many years. But maybe she didn't. He'd find out. Chapter 5. The coalition of ordered governments still exists, the rule of law still exists, and our social covenants still exist. We may no longer be in a state of war, but we still have a battle ahead to survive and rebuild. And in these difficult days there will be no tolerance of lawlessness and antisocial behavior. Unity defeated the locust.
But disunity will be the certain end of us all. Chairman Richard Prescott, to the remnant of Jacintos' population, Port Farrell. CNV Sovereign, Marinot Naval Base, 10 days after the evacuation of Jacinto, 14 AE. Would you mind stepping in the footbath, sir? There was a large metal tray full of purple liquid at the foot of the ship's bow. A commander, Alistair Fine, Anya's list said, the most senior serving officer left in the Cog Navy, stood sentry at the top, making it clear that not even the Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief Medical Officer would get on board unless they followed procedure. "What a good boy," said Dr. Heyman. "Up you go, Colonel." Anya watched Hoffman carefully. A lesser man would have snarled, but the colonel just paused, as if someone had reminded him he'd forgotten his keys. He paddled his boots in the disinfectant, shook off the surplus, and strode up the brow. Dr. Heyman followed. "Opposed boarding," Marcus muttered. "Send in the shock troops first." "I'm sure Fine will see sense." Marcus was so close behind Anya that she could smell carbolic soap. Everyone was scrubbing themselves raw these days. It wasn't just infection control. There was some psychological tick sweeping the ranks, like a need to wash off the past. At the top of the brow there was a bucket of soapy, strongly scented water. "Hands," said Fine. "Please. I'm glad to see you're taking hygiene seriously." Hoffman washed like a surgeon. "Dr. Heyman's going to give you a great report. We're a confined space." Fine, definitely wary, beckoned them to follow. "I've got more than 8,000 people on board. We don't need any more problems." Once they were off the weather deck, the air inside the ship was blissfully warm. Anya inhaled a heady cocktail of oil, cooking, and bodies. Not unpleasant, just a silent reminder that the carrier was crammed to the deckheads. Fine stood back to usher them into a compartment with CAG Briefing T6 stenciled on the bulkhead next to the door. As Anya stepped over the combing, she caught Fine looking past her at Marcus with a wary look on his face. Maybe he thought he was the security detail. It was clear that the community of ships here was starting to see Port Farrell as Anarchy HQ, as well as a source of contagion. "Marcus Phoenix?" he said. "Correct, sir." Marcus had subtly different ways of saying "sir" according to whether he had any regard for the officer concerned or not. Anya thought for a moment that Fine knew him from a previous operation or had known his family. Then it struck her that some only knew Marcus as the Sergeant Phoenix who had been jailed for abandoning his post. The court-martial of an Embry Star hero tended to stick in people's minds. Anya felt herself brace instinctively, ready to defend him against whatever sneer or comment followed. But Fine said nothing more, and they sat down at the table. Flight suits hung against the bulkheads. Not enough locker room, then. All the King Raven pilots were now based in Sovereign. It had taken just days for the beginning of a divide to emerge between the refugee existence ashore and the relatively comfortable world afloat. The Navy had declined to send more medic-trained personnel ashore to support Heyman's struggling unit, and it claimed it couldn't accommodate anyone else. "Commander," Hoffman rested his elbows on the table, "I'd like to do this by negotiation, but I often have to do things I don't like. Dr. Heyman's team is going under, and I'd really like you to release some of your corpsmen." Fine nodded at Hoffman, then aimed his reply at the doctor. "When you evacuated Jacinto Medical Center, ma'am, we made Unity the infirmary ship. We've got a lot of critically injured gears and civilians who need acute care. I know what my job is, what my orders are, to preserve this crew, this ship, and this fleet.
I'm not going to second-guess JMC's chief of medicine about who we can afford to let die. This was the game. Hoffman would growl, Heyman would indulge in some shroud-waving, and then Anya would suggest a compromise position. And if that didn't work, Marcus had orders to remove Fine from the ship. He hadn't been happy with that. Yes, it's not going to inspire anyone to pull together. Authority's fine, but when you impose it in a situation like this... I'm losing a long list of civvies every day, Sonny, Heyman said. Fine must have been in his 40s. You can't do much about hypothermia, and we don't have that many surgical cases because they've conveniently died, the poor bastards. But you sure as hell can help with the medical ones. Respiratory cases, mainly. Rust, lung, and viruses. I'm aware of the disease issue. By the way, footbaths are terrific for controlling livestock diseases, but not the ones we're likely to develop. 5 points for trying, though. Anya felt sorry for Fine. Heyman could emasculate any man with a razor-edged word. It was diplomacy time. How about pooling our resources? Anya said. Trade you a few surgical staff or nursing assistants. Or we can look at making Unity into the central COG medical facility and move all our cases on board.
Anya learned the lines Heyman fed her. It was a threat. Hoffman could have forced anything on Fine, of course, or shot him for failing to jump when he said so. But there was a time to crack down and a time for restraint. It always surprised her that Hoffman, gruff to the core, not even a veneer, could navigate that psychological maze.
Look, Fine said, let's start as we mean to go on. I'm a supply officer. I can't fight a war, although I'd die trying. For the last 15 years we've kept the skeleton fleet operational. Maintained ships, ferried supplies, managed stockpiles. The COG gave up pretending to have a navy on E-Day, but the Navy kept going. Now, I'm not claiming we've been through the hell that land forces have, but we were tasked to keep a core Navy afloat, just in case, and that's what we've done. You can understand my reluctance to compromise the people we've rescued. Anya felt bad for Fine. Yes, she'd have done the same. Heyman went to answer, but Hoffman cut in. You did good, son, he said. Here's the problem I've got, though. We're less than a month out of Jacinto, and we're already splitting into haves and have-nots along location lines. Now, I reckon your citizens put up with as much shit as the land-based ones, but the others won't see it that way. They're already asking for transfer. Hoffman took his cap off and passed his palm over his shaven scalp. And I'm saying no. I understand your position, and you have complete authority to do whatever you want with these ships. Okay, here's a plan. We help each other out on the medical side, and I'll divert more resources to fitting out one of the tankers as accommodation. Heyman gave the colonel a sharp look. It wasn't in the script. Anya stood by for a diversion in case the descent was visible. I'm very grateful, sir, Fine said. I owe the Navy. Hoffman put his cap back on, and his eyes met Anya's for a moment. She couldn't imagine this man giving an order for Marcus to be left to die in prison. Now, have you got any intel on this base? Old stuff, I mean. We've got plans going back to the last major construction here, but that's only 70 years. My men think there's a lot more underground storage here, like the emulsion tanks. Marinat's been a dockyard since the era of silence. There must be a warren under the docks. Fine seemed fully on side now. The little stroking worked wonders. Only people who might know would be some of the retired men. The Navy retires? Only to run the merchant fleet. Trawlers and tankers. Not always. Counter-piracy patrol. You think all the stranded are on land? Try Quentin Michelson. Well, I'll be damned. Hoffman lit up. He was in an exceptionally good mood today. Some gears seemed lost without the routine of combat, but some were changing before Anya's eyes. Michelson! I thought he'd be dead by now. Old friend? We go back some. Thank you, Commander. Michelson was a name that also rang a bell for Anya, even though she couldn't quite place it. Fine guided them back to the brow through narrow passages and watertight doors. Hoffman strode away down the quay with a definite spring in his step. I like that guy, he said. Heyman struggled to keep up. She wasn't impressed. I don't know what kind of shit you're up to, Colonel, but you're at the age when you'll have prostate trouble, and that's no time to piss off your doctor. She gestured to the waiting Dill to collect her. Make sure Fine does what he said, or I'll get that tapeworm Prescott to make it happen. She stormed off. She hadn't gotten what she'd wanted and needed, which was control of the naval medical facilities. Anya allowed herself a brutally pragmatic thought that it was better to end up with 50% mortality than 100%, and that she was glad that Fine was an isolationist. Hoffman was now striding ahead of Anya and Marcus, swinging his arms and leaving a trail of vapor as he exhaled. It made him look steam-powered. It was the first thing that had struck Anya as funny since the evacuation. Michelson must be special. The intense cold burned her face. The old man's not normally like that. Former CO, Pomeroy. Marcus always did have a prodigious memory. Amphib, Special Forces. Ah, yeah. Anya remembered now. Pomeroy was the support vessel for the assault on Aspho Point. She'd been duty control officer in Kelowna when her mother was killed. It wasn't a happy association for Marcus, either. I wouldn't recognize him. He was chummy with Hoffman. You seem to be on good terms with the Colonel now, too. He's okay. For an asshole. Anya wanted to tell him that he didn't have to keep up this front with her, but she suspected it was too much a part of him now to let it go. These days she could hardly tell when he was in an approachable mood and when he wanted his space. Every painful event in his life left him less communicative. She wanted to reach up and touch the puckered scars that ran across his right cheek and through his lip, but thought better of it. That wasn't something she could ever do in public. She just gestured. He seemed to have collected more recent scars. So you got a few more in prison, then? Marcus closed his eyes, more a long blink than anything. And I used to be so pretty. It's been 6 months. If you're over it, then you'd mention it at least. It's as if it never happened. Maybe that's how I dealt with it. I wrote. Screw it. She finally had to get this out of her system, whether he liked it or not. He always seemed disturbed by open affection. It upset her to think that he might not have understood, even now after all these years, that she still lost sleep over him. I got your message not to visit, but I wrote. Twice a week for 4 years. I'd have written daily if I hadn't thought you'd get pissed off with me. Marcus's jaw muscles tended to betray how tight a rein he had on himself at any moment. Dom said he wrote, too. Didn't get more than a couple of letters. The slab's lousy at guest relations. Anya had always imagined Marcus reading the letters and throwing them away, embarrassed. Now she could see some prison warder sharing them with his buddies, laughing at this stupid girl who was pining for a man who'd die in prison. Life expectancy for an inmate was less than a year once that door slammed shut. She'd actually started grieving. She felt ashamed that she had. But you can guess what was in them, she said. Marcus's jaw muscles twitched a few more times. Yeah. Well, that hasn't changed. She could see Hoffman already waiting at the next jetty. For once he wasn't pacing around in irritated impatience, and he just looked away from her, as if he was intruding. "It never has, and it never will." Marcus made a faint sound in his throat, as if he was going to come out with one of his rumbling, all-purpose avoidance comments, but he just cut it short and nodded a few times. If anything, he looked overwhelmed. It would have been easier if he'd told her to get lost or had a string of other women, but he didn't. She was competing with ghosts, and whatever padlock his family had put on dealing with emotions. But it was early days, for everyone. 6 months or 6 years wasn't going to put Marcus right, whatever right meant for him. By the time they reached Hoffman, Anya had dragged her worries back to the slightly simpler task of dealing with a community still balanced on the edge of fragmentation. "Now watch an old man make a total asshole of himself," Hoffman muttered. He kept glancing up to the deck of the trawler, as if he was waiting to be invited on board. He was the head of the COG forces. The vessel was his, under martial law. But he seemed almost excited. The bridge door swung open, and a gray-bearded man with sun-baked skin stepped out. "Victor? Victor, you old bastard!" "You lazy excuse for a maggot," Hoffman growled, grinning like a kid. "Get your sorry ass off that pleasure boat and get used to driving a real ship again." "I thought you'd forgotten me." "Hell no! I need a real sailor." "Spoken like an admiral." "Don't tell me you were running counter-piracy in this pisspot." "Best thing for the job on the coastal run." Michelson had the most beatific smile. He clearly loved his calling. You drift along, distract the wrong sort from the freighters, and when they come alongside to relieve you of your catch, bang and good night. So what can I do for you? Fish, crabs, clams, dead bad guys? Dockyard plans. My gears want to explore. After the fuel find, they're convinced there's more storage down there that we don't have blueprints for. We need to check out every possibility." Hoffman gestured over his shoulder. "You remember these two? Lieutenant Stroud and Sergeant Phoenix." Michelson looked past Hoffman. "I don't think I've met Miss Stroud before, which is my loss, but I do remember Sergeant Phoenix." Marcus just nodded once. "Dominic Santiago's here, too. He'll want to say hello." "Ah, yes. The commando with all the kids and the lovely wife." "I'm afraid not," Marcus said. "Not now." Michelson looked away for a moment, then beckoned them aboard. "That was a bastard of a war." It was. But they were now using the past tense. Anya could only see that as a cause for hope. Marinat, Dry Dock C. Cole thought dockyards were just holes in the coastline with a few fancy buildings, but Marinat was an education. No, it was a maze. There were tunnels and interconnecting shafts, even stone stairways that vanished under water. A lot of the metal that could be ripped out easily had gone, but the place was still usable. It even looked like people were having fun here. If Cole turned his back on the broken skyline of Port Farrell and just stared out to sea, the world looked like nothing had ever gone wrong. He couldn't even see snow. A flock of seabirds followed the trawlers like a noisy white cloud, and the wind slapped sails against masts. If he'd known what normal looked like, he'd have said it looked normal. The only normal he'd ever seen had been old paintings in the House of Sovereigns. "Okay, this is good." Baird knelt down on what looked like a solid bridge at the edge of a dry dock and peered over the side. "Look at all these sluices in the caisson. That's engineering. Man, you need to get out more. If we can get the pumps working, we can maintain hulls. They ain't gonna let you play with that submarine. How about a nice dinghy?" With anyone else, Cole could have made a crack about the toys they must have wanted as kids and never got. But there was too much shit in Baird's family history. When Baird mentioned his folks, and that wasn't often, it was like he was quoting a history lesson. They did this, they did that, and he did something else. The word feel never came into it. Cole, who coped by imagining his folks being on some long overseas trip and still wrote his mother letters to get it out of his system, thought there was nothing worse than having no happy memories to keep you going in the shitty times. Actually, that wasn't completely true. Baird did have some happy memories. They all revolved around the cool things he'd built as a kid, which he seemed to miss more than his folks. No denying it, Baird was fixated when it came to machinery. "You keep the yacht, Cole," he said. "Me? I want torpedoes. Shit, where is everyone? I'm freezing. Marcus is getting some chart or something from a crazy old sea captain. Man, the romance of the sea." Cole kept watch on the road, waiting for the rest of the squad. It was hard to think there was any stash of supplies that the stranded hadn't sniffed out. But there was a whole wrecked world, and maybe only 1 in 1,000 folks had survived, so there had to be plenty of shit they hadn't found yet. "About time," Baird said. Cole turned around and saw Marcus, Dom, and Bernie approaching from the opposite direction. Road was an optimistic word for it. The concrete was broken up, and saplings were growing through the cracks. "Just one little bit of road. How long before we get around to fixing that?" "Baby, it's going to take forever to repair Sarah." "Dom looks like shit," Baird said. "He ain't sleeping. Man always sounds normal to me. That's what's abnormal. You want him to go crazy once a day, just so we're sure he's still hurting? You know what I mean. He's hanging on best he can." Cole was sure he'd have wanted Baird to cap him if the locust had messed him up that bad. Maybe it was better to tell folks that in advance. It saved them a lot of worrying afterward. But Dom's lady probably never thought she'd end up that way. You still gotta pull the trigger, though. Don't feel any better, even if you got permission in writing. Marcus walked up to Baird and Cole with a sheet of paper stuffed under his arm and some black cylindrical things dangling from straps in one hand. "Okay, it took 15 years. Marcus held up 5 flashlights. "Maybe we can find a way of attaching these so we're hands-free." Baird grabbed one and played with the buttons. "This is so what I wanted. A few friggin' years ago." Marcus handed another flashlight to Cole. "Courtesy of NCOG. We going somewhere dark? Tunnels. Treasure hunt, baby." Nobody said that they'd had enough of going underground. Cole knew everyone felt the same way, but this was probably one of the last times they'd ever have to do that shit. And there was a chance there'd be something worth finding down there other than grubs and trouble. "You got the map? Has it got a little picture of one of them brass-bound chests with loot spilling out of it?" Marcus didn't smile, but at least the line of his mouth relaxed a bit. "Michelson says there was always talk of an old armory and magazine somewhere between here and the airstrip. He remembers a drain cover in line with the barracks entrance. Navy life must have been really boring," Baird said. "He got busted as a cadet for getting drunk and going down there." Bernie scanned the derelict skyline. "There's got to be another access. They'd have to be able to get supplies down there." "Find the drain," Dom said, "then work our way out. Let's hope it hasn't flooded." It took a damn long time. The barracks entrance was intact, but the grounds in between were overgrown, and it was hard to even find concrete in the rubble, trees, and undergrowth. Cole walked along an imaginary path from the front doors, just the stone frame, because the wood had already been ripped out, and kept his eyes down. The squad ended up doing a line search, like a bunch of cops at a crime scene. Eventually, Dom squatted down and started scraping away debris with his fingers. "Here we go." He jammed his knife under the edge of the cover plate. Give me a hand. Mind your fingers. Who's going down first? Baird asked, peering into the hole. Thinnest? Bernie gave him her shark look. How about biggest tosser? Let's try the rock test first. Marcus looked around for a chunk of stone, then lobbed it into the shaft. There was a small thud almost right away. Sounds dry and shallow. Let's get a safety line down there. Hey, Control? Matheson, we're investigating a possible underground store on the jetty side of the barracks. If we're late reporting in, panic. The opening was wide enough to take a gear in armor, and when Cole shone his flashlight inside, he could see brickwork and flagstones. There were footholds in the sides of the shaft, but the metal ladder had rusted through, leaving stumps where the rails had hung. Baird secured a line to the nearest tree. Ah, shit. Marcus sat on the edge of the shaft, legs dangling, palms flat on either side. I've done worse. He dropped. Cole heard a grunt as he winded himself landing. Baird, stay up top, just in case. Everyone else down here. Cole took the rope route. He hit the flagstones just after Bernie, and the place lit up with pools of white light as they shone flashlights around. The first thing that struck him wasn't that it was musty and dark, but that it was warm. Warmer than the surface, anyway. They were in a small lobby with a couple of vaulted passages leading off it. It's all arches, Dom said. He moved his beam along the walls. I can see doors in them. Well, it's storage, all right. Let's start here. Marcus seemed wary, checking the low ceilings, but Bernie didn't look bothered. She went exploring further up the passage. I'll find the main access, she said. Don't walk off and leave me down here, okay? Her boots echoed on the stone and faded. Cole and Marcus squared up to the first set of doors and forced them open. Should have brought Jack, Marcus said. Yeah, the bot would have cracked the doors right away. Dom walked in and checked inside. I hope this isn't 80-year-old beans. Cole followed the narrow white beam that was bouncing over wood-lined walls. No, stacks of crates on racks, loads of them. Dom heaved one of the boxes onto the floor and took out his knife. Place your bets, he said. The three of them trained their flashlights on the box as Dom levered the lid free. The wood splintered. There was a layer of wadding underneath. When Dom peeled it back, Cole could see small metal containers. We couldn't be that lucky, Dom said. Cole grabbed a container and pulled off the lid. It was neatly packed with rounds. They looked in good condition. Oh, man! Lancer rifles hadn't changed much in 50 years, except for the chainsaw. They used the same caliber now as they did during the Pendulum Wars. Cole tossed another container to Marcus. Now, long as this ain't the only full crate, and it's all in this condition... Hey! Leave me up here freezing my ass off, why don't you? Baird's voice echoed down the shaft. What's happening? Damon, baby, it's Coal Train's birthday. This is just what I always wanted. Ammo, Marcus called back. He sounded relieved rather than pleased. Who says the Navy's just for decoration? Check out the rest before we celebrate too soon. They picked doors at random, forcing them open and cracking wooden boxes for about 20 minutes, and found they were all full. Some tins were rusted through, but it was pretty dry down here. There's enough ammo for a siege, Cole said. That was what they were expecting. Marcus took off a glove and felt one of the walls. Yeah, dry. There must be waterproofing behind this. Nice and warm, Cole said. Compared to topside. Maybe we all ought to move down here for the winter. There's cabling and everything. Marcus had a certain look that went beyond a frown, a kind of deliberate lack of expression that told Cole he really didn't want anyone to see he was rattled. He was doing it now. "We're not going to be driven underground like grubs," he said quietly. His lips barely moved. "This place smells like a fucking prison." Yeah, Cole got it. The sooner Marcus was out of here, the better. Dom had disappeared further down the passage. Cole could hear splintering wood and the clatter of tins. "You can't eat ammo," Baird called. "Yeah, but you can eat this." Dom came jogging back down the passage with some more metal containers in his hand, small rectangular cans. He held one up and rattled it. "Dry rations. Man, you gonna shit yourself for a year if you try eating that garbage now." Cole held out his hand for one of the cans. "Looks like some kind of cracker. Don't Navy crackers have weevils in 'em or something?" "Canapes," Baird jeered from the shaft. He must have had his head stuck down there. "How elegant." "We clear this place out first. Then we worry about the eat-by date." Marcus studied another box with a frown, pressing his earpiece. "Bernie? Found the front door yet?" Bernie didn't respond. The radios were always a problem underground. But she'd been gone long enough to walk nearly a kilometer, and that meant she could be anywhere. Marcus shook his head and ambled away down the passage, repeating the call. "That you barking, Cole?" Baird called. There was a lot more wild noise around Port Farrell than Cole expected. Everything from surprisingly loud bird song to something that sounded like a guy coughing up rust lung, which Bernie said was a stag telling other bucks to stay off his turf. Without humans and their machines around, you could hear stuff from 5-10 clicks away. But that was definitely dogs he could hear now. "I can't tell where it's coming from. Sounds distant. Bernie said there was dog packs around. Yeah, she'd be thinking about dessert." A shot rang out. "Baird? Shit, what was that? Nothing up here." It was inside, not out. Cole dropped the box he was rummaging through and ran in the direction that Marcus and Bernie had gone. Dom chased after him. "Marcus? Hey, you okay?" The comms channel was just stuttering static again. Marcus's voice echoed back in bursts, as if he was running. "I heard it. Shit, it's a maze down here. Bernie, where the hell are you?" The flashlights weren't much help for navigating tunnels with passages branching off them. Cole found himself right on top of junctions before he saw them, and had to pause to listen or look for boot prints before he could work out where Marcus had gone, and then remember the route he and Dom had taken. The acoustics threw Cole completely. Working out directions from sound bouncing around a warren was next to impossible. There was another shot, and then his earpiece crackled again, but no voice. It might have been Bernie transmitting. "Shit, how far have we run?" "Bernie, what the hell are you doing?" "No, where?" Marcus must have been closer to her now, or maybe closer to ground level, because he sounded like he was having a conversation. And Cole was close enough to hear him. "Where are they?" "Cole here, baby. Who we talking about?" Bernie's voice exploded in Cole's earpiece. "Dogs! Bloody wild dogs!" Cole could see shadows without the flashlight now. There was natural light coming from somewhere, and the echo effect was fading. When he rounded the next corner, he found himself on a cobbled slope. Light cut through in shafts from gaps in the planked roof overhead. The air was colder. This was the end of one of the tunnels, back near the surface. Then he heard the snarling and a long burst of automatic fire. "Shit," Dom said. "Just how big are those mutts?" Cole switched his Lancer to automatic out of habit, not expecting anything more than a few hungry strays. But he was wrong. When he got to the top of the shallow slope, he stepped sideways toward the light and saw Marcus, Lancer aimed, taking one slow step at a time, as if he was tracking something. Where'd they go? Marcus turned. Shit! Oh, fuck! That was Bernie. She wheeled around at the same time Marcus did, and Cole could see blood on her chin. That was when it ceased to be just weird and became a fight. A pack of at least 20 dogs, big ones, mongrels and hounds of all sorts, came racing down another passage from behind Cole and Dom, like they'd wheeled around the back to ambush them. Cole opened fire. Shit! He'd chainsawed his way through more grubs than he could even begin to count, and now he was under attack from friggin' puppies? But they weren't cute pets. They were wild predators, too fast to target and way too close to shoot without spraying Dom or Marcus, and 2 got past. Cole spun around to see them leap and bring down Bernie by sheer momentum. Nobody had a clear shot. The big tan dog, with a back like a damn pony, had its jaw clamped on her left bicep, and the other one, black and tan, smooth-haired, would have had her face off if she hadn't hooked her fingers in the corner of its mouth and ripped hard. Marcus moved in and brought his lancer down like a mallet. It took Dom 2 point-blank shots to stop the other one. Bernie lay there for a moment and then struggled to her feet. Cole caught her arm to steady her. It was the first time he'd seen her really scared, wide-eyed, chalk-white, and breathing hard.
"What, you forgot you've got chainsaws or something?"
she snapped. "We might have taken your arm off." Marcus started checking her over, all quiet and calm again. "Dom, are there any more out there?" "Looks all clear." All they could hear now was the wind and Baird's shouts. Cole had no idea where the tunnel had come up, but Baird seemed to have found them. Bernie limped out into the open air.
"Whoa! Firelight?"
Baird said.
"What the hell's down there?"
"All done." Marcus held up his hand. "Feral dogs."
"You're shitting me. We can take on the grub army, but we crap our pants when we run into a pooch or 2?
"Man, you didn't see 'em." Cole had never seen a dog set on killing, let alone a pack of them. They didn't run off whimpering. They weren't scared of humans or rifles. They just kept on coming. "Those things are fast." Bernie didn't like losing face in front of Baird. Cole watched her brace her shoulders like she was going to cuss him out.
"The idea is to pick 'em off at a distance," she said,
but her voice was still shaky.
"Not get cornered and knocked down in a confined space where you can't use your weapon. Haven't they got rabbits to chase? It's cold. There's less for them to hunt in this weather, and we've attracted them."
She tried to unfasten her elbow plate to roll back her sleeve, but she was trembling too much. Cole grabbed her arm and took off the layers for her.
"A human settlement's an easy meal for dogs."
"Skin's not broken," Cole said. "You're still going to see the doc. Your chin's cut or scratched or something." Baird studied the dead dogs and prodded them with his boot.
"So are we eating these or not?"
"I think I'll pass," Bernie said. She looked plain wrung out. It just wasn't right for a lady of that age to have to live like this. Okay, she was tough and she could take care of herself, but it still upset Cole that she even had to. They headed back toward Port Farrell, Baird ambling along in front and shaking his head as if he couldn't believe Delta Squad had come to this.
"So we stop fighting grubs and we start fighting Stranded, the local dog pound, and each other."
He flung his arms out in disgust.
"Welcome to the new world peace."
"Better get those stores moved out," Marcus said, ignoring him. "At least we know where to bring the vehicles now." Dom kept turning around to scan the area. "Man, I never knew dogs would try to kill people like that. You sure they're not diseased or something?"
"They're just being dogs,"
Bernie said.
"When people disappear and there's no more commands or fences, animals go back to being what they always were, animals."
Marcus nodded to himself. Cole knew that look. "Like humans," Marcus said. Port Farrell, Checkpoint B, 2 days later. A steady trickle of junkers and battered trucks was still running between the dockyard and Port Farrell, ferrying the windfall of supplies from the tunnels. Dom huddled in the shelter of a wall. A dark red down-filled jacket, definitely not uniform issue, had been left without explanation on his mattress a couple of days ago, and that meant someone else had given it up for him. He needed to know who was prepared to make that sacrifice for him in this weather. When he finished his duty watch, he'd hand it on to the next guy, Jace. For all the agony and privation of the last few weeks, he found the unquestioning comradeship of being a gear the most comforting thing in his life. And I haven't blown my own brains out yet, so I can't be grieving that much, can I? What kind of bastard am I? Dom even found himself distracted, wondering what he'd find to eat in the barracks. He didn't deserve a damn jacket that could have been making someone else comfortable. Footsteps crunched behind him from the direction of the food distribution center. The snow had mostly vanished, despite the lack of a thaw. It had sublimed, Baird said, but the ground was still frozen. Cole had given up trying to arrange thrashball games to keep the kids' spirits up, because he was worried they'd break bones on a sports field as solid as concrete.
So what did you find?
Anya slipped close to Dom and tucked her arm through his for warmth. That was the kind of thing you learned to do fast with buddies in this climate. It didn't mean anything else.
Prescott's actually excited about it. I don't think I've ever seen him excited about anything.
What, he's jumping up and down, clapping his hands?
No, he keeps smiling.
It's indigestion.
So, Lancer rounds, high-energy crackers, antiseptic liquid?
Field dressings, sterile scalpels, painkillers, loads of drugs, but so damn old.
Heyman's pleased. She says expiry dates are pretty flexible for a lot of meds.
So we've got fuel, ammo, and medical supplies, but no damn food.
Well, the chickens are enjoying the crackers.
Shit. Someone really did bring chickens with him? No pigs?
Oh, we have some refugee pigs, too.
Anya fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a tiny plastic container.
And I traded a pair of gloves for this tonight. Eye makeup. Half full. We won't be making this kind of thing again for years.
You don't need it.
Dom was simply being matter-of-fact.
Anya could stop traffic, makeup or not. People stared at her even in this shithole of a camp. Do you know who left this jacket for me? Anya shook her head.
No, but it's kind of them.
Everyone knows I shot Maria, don't they? It was a shrinking community, and gossip was one of the few interesting things left to do. Are they saying what a bastard I am?
Anya's arm tightened on his. It was the first time he'd said it out loud to her. If they're talking about you at all, she said gently, they're saying that you really have to love someone to be willing to end their misery and take it on yourself for the rest of your life.
Dom didn't want to be let off the hook. He didn't want to be poor, tragic Dom, hero and martyr. He wanted someone to punch him out for failing his wife. He thought he understood the weird shit going on in his head that made him react that way, but it didn't actually stop him from feeling it. Do you ever not do things, really obvious things, and then hate yourself afterward? He asked.
Every day,
Anya nodded.
Yes, every day.
You know, we came face to face with the Locust Queen. I was thinking about it last night, and I could have asked her. I could have asked why the hell the grubs hate us so much, what they want, why they did that to Maria. And I didn't.
You really think she'd have given you an answer? Seriously?
Anya was right, but Dom was still in that place where he could know one thing and yet believe another entirely. No, probably not. Hey, you're going to freeze out here. Go back to the mess.
If you ever want to talk, Dom, you know I'm here.
Thanks, Anya.
See you later, then.
Dom went on, staring into the darkness,
concentrating on the wobbling lights of vehicles as they pottered around. He really wasn't sure if he wanted to spill his guts or not. Maybe he was looking for forgiveness, but there was nobody left to give it to him. So he tried to be the Dom who got on with soldiering. Okay, how much more are they going to haul out of those tunnels? The underground passages were more extensive than anyone had realized, Marcus told him. They extended under the city, and parts were hundreds of years old, built when the dockyard was first constructed. A lot of the things stored down there were useless, but it was still worth checking every nook and cranny for anything that could be reused. People were starting over with almost nothing they'd been used to having, even in the worst days of Jacinto, and no way to manufacture it for maybe years to come. How the hell did the Locust Queen know Adam Phoenix? Dom cradled his lancer one-handed and stuck his other hand under his arm for warmth. The cold ate through his gloves like acid. She just said that to fuck with Marcus's head. The bitch was probably the one who killed his dad anyway. Well, she was gone now, with pretty well all her stinking kind. Dom was disappointed that he hadn't come across more grub stragglers. He hadn't had any closure at all, not even seeing the tunnels flooding, and he understood Bernie's rare loss of discipline in wanting to carve up that grub. God knows what they did to Marcus's dad then. And I bet Marcus is still chewing that over, but he'll never say a word about it. Funny, me and him, we know every damn thought the other has by now. And yet there's still some shit we never talk about. His mom, his dad, Anya, prison. Dom made up his mind there and then. He'd have a serious talk with Marcus when he rostered off. He'd finally tell him to stop dicking around over Anya, and that he ought to have learned his lesson when he thought she'd been killed. One minute he was distraught when he couldn't contact her, and the next it was back to we're just friends, business as usual. Bullshit. You've got no idea how much life will hurt without her, Marcus. A broken bottle lay in the gutter opposite the checkpoint. Dom watched it for a while, trying to work out how long it had been there, why nobody had collected it to reuse it like every other precious scrap of metal in Port Farrell, and why it was glittering in the faint light from the checkpoint post. Then he realized it was moving. Every so often it would shiver. It's the wind. He kept watching, gradually more engrossed in it. It rattled against the curb. No. It looked like it was vibrating. Shit. Dom didn't trust his own eyes at the moment. He'd seen some weird and wholly unreal things since the assault on Landdown, mostly centered on Maria, and the medic had told him it was concussion and stress. He pressed his radio earpiece just to make sure he wasn't seeing things again. Checkpoint 8 to control. Santiago here. Don't say it. It's the wind. You know it is. He didn't get an immediate response from Matheson. Things were quiet in Port Farrell compared to the usual comms traffic that CIC was used to, so Dom expected some acknowledgement right away. He switched to the open radio circuit to see if there was something happening elsewhere, and the chatter of civilian drivers, gear loadmasters, and perimeter sentries filled his ear. Proper radio procedure had gone to rat shit now. 5-7 here. 3-9, you're going to move that heap? I need the ramp. 3-9 to 5-7. Sorry, man, give me 2 minutes. Control, those goddamn dogs are back in the storage vaults. I can hear 'em scratching. Any chance of some assertive pest control? Dom noticed that the city at his back was suddenly silent. It wasn't just the general quiet of a bitterly cold night. It was like a scared, suddenly held breath. Oh, God, it's not just me. Dom felt it with senses sharpened by 15 years of practice. It made him look down at the road beneath his boots. It made him check his lancer and start looking around him 360 degrees. It put him on full alert.
The broken bottle was now tapping gently but insistently against the concrete curb. Chink, 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 chink. And then voices erupted in his earpiece, and he knew he wasn't crazy. "Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Shit, they're here! Where are you? Where the fuck are you? Fire!" The screaming and yelling lasted 5 chaotic seconds before the ground under him shook and he started running. He bolted back into the city, not even thinking, letting his reflexes take him. The pavement ahead collapsed into a long, narrow trench like opening a zipper, and he jumped clear. But the subsidence was streaking away from him, sucking down concrete and paving slabs as it made for the center of the Port Farrell camp. He could hear screaming already. The civilians were packed into the southern part of the abandoned port, and they knew as well as any gear what was happening. The grubs were back, and all he wanted to do was get at them the moment they broke through the surface. He couldn't see them. There was no more radio traffic from the underground stores, so he guessed that was where they'd entered. They'd come in under the city using tunnels obligingly dug for them by humans years before. It didn't matter that these were just a handful left out of a vast army. They could still kill. They'd effectively been let loose in a cage full of humans at a time when humans were an endangered species. I wanted to take a crack at them one last time, didn't I? Tell me I didn't make it happen somehow. Control, Santiago here. I'm following the tunnel collapse. You got any sightings? They're emerging around the communal buildings. Food center, medical stations, latrines. All squads engage. How many? I said how many? Dom lost track of the welter of voices. He could pick out Matheson, and then he heard Marcus calling for fire support. A battle had erupted in the center of town. Dom could see the flashes of light and hear the explosions. He was now running against a tide of civvies heading down the street toward him, women carrying kids bundled in just their nightclothes, some folks clutching the grab bags they'd been so thoroughly drilled to snatch and run with when disaster struck. It was blind flight. Dom was still looking for something to kill. The civvies could have been running into more grubs, but he had no way of knowing or stopping them. He just needed to hook up with his squad. Where's Anya? Oh, shit, did she make it back to CIC? Thunder rumbled ahead. He saw what he thought was billowing smoke, but it was dust. He inhaled it as he ran on, dodging lumps of masonry in the road. A building had collapsed. By the time he got out of the cloud of debris, he'd reached the city square where the food center had been set up, and then he found his grubs. The center was always busy. It took all day to serve meals and allocate rations, so there were plenty of people pinned down there. Bernie and Baird were easy to pick out among the gears firing from cover because they never wore helmets, but Dom couldn't see Marcus or Cole. He would have tried to raise Anya on the radio, but that wasn't what his body was telling him he had to do, and he ended up flat against the nearest wall, taking shots from the cover of the corner of a derelict bank. A couple of dozen drones sprayed the food center with gunfire as civvies tried to escape or run back inside. A berserker lurched around the square in a killing frenzy. The chain from her harness flailed wildly. She'd probably tracked the human scent, because that was all the female grubs were good for, mindless, savage bitches, even by grub standards. Dom waited for her to swing around, blocking him from the main direction of the drone's fire, and then ran for Baird's position. The berserker stopped and turned to focus on Dom. Oh, shit. Now he'd find out how many reloads it would take to drop her. He was caught in the open. Suddenly he didn't care. So what? So what? I'm going to kill them all, and if I take out a female, I stop her from dropping any more litters. Dom ran at her, firing with some half-assed idea that he could hit her underbelly, and knew he was going to die doing it. At that point, life became perfectly clear, sane, the calm eye of the storm. He knew what he had to do, and there was no need to worry about what he would have to live with afterward when the adrenaline stopped pumping.
There wouldn't be an afterward. The berserker closed the gap. Dom could smell her. He was sure he wasn't imagining how bad grubs smelled even when they weren't dead. And I'll die, and so will you, bitch. He sidestepped to reload, weirdly relaxed and easy. Someone yelled at him and he caught the word asshole, but he took no notice until a centaur roared past on his right. The next thing he knew, he'd been slammed flat on his back with a weight across him, winded, and a massive explosion showered him with wet debris. The firefight carried on. He tried to get up. Grenade rounds flashed over him. Are you fucking insane? It was Marcus. He pinned Dom to the ground. Stay down! Huge tires passed so close to Dom's head that he could smell them, as pungent as the stink of the berserker, a choking stench of rubber that caught the back of his throat. He struggled to turn his head to see what was happening. The tanks had moved in to finish the grubs. Shit. Clear! Suck on that, assholes! That was Cole, a few meters away. Yeah, we're done, baby. Anyone got a flamethrower? Let's clean the drains. Marcus got up and looked down at Dom for a moment before giving him a hand up. Dom was lobbed back into reality, his detachment suddenly gone, leaving him with a pounding heart and ragged breath. Oh, shit! I'm crazy! Dom, don't do this. Marcus grabbed his shoulder one-handed as if he was going to shake some sense into him. You're going to get through it. There's no point beating these assholes if you throw your life away. Dom could decode Marcus well enough by now. Guilt crashed in on him again, but this time it wasn't about Maria. He tried to be his old self, as much for his own reassurance as for Marcus. Sorry, man. I just get mad. Marcus let go of his shoulder, then walked from grub to grub as if he was tallying the corpses, nodding. I know. Just remember that a centaur round up the ass is going to ruin your day and mine. The centaur gunner leaned out of the tank's top hatch and called down to them. She had a good vantage point way up there. There's not many. I make it less than 40. She pushed back her goggles and pressed her earpiece, listening for a moment. Yeah, small raiding party. We're going to keep getting stragglers, but at least they're down to their womenfolk now. Small by the old standards, Marcus said. But not when they get loose among civvies. Dom watched casualties being carried away. They've got to stop sometime. The numbers are dropping. A woman with bright red curly hair walked up to him carrying a little boy in her arms, maybe 4 or 5 years old. Dom thought she was just going to ask him for help until she got closer, and he realized that the kid was dead. The boy's head lolled right back. There was a clean entry wound in the upper chest. Dead kids were the hardest thing Dom had to cope with. We were supposed to be safe here, the woman said, completely dry-eyed but shaking with shock. You were supposed to keep us safe, you bastards. What am I going to tell his father? She might as well have backhanded Dom across the face. It felt like she had, and he wanted to tell her he knew exactly what it felt like to lose your kids, but he didn't even know where to start. The woman walked off, straight into the arms of one of the civilian medical team, and Dom teetered on the edge between tearful grief and complete shutdown. Then he blanked the whole thing, because he had to. Marcus steered him back toward the barracks. They were still passing civilians with bags. They were heading out, or at least it looked like it. Marcus stopped a middle-aged man with 2 teenage boys as they passed. It's over, Marcus said. You can go home now. Home my ass, the man said. There's no home anymore. We're going to find the nearest stranded community. They seem to survive okay. Dom watched them disappear down the road. They weren't alone. He passed a few dozen on the walk back to the old school. Whatever had held people together in Jacinto was starting to come unraveled. "Vote of no confidence," Marcus muttered. "Over to you, Mr. Chairman." Dom wasn't sure that even Prescott's spin skills could make people feel good about Port Farrell. Like a car wreck, you were relieved to stagger out alive, but then you realized you were hurt and a long way from home with no way of getting back. This was the core of what was left of humankind, and there was no rescue service on the way. "Yeah. Shit," said Dom.
Chapter 6. Don't keep things from me, Mr. Chairman, not even opinions. I can't do my job if you don't level with me. There aren't enough of us left to dick around with this need-to-know bullshit any longer. Victor Hoffman to Richard Prescott, during a frank discussion at Port Farrell. The Hoffmans' apartment, Jacinto, 14 years ago. Approximately 1 week to hammer deployment.
Are you awake, Victor?
Sleep was getting hard to come by since Prescott had penciled in the end of the world. Hoffman knew that lying awake with his eyes open invited conversation, and discussing his troubles with his wife was the very last thing he could do now. His head buzzed from lack of sleep, and his mouth tasted of metal.
"What time is it?"
5 o'clock,
she said.
You told me to make sure you got up.
"So I did. Thank you."
Margaret was a meticulous woman, and he respected that. She was also a lawyer. Her capacity for spotting a man evading cross-examination was unrivaled.
"Are you going to tell me what's wrong?"
she asked. Hoffman padded over to the shower, wondering how much longer there'd be running water in the city.
"Well, there's war, it's bad, and we're running out of body bags. That's about it, really."
Don't patronize me. We've been married nearly 20 years, and it's all been war except for 6 weeks. Something's changed.
Hoffman turned down the water temperature to cool.
"We're going under, but you know that."
You're doing field showering again, Victor.
"What?"
You do this every time you're about to go on frontline duty.
Margaret knew him far too well. Hoffman cut short his showers and ran water colder to prepare himself for the basic facilities he'd get in the field, and he'd been lucky to get a shower at all most of the time. But he hadn't realized he was doing it again now. His subconscious had told him he was going to pick up a rifle and do the job for real again. Shit. He switched off the water and wiped the condensation off the shower screen to check the clock on the wall. 3.5 minutes. And the fact that I can tell that means I checked the time before I went in. He was more strung out than he thought.
It's gone beyond bad, hasn't it?
Margaret said. At least he didn't have to lie about that. Maybe it was time he started getting her used to what was going to happen and why.
"It's as bad as it gets. They're going to overrun us sooner or later."
She stood there looking at him in her bathrobe, arms folded, head slightly on one side, as if she was expecting him to break down and confess in front of a jury. How the hell did he tell her that most of Sarah would be a smoking wasteland in a week or two? How did he not tell her? She'd be safe in Jacinto, she'd be fine, so it was okay for him not to tell her. The law said he couldn't anyway. He carried the burden of being privy to state secrets.
"Damn," she said quietly. "Is this a case of saving the proverbial last round for yourself?"
"With luck, it won't come to that."
Luck and Adam Phoenix.
"But they're a loathsome enemy, and I would not care to be taken prisoner, honey."
"They don't take prisoners, you said."
Hoffman ran the razor over his scalp.
"That may be their only virtue."
"How long?"
"What?"
"How long have we got, do you think?"
Hoffman knew to within a few days when most of urban Sarah would probably cease to exist. Operational security was just an excuse for not telling her that he'd be responsible for it. She'd hate him for it. It's Prescott's decision. Why am I assuming responsibility? And if I wanted to stop the detonation, could I? They'd do it, with him or without him, command key or not. But it needed doing. He could see no other option. Maybe it didn't matter who killed you in the end, just how quickly it was over. "I'm thinking in terms of weeks," he said. Margaret didn't say anything for a few seconds. "Is there nothing we can use against them? Didn't we have all those chemical stockpiles, the satellite lasers?" She was a smart woman. She asked logical questions. "They're in our cities," Hoffman said carefully. "It's not like they're behind their own borders." Hoffman wasn't sure if he was hoping she would guess the truth to spare him the eventual revelation, if he was encouraging her to see that weapons of mass destruction and 90% casualties made sense, or if he was just lying by omission. "I'm going to ask you something that might offend you," she said. Here we go. No, she couldn't possibly guess the full plan. Not even Margaret's razor mind could extrapolate like that. "Ask away." "If it comes to it, I wasn't joking about the last round. If it happens that way, if everything goes to hell, will you do it for me? Shoot me? Because I saw that news report from Bonborg, and I refused to let them do that to me." It was one thing knowing that war was brutal, and another actually seeing the detail of an enemy that didn't seem to want anything else but to cause suffering. "Good grief, woman, you mustn't think that way." "Victor, I have to know." "Okay. Yes, I promise." Would I? Would I know when the situation was that bad? Would I regret it later? "I wouldn't let anything like that happen to you." She looked relieved. He'd underestimated how much the Locust advance scared her. He thought she was the last person on Sarah who'd let herself be intimidated, and that she'd greet those grub bastards at the gates by slapping a subpoena on them. That was why he'd married her. She didn't take shit from anyone. "Thank you." Damn. How many women were happier for knowing their old man could give them instant oblivion with one round? It wasn't the best of marriages, but he respected her. "You never pull your punches with me, Victor. That's what first appealed, you know. No prevarication, no airs and graces, no lies." It stung, like ironic compliments always did. "As long as it wasn't my flowing mane of hair." Hoffman chewed over the comment all the way to the House of Sovereigns. That had been his opening to tell her, to prove he was the plain-talking man she always thought he was. But he hadn't. Everything from now on would compound the deceit. And despite a lifetime in the military, where the ability to keep your mouth shut was both demanded and necessary, this was the ultimate deception. Margaret had family in Corinne, in the far south of Tyrus. That was going to become an issue all too soon. Salomon was already in Prescott's office when the secretary showed Hoffman in, and the number of empty coffee cups on the chart table said he'd been there for a few hours. Prescott was standing at his desk, one hand in his pocket, phone to his ear. "Sorry, Professor." "No, what other data do you need?" "Well, that's the update." "No, I'm okay with that." "Yes, we'll still be here." Prescott laid the phone slowly back on its cradle and wandered over to the chart table. "Phoenix is almost ready to go," he said. "From tomorrow, he says. He's made allowances for programming new targets on the fly if need be. So when he gives the word, you're making the announcement, sir." Salomon looked as bad as Hoffman felt. His face was waxy, very pale, and he kept pressing his fist to his chest as if he had bad heartburn. Everyone's digestion was suffering now. Still 3 days? Yes. The longer the delay, the higher the chance of the locust working out what's coming. Hoffman traced the main cross-border highways into Tyrus on the chart with his fingertip. There were no civilian flights now. It was too risky for airlines, and they were struggling to keep running anyway. That meant vehicles, trains, and pedestrian traffic only. Maybe some would come into Ephyra via the port of Jacinto. He found himself calculating how far anyone would get in 3 days. If they can get a ride, if they can get a ticket, if they find a ship. Ah, shit. So when do we start pulling back units? Hoffman asked. We can't expect them to make a run for it with the refugees. Salomon didn't look up from the chart. That's going to need some careful handling. If we're not giving civilians more than 3 days' notice to maintain some element of surprise, then sudden troop withdrawals are going to clue in the grubs even more effectively. A man never knew where he drew the line until it was tested. Hoffman discovered this. If you're suggesting that we leave gears stranded, General, then serious misgivings hardly begins to cover it. He wondered if he was looking for an excuse to get out of the general quandary. No, it pissed him off to his very core. It wouldn't be the first time we've sacrificed units for intelligence purposes, but this is an army that's given more than everything it has. So gears are more worthy than civilians. Wrong argument to sway this guy. And what's the point of decimating enemy numbers if we reduce our own at the same time? We're already hopelessly outnumbered. Even if we burn every Syran city to the ground, we won't kill all the grubs. We need an army to crush what's left when the smoke clears. Prescott and Salomon might as well have been having a conversation that didn't include Hoffman. He wondered why they'd included him in this tiny inner circle. He was director of special forces, and that no longer had any meaning in a desperate war where mechanics and cooks had to fight in the front line, too. Nobody thought this was an easy decision, Prescott said. You understand that as well as any man in the cog. Anvil Gate might not have been on the same scale, but the dilemmas were the same, were they not? Ah, now I know. Hoffman, the man who's willing to do the dirty work. The siege of Anvil Gate had transformed his career, but he wasn't sure if it was worth the nightmares and the nagging fear that one day he would fail and everyone would die because he couldn't cut it. Salomon said nothing. Maybe it was his heartburn. He didn't look too well. Chairman, Hoffman said, after you deploy the hammer, you'll need every gear you have, and you'll need them on your side. Think about how you'll command even a gear's loyalty once they know you'll waste them in their thousands like that. Hoffman paused for a breath to let that sink in. Giving your life in combat is one thing, but this is without precedent. See, Margaret, I can use fancy words and arguments. I don't just tell them flat out that they're assholes now. I've learned a lot from you. Prescott didn't even nod. He knew damn well what society would be like after the hammer strike. It would need an army to make sure humans didn't tear themselves apart. Ephyra would still have refugees pouring in from the rest of Tyrus, if nothing else, and a state that sacrificed its own civilians would have trouble for many years afterward, grubs or no grubs. What about the gears from the rest of the cog states? Salomon said. Not that we have any control over them. Hoffman hated himself now, so one more step into the abyss wasn't going to damn him any worse. I bet they'd be really happy to start new lives in the state that unilaterally fried their families and neighbors. I may live to regret my double standards, Colonel, but I agree with you, Prescott said at last. We'd just be reducing numbers on both sides. Start pulling back all units south of Kinner Lake. Navy, too? Hoffman asked. At least we don't have many ships to assemble these days. Yes, bring them home.
Salomon sat with his arms folded across his chest, staring at the chart, and shook his head slowly.
And that'll leave the towns down there exposed to grub attack. They'll self-evacuate.
Prescott turned away and poured himself a cup of coffee.
We're moving gears all the time, effectively spinning plates. People will just assume they're plugging another hole that's opened up. Are we going to issue misinformation to that effect? Salomon asked. No, Prescott said. Even a politician has limits.
There weren't any right answers in this war, or any other. There were only bad and worse.
I'll get things moving, Hoffman said.
At least Gears had transport and route priority.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
It was a long walk to the ops room, through a maze of splendid corridors lined with paintings of the All-Fathers and heroic scenes from COG military history. That gave him time to get his head straight. He'd taken a stand, a quiet one, but a stand nonetheless, for his gears, and somehow that seemed less selfish and partisan than special pleading for individual civilians.
But I'll still have to lie to the men.
Hoffman walked past the rows of comms officers hunched over consoles in the semi-darkened room, occasionally putting a firm hand on shoulders to stop people from sitting bolt upright when they realized the top brass was behind them.
Get me the COs of all COG naval vessels, 4-2 logistics, all units in Zone 3 Alpha, he said. And I mean all, down to the last field canteen. 4-2L first, then I'll take the calls as they come in. They're all recalled to base. I need to touch base with all commanders personally.
One of the comms officers was Anya Stroud, Helena's daughter, a good-looking girl just like her mother had been. Hoffman was glad she was safe here for the time being, because Helena deserved to live on somehow. Anya looked at him with the faintest of frowns.
Yeah, you've got your mom's radar, haven't you?
You know something's wrong. She didn't have to worry about her friends in 26 RTI, though. They'd be back in barracks by the time the south of the country was vaporized. Hoffman struggled to think if there was anything at all that he could tell Margaret so that she wouldn't think he was a coward and a liar. But there was nothing. For most of Sarah, it was approximately 4 days to the end of the world. 15 kilometers south of Kinner Lake, southern Tyrus, 7 hours after recall orders.
So the grubs have moved north.
Dom stood with his head out of the open hatch of the APC, elbows resting on the roof. The traffic, some military vehicles, some civilian, had ground to a halt just south of the town.
If we don't get a move on, they'll be in my backyard.
You don't know that, Marcus said.
He had his eyes shut, Lancer across his lap, arms folded on top.
Get some sleep.
Why else would we be heading back to Ophira at zero notice?
We'll find out when we get back.
Marcus must have been curious at the very least, but he always sounded as if everything was routine, all in a day's work. Dom sometimes wondered how much he knew. It was still weird that he seemed as much in the dark about the war as anyone else, given who his father was. But Adam Phoenix didn't tell his own son any more than he'd tell a stranger. Marcus said as much. That was right, Dom knew, but it sure as hell wasn't normal.
"Dom,"
said a voice from inside the dill. It was the driver, Padraig Salton.
"Just be glad we're getting out, okay?"
Padraig had been a sniper in the last war, but like everyone else, he did whatever he had to do on the day now. In the seat next to him, Ty Caliso was sound asleep, head resting against the bulkhead, snoring. Dom ducked down into the dill's cabin again.
"First chance we get,"
Marcus said quietly, eyes still shut.
"We'll get a message through to her, okay?" Yeah, Marcus was a mind reader sometimes. Maria needed the little scraps of hope. Just knowing that Dom was heading back would make her feel better. She never wanted him to leave now. Since E-Day, he'd been back home on leave maybe 6 times, which sounded generous until he added up the actual time spent in his own home, and that was just days. No wonder she was going crazy. She was cooped up in that house on her own with just the empty bedrooms and the TV, which only made things worse. He knew she spent most of the day watching the news channels. If you spent your day digesting all that shit and misery, how could you ever come out of it normal? She expected every dead gear to be him. And then there was the never-ending stream of dead civvies, dead kids. And she didn't need reminding about all that. Why doesn't she just watch a movie? Well, at least she goes out for a walk every day. Dom had to find someone to keep her company while he was away. She didn't want to mix with the other gears' wives. Most of them had kids. She'd always been one to keep herself to herself, but this wasn't normal.
"What the hell's holding us up now?"
Padraig muttered. He looked at his watch.
"We could have walked it faster."
He opened the hatch and got out to walk up the line of vehicles. Dom saw him stop, put his fists on his hips, and roll his head to relax his neck muscles. He came straight back and swung into the seat again.
"Diversion," he said. "I can see it. Shit, we're going to have to bypass this somehow."
"What is it?" Marcus asked.
"Looks like a sewer collapsed. Friggin' grubs again."
Padraig shut the hatch, revved the dill, and backed up with a screech of tires, almost rolling over the delivery truck behind him in the line. He'd never been a sunny personality, but since his spotter had been killed, he'd been noticeably surlier.
"Sod this, I'm going off-road."
Dills could tackle pretty well any terrain. Urban areas were no problem as long as the road was wide enough. With an impatient South Islander driving, though, a dill became a law unto itself. Padraig hit the dash controls to release the bot from its housing on the back of the APC.
"Off you go, Baz. Find me a route."
Aw, shit. That was his spotter's name. He reprogrammed the damn bot's call sign. Poor bastard. There was a clunk and a hiss from the back as Boz the bot eased out of its compartment and hovered away to look for a path out of the jam. The APC bounced off the highway and barreled along the grass verge, snapping branches off overhanging bushes and trees. Dom opened one of the side hatches to peer out at traffic. It seemed to be mostly civilian cars and small trucks, all packed to bursting with people, suitcases, and plastic bags. As Padraig almost shaved the paint off a battered station wagon's door, Dom saw kids' faces pressed to the glass. They looked like they were in a trance, wide-eyed and staring. The only thing that Dom could do right then was shut out everyone else's troubles and concentrate on his own and those of the people he cared about most. There was too much misery in the world to worry about strangers. "You thought of calling in?" Marcus said. Padraig glanced at the rearview for a moment.
"Yes, Sarge."
He pressed his comm switch.
"Kinner Lake Sector Control, this is APC 280. Please advise on the current RV point for A Company 26 RTI.
The radio crackled.
280, what's your position? Approximately 15 clicks south of the sector line. Grid reference 835510. 280, all A Company units are heading north on designated route Theta in 20 minutes. You're 2 hours adrift. Roger that, Control. We're not going to make the window then. We'll make our own way back to base. Watch your ass, 280. Grub activity 5 clicks west of your position a few hours ago. Control out."
Marcus didn't comment. Padraig pushed the dill on. Dom wondered if civilians resented Gears for being able to ignore traffic regulations, queues, and obstacles, and just roll over everything in their path while everyone else had to wait. If they did, he rarely saw any sign of it. They knew that Gears were having an even worse time than they were. The next lump the Dill bounced over was a burned-out, crushed car that had been pushed off the highway. All four wheels seemed to leave the ground. Dom's gut felt it, and it smacked down again with enough force to wake Ty. "We'll reach our destined place in the world whether you race there or not, Patrick," he said. Dom still wasn't sure if Ty's odd pronouncements were weird mysticism or sly humor. Patrick always reacted the same either way. "Bugger destiny," he said. "Believing in that makes you accept all kind of shit as inevitable." Ty and Patrick were both from the South Islands, but there the similarity ended. Pad, ginger-haired, freckled, typical of the Northerners who'd once emigrated down there, had tribal face tattoos like Ty, but he definitely didn't share his outlook on life. Ty gave him a beaming smile and a little bow of the head. "Embrace what you can't change." "What a load of utter toss!" Patrick thundered on, stopping to hit the horn when a truck tried to pull into his private route home. "Baz, where are you?" Dom thought it would have been nice if the Dills had been fitted with monitors so they could get an aerial bot's view of the terrain just like Control did. Instead, Patrick had to wait for Baz to come back. The bot appeared as a speck in the sky ahead of them, resolving into a lumpy gray metal egg with extending arms as it got closer, then matched speed with the APC. "Okay, Baz, lead us out," Patrick said. Baz veered left, taking the Dill across country into open fields. It couldn't explain itself, of course, so nobody knew if this was just a shortcut or an indication that it had spotted some serious shit up ahead, unless the visual data was relayed to Control and the message was bounced back. "I'd like to know." Patrick seemed to have had the same thought. A squad got that way. You lived in each other's pockets 26 hours a day, and sooner or later you ended up feeling that you were transmitting brainwaves or something. "Control, 280 here. Our bot's taking us the long route home, assuming he's not training to drive taxis. You seen anything in our area?" Baz was now he, not it, as far as Patrick was concerned. Dom was busy noting all the ways that people coped with bereavement. 280, there's just been a grub emergence 5 clicks north of your previous route." Control sounded harassed. There was a lot of noise in the background. "Your bot saved your asses." Marcus cut in. "We got a job to do, Control. Give us a position and we'll engage." 280, is that Phoenix?" "Yeah," Marcus said. "Everyone's got the same orders, Sergeant. Get back to Afira." Shit. Whatever was about to go down in the capital had to be big. Dom was torn between gut-gripping worry about home turf and the urge to put down some more grubs. He thought of the civvies expecting military protection and not getting it. It didn't help. "Give us a location to avoid, then," Patrick said. It was hard to tell if Pad meant it or not. Control didn't sound sure either. "Jannermont, 10 clicks southeast of Kinnerlake." "Who's there now?" Marcus asked. "No Gears units." "Roger that, Control." Marcus shut off the comms link. Patrick did one of his annoyed grunts. "You know how I am about orders," Marcus said. "We should try," Ty said. There was no argument. Dom waited for Patrick to object, and he had every right to argue with the sergeant who was defying orders. But he just hit the console and veered right again. A kerchunk from the rear of the Dill told Dom that the bot housing had opened. "In you get, Baz." Patrick was heading back toward Jannermont. "I take it you're voting with us, Dom."
What the hell? Yeah. The Dill had to slow to a crawl to cross the blocked highway. Patrick eventually nudged cars out of the way with the APC's nose fender, scraping metal and getting a stream of abuse from the drivers. The APC bounced down the slope of the shoulder and headed on to Jannermont, across an industrial area that looked completely abandoned. But Patrick didn't need Baz to navigate. Dom could see the rising column of smoke that marked the grub's visit to the town. "Step on it, Pad."
"Yeah, okay, Marcus. Ty, stick another belt in the gun. I'll lay down covering fire from the turret. Hey, you might not even need to dismount."
Fat chance. As the Dill screeched around a corner into the main street, Pad opened the hatch and Dom saw the carnage. There was a general store dead ahead, flames leaping from its roof, the front glass all blown out. Dom could see the grubs ripping through the store. Shoppers ran between the aisles in panic. Grubs never seemed to want supplies. What did those bastards eat, anyway? But they knew that humans would be there, waiting in line to buy what they could. It was all that people ventured out for in most cities. The grubs were like predators staking out water holes, waiting for prey that had to drink sooner or later. They enjoy this. They could fry that store in a few minutes, but they love hunting us. Look. If Pad thought he was going to hose them with the Dill's machine gun, then he had a problem. There were too many civvies in the way.
"Sod it,"
he said. He brought the Dill to a shuddering halt 20 meters from the doors, close enough to avoid being caught in the open for too long. Marcus jumped out after Ty and used the APC for cover. Dom made for the front of the store, stood off to one side, and aimed at any grub he could get a clear shot at to draw their attention. "Get down! On the floor!" Marcus gestured frantically to the people near the shattered windows. "Just get down!" Some shoppers threw themselves flat. Most that Dom could see just crouched with their arms shielding their heads. They weren't used to dropping prone to the ground. Marcus sprinted into the store and disappeared into the aisles, Ty behind him. Dom and Patrick followed up, jumping over cowering civilians and kicking up dust that Dom realized was flour scattered from burst bags. There was no food in most of the aisles, just long stretches of mostly empty metal shelves and a few displays of dusty hardware, power tools, paintbrushes, bolts, and nails. Now Dom was between most of the shoppers, the live ones anyway, and the grubs. Automatic fire rattled into the refrigerated cabinets lining the walls. "Pad, get 'em out!" He gestured to Patrick, indicating the storefront. The fewer civvies around the place, the easier it would be to just let loose with everything he had. "Herd 'em out! Go on!" Dom dodged from one aisle end to the next, not knowing what was at the next intersection. It was like the worst kind of urban warfare. This was like a city on a small-scale grid, with all the risks at every street corner when he broke cover, hearing fire at very close quarters, but not seeing where it was coming from. As he darted past the next break in the aisles, something zipped past at the far end, and he'd already aimed before he identified it as Ty and held fire. The next aisle, though. He turned and found himself face to face with a grub. Dom was so close that when he raised his lancer, the muzzle smacked into the thing's chest. It was too close even to level its own rifle. His reflex burst of fire knocked it backward, spraying blood on the shelves and tiles. He ran past, surprised at the amount of blood and bone debris underfoot, and skidded in a pool of what he thought was blood. It wasn't. He could smell it now, some kind of sauce, rich and savory, with fragments of shattered glass studded through it, hard as bone under his boots. When he scrambled to his feet, the staccato bursts of fire stopped. He took a guess at where the grubs were from the sounds.
"Marcus!"
That was Ty.
"Down there!"
The sound of running made him swing around. With the lights shattered, the far end of the store was in semi-darkness. Okay, Ty's to my left now. Dom started to form a mental map of positions,
listening carefully to the thud of boots. Grubs didn't run like gears. He was sure he could tell the difference. And he heard another set of boots moving very slowly to his right. Marcus was stalking something. How many grubs left? Where the hell are they? Dom had almost forgotten about the civilians. Padrick should have moved them out by now. When he looked back down the riverbed of debris between the shelves, he caught a glimpse of Pad silhouetted against the light, hauling a woman along the floor by her coat. Hammering lancer fire started up again, then stopped abruptly. "Stoppage!" Marcus yelled. "Shit!" Dom rounded the corner of the aisle to see Marcus standing his ground with a dead lancer as a grub cannoned into him. All Marcus had now was his bayonet. He stabbed 2, 3, 4 times. Dom thought he'd managed to get the blade through the thing's hide, but on the next thrust the bayonet snapped and the metal tip went flying. The grub grabbed Marcus one-handed by the collar, too close for Dom or Ty to open fire, and for a second Dom saw Marcus's eyes fixed wide as he went for his knife, as if he knew this was it, the moment he'd finally run out of luck. Dom moved in to take a crack at the grub with his knife. Maybe he could get an eye, an ear, something vulnerable to distract it and move in for a clear shot, and then... Arrgh! The instant whine of a power saw almost deafened him. Ty appeared behind the grub, and there was a terrible smell, a scream, and a spatter of wet mist that Dom felt on his face like a sudden squall. It wasn't until the grub arched its back like a bow and fell to its knees in a spreading pool of blood that he saw Ty with a vibrating saw in his hands and a beatific smile on his face. He'd carved a slice out of the locust from ass to waist. Only Ty could smile and do that. "Shit," Marcus said, staring. "Nice work. We must improvise." Ty brandished his saw. "The world is full of weapons waiting to be used." Marcus aimed the lancer at the far wall as if nothing had happened, and waited for a few moments before recocking it manually and firing a test shot. "Some shit I need to ream out." He wiped the bayonet clean on the nearest grub, pretty relaxed considering that his weapon had flaked out on him and its bayonet had let him down too. These blades are fucking useless. We need something that actually cuts these assholes, not just pisses them off. When I see Dad, I'm going to ask him to come up with something that works. Dom started checking down each aisle. "Yeah, everyone tells procurement the bayonets are crap. They keep promising something better." "Well, we can't wait for them to pull their fingers out." Padrick must have kicked something, because there was a dull, wet thud. It was probably a grub. "Maybe we can bolt Ty's home improvement kit onto a lancer. Worked bloody well, I reckon. Anyway, all clear down here. Anything at your end?" The supermarket was now quiet, except for the sound of a man crying for help in the empty vegetable section. Dom and Ty carried him out. At the front of the store, there were 7 injured civvies lying on the paving. "Where's the others?" "They ran for it. Walking wounded. Not much I could do." "Okay, we gotta get these folks some medical assistance." One of the men looked like he wouldn't be needing any if they hung around much longer. "How many still alive?" Marcus studied his lancer as if working something out. 7. "Okay, there's got to be a hospital or something. Let's move it. Pad, call in our position, will you?" The time it took them to load the injured into the dill and search the city for a first aid station meant they definitely missed the convoy window by hours. The place was wrecked, burning buildings and bodies everywhere. Dom watched the procession of terrified people heading east out of town with suitcases and couldn't manage to feel sorry for himself. Where were they going? Did they think it'd be any safer than here? The grubs had ripped through Jannermont and gone. They might never come back. Nobody knew where to run. Nowhere was safe, except the cities built on granite. And even then, the grubs might attack via the surface instead of tunneling their way in.
Okay, Baz, find us a clear route to Ethera.
Padrick steered the Dill over a carpet of rubble and back onto the highway north, which was now pretty quiet. Everyone was heading south and east again.
Lead on.
Dom cradled his Lancer more tightly as the dusk fell. They bounced across rutted fields in the darkness, back onto paved roads and through the woods. Ty dozed in the seat behind, and Marcus took top cover, head out of the hatch. It was usually a sign that he was chewing something over and didn't want to be interrupted.
We've got to start looking after these crates better.
Padrick distracted Dom for a moment, tapping the readouts on the dash.
Can't keep thrashing them like this and trusting longer maintenance intervals. Look!
The engine temperature was climbing. Dom noted the red line edging closer to the stop mark. Everyone drove Dills to the limit, then Pad would know when to pull over and let it cool down for a while. That was something you didn't do if you didn't absolutely have to. He kept looking at his watch.
APC 280 to control.
The Dill was back on the highway now. In some ways, that was safer. You could be located easily. But it was also exposed.
Note our location, please. Minor mechanical trouble brewing.
Control to 280, roger that. Marcus dropped down into the cabin again and shut the hatch. Can't think of anything, he said.
What?
Dom was used to having to fill in the gaps with him. Carlos always claimed that it was what Marcus didn't say that usually mattered most. At least he didn't live to see all this shit, Carlos. End of the damn world. There were a lot of agonies that Carlos had been spared by dying in the last war. He'd been a devoted uncle. But it would have been nice if he'd known Sylvia, however briefly. Can't think of a reason to recall us to base now, Marcus said, frowning. That's all. The Dill lasted another 30 minutes before it started making unhealthy noises, and Pad had to pull over before something seized. They waited in the dark, suddenly aware of how few lights they could see in the distance, let alone any on the road, and noted every rustle and click they couldn't identify. Charging a line of grubs was one thing, but sitting helpless in the dark was another.
Okay, Padrick said. Let's try again.
He started the engine, but it died on him. After a few more attempts, he opened the engine compartment, but 4 diagnoses and a lot of tinkering didn't solve anything. Padrick admitted defeat and called in.
280 to control. Our Dill's fucked.
Okay, 280. We're out of engineer units at the moment. Could be 10 hours. Are you okay to hold your position? Padrick looked at Marcus. Start walking, Marcus said. Any convoys within 10 clicks? Stick on the main highway, Control said. We'll get someone to you as soon as we can. Dom checked his compass and did a few calculations. If they don't, we'll be walking for the best part of 20 hours. It was going to be a heavy slog home, with everything they could strip out of the Dill and carry. The Locusts took every scrap of cog technology they could find. They reused it and even incorporated it into their own equipment. They got more savvy every day. They can keep the engine, Ty said. It will teach them the value of strength from adversity.
You're fucking nuts,
Pad muttered. Dom estimated the pack he was now tottering under weighed more than 55 kilos. The 4 of them set off up the side of the highway, moving in the relative cover of hedges, while Baz the bot skimmed in front of them at head height. Its blue power indicators gave Dom some reassurance. Baz at least knew where it was going, and wasn't afraid of the real monsters that lurked in the dark. Cabinet Meeting Room, House of the Sovereigns, Jacinto, 2300 hours. Jillian, you don't have to wait. Why don't you go home?
It's all right, sir.
She smiled at Prescott, radiating belief and loyalty.
My sisters moved in, and I could do with the peace and quiet, to be honest.
Ah, the one from Tolan. Prescott felt a single grain of burden lift from his conscience. I know it's tough having family around, but it's for the best. She's far safer here. And when she finds out why, at least one person won't loathe me. He stood in front of the full-length mirror, debating whether to wear a business jacket or the full military tunic. Did it matter? He didn't have to carry any argument, create the right impression, or win minds in this meeting. He had absolute power over the Hammer of Dawn. And absolute responsibility, whatever Salomon and Hoffman think. They do so want to shoulder the burden, too. The tunic, definitely. Civilian rule and democracy has to be seen to be suspended. We can't start arguing the toss about this. We don't have the luxury of time. Very well, Jillian, he said. Show them in. And I'd like you to sit in on the meeting. It'll be brief. Prescott wondered if he should have left his ministers to find out about the hammer at the same time as the rest of the world. But how much harm could it do the night before? They didn't want an unmanaged panic any more than he did. And they wouldn't want to compromise Ophira. Their own lives depended on it, if nothing else. And Professor Phoenix, sir? It was a small cabinet now, just 5 members. Justice and security, health and welfare, infrastructure, industry, and resources. Elections had been suspended shortly after E-Day. Prescott was fascinated by how few people seemed to crave power since the Locust attack. But this wasn't the Pendulum Wars. There was no subconscious belief that life would eventually get back to normal and advantages accrued in the war years could be enjoyed. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending such a late meeting," he said, gesturing to the chairs around the marquetry table. Whatever happened, he needed some cooperation from them in the days to come, and it was easier to impose some degree of collusion on them now than find new ministers afterward. "You'll realize that this relates to the gravest emergency, and as such, everything that's said in this room is strictly classified." Yes, they'd worked that out. Their faces said so. Phoenix sat down next to the Justice Secretary, Janine Morris, looking ashamed. "But you'll probably save humankind, Adam. You were a soldier. How did you ever cope?" "No General Salomon?" asked Morris. "As Chief of Staff, I'll speak on defense matters." Prescott sat down and caught Jillian's eye. She sat with her notebook open, waiting, poor woman. She thought she was taking notes. He simply wanted her to hear it firsthand because he wasn't sure, but he knew that he'd need to keep a reliable secretary more than ever now, and taking her into his highest degree of confidence would ensure that. Damn. He was sure this would have made his throat tighten, his stomach churn, something. But he seemed to have rehearsed all his anxiety into submission. No going back now. Prescott took a slow, discreet breath. "This isn't a discussion or a vote," he said. "It's going to be very brief, but you should hear it now rather than at 1000 hours tomorrow, which is when I'll announce it worldwide. Sarah has 2 months at most before the locusts destroy us completely. I've sought more coordinated efforts from other COG states, but I've failed, and they appear to have given up hope. So I've taken a unilateral decision, which is within my powers, to reinstate the Fortification Act and ask all citizens to relocate to Ophira within 3 days. This is the only place on Sarah that we can defend and have any hope of preserving human life. So the Hammer of Dawn will be deployed, to destroy everything where there is locust infestation, to deny assets to the enemy." The silence was what he expected. He didn't know how long it was going to last. But it went on longer than he anticipated, and he started counting. The maroon lacquered doors behind Phoenix's head suddenly seemed much more vivid for concentrating on them. "Jerome," he said.
"We can't accommodate the entire Siren population in Ephyra," the infrastructure minister said at last. "And there's no way that they could reach us in 3 days anyway with the current state of transport."
Prescott nodded. "Thank you, Jerome. Let's lance the boil. But if we had room, then we'd still have no time." Nobody seemed troubled by the Fortification Act. Not immediately, anyway. It was academic in a war like this. To say I don't take this decision lightly is an understatement. And I've taken it alone, because it has to be done, and I don't think it's right to ask you to vote on it. If I'm called to account later, then it will be my decision to justify, not yours." Good grief, I actually meant that. And then the argument started, all at once, a hubbub of voices, shaking, angry, disbelieving, terrified.
3 days isn't enough to prepare for any refugee influx on that scale.
I won't be complicit in the—
What if it doesn't work, Richard? What if it doesn't work?
Now we know why you recalled the army.
We're not just killing other COG citizens. We'll almost certainly be killing our own countrymen, too.
Prescott let them argue. He was in no hurry now, and it made no difference to the outcome. He was fairly sure that even after a war that had lasted generations, nobody in this room had any way of grasping what was at stake in this one. It was only when Adam Phoenix spoke that they seemed to settle and finally grasp the full and necessary horror.
"This is our last resort," he said.
"The absolute last hope we have."
"It's easy for you."
Morris looked close to tears.
"I have family in Austria."
"My only son's a gear," Phoenix said. "And he should have been back at base by now. He isn't. I know what's easy and what isn't, Minister." There was nothing more to be said, but the cabinet went on saying it, a wall of repetitive noise that ceased to have meaning. Prescott got up and leaned over Gillian. Nobody else took any notice. Shock among politicians was an odd thing to watch.
"You can go now if you like, Gillian," he whispered.
Her face was absolutely ashen.
"You warned me, sir."
"Yes."
"Thank you. Thank you."
He knew that would be one of the very few thanks he'd get in the next few days. Now he wondered how long it would be before one of the people in this room called friends and family, or the media, and the whole thing spilled over into recrimination and panic. Civil security is standing by. We have the bulk of the armed forces back in Ephyra, or within 3 days of it. I can handle this. We have to make this work. Ladies and gentlemen, he said, I'm happy to leave you here to come to terms with my decision, but it's made, and I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave you now.
"You can't just walk out,"
Morris snapped.
"We're going to condemn millions to death on the off chance that it might stop the locust."
That's it, Prescott said. Please do be responsible about this information in the next few hours. It is, as I said, classified. Good night. He walked out, went to his private office, and closed the doors behind him. 10 minutes later, Adam Phoenix opened them. I suppose you can spare a few minutes for me, he said sourly. Well, that went as well as could be expected. Did they give you a hard time? Call you a monster? Phoenix ignored the question. There was another way, he said. But I thought it was better not to start them off. No, now's not the time to get cold feet. I said was. It's a much longer shot. Prescott surprised himself by how quickly he grasped at Phoenix's straw of hope. What was it? That we could try to flood the locust underground where they live using hammer strikes. Prescott thought of the scale of the infestation. It seemed odd to use insect words like that when the locusts were so large and so powerful. But there must be millions of them, and to flood tunnels, or whatever they have down there, we would need to breach sea defenses and divert rivers. We would still lose entire cities, and it would take time we don't have. Yes, the loss of life would still be huge. Phoenix sounded as if he was trying to convince himself. And we ran out of time in the end. Besides, how would we know where to flood? We still know next to nothing about these creatures, nothing about their weaknesses. Phoenix stood in front of the desk and just looked at him. Prescott wasn't sure why, but he had the feeling the man was holding back. If you want to call off the hammer strike, Professor, I'm going to want better reasons than a long shot that might simply kill half the population of Syrah rather than 90% and still not finish the locust. Phoenix shook his head. It was always a long shot. The hammer... We know the hammer will work. It's too extreme not to. It can't penetrate the surface, but there's nothing else we have that could possibly guarantee complete destruction anyway. So we're back where we started this evening. Yes. Is this about your son? This hesitation, I mean. I can see it, Professor. I'm worried sick about him. He's all I've got. I need to know he's safe. Of course you do. It's a very small price for me to pay to keep you on side. Prescott leaned forward, intimate and conspiratorial. We'll get him back here in time, I promise. It's Marcus, isn't it? Awarded the Embry Star, an exemplary gear. Yes, Sergeant Phoenix, 26th Royal Tyrant Infantry. Leave it to me. We'll locate him and fly him back if need be. Please, don't tell him I indulged in any special pleading for him. He rejects privilege. Prefers to be an enlisted man. Very independent, very proud. I'll be diplomatic, Prescott said. And we'll need gears like him more than ever in the days to come. Adam Phoenix studied his hands, apparently embarrassed, and then straightened up like the gear officer he'd once been. Thank you, Chairman. Prescott sat alone for a couple of hours after Phoenix had left, gazing out the window at the Jacinto night skyline. The lights that made this district of Ephyra visible for miles out to sea were still mostly burning, and reminded him what he had to do. Whatever mistakes had been made in the past, whatever sins he had committed, whatever the locust were or wanted, the choice was stark now. Save Ephyra at a terrible price, or lose the whole world. It was actually a very easy decision in the end. I think I'll sleep tonight, at least. He picked up the phone and dialed the extension for CIC. Someone had to find Marcus Phoenix and get him back home for his father's sake, if nothing else. Prescott wondered what an independent and principled war hero like Sergeant Phoenix would have to say to his father when he heard the announcement in the morning. Chapter 7. To think we got this far, survived the locusts, survived sinking Jacinto, and now we're in danger of falling apart because civilians think they'll be better off with the stranded. Why the hell did we bother evacuating them? COG Naval Officer, Anonymous. Port Farrell, present day, 6 weeks after the evacuation of Jacinto, 14 AE. What we used to do with dead civvies? Cole asked, looking back at the city skyline. Same thing, Baird said. Only we didn't have to do it. Do we have to do it like this? Disease, man. We're living in a shanty town, can't risk it. The engineers had been the funeral detail in Jacinto, but now they were too busy keeping the living alive. Cole watched Baird run the line out from the fuel bowser to the edge of the shallow pit. At least they hadn't had to drop the bodies in it, which was a blessing. Shit. Even using the grind lift rig, the ground was so damn frozen now that it was like excavating solid rock.
One of the Navy guys said it was the coldest winter for a century. Grubs ain't been around for days, so we got to make ourselves useful somehow. Hey, don't get me wrong, Cole, just saying."
Baird seemed pretty pleased with himself. He had a new spray system for spreading accelerant, he said, and that would get the whole business over with faster and more efficiently. Cole took that as the man's best shot at a little reverence for the departed. He watched Baird trot back from the pit like he'd laid explosive charges and was putting a safe distance between himself and the moment of reckoning.
"Shit. Am I supposed to say something meaningful?"
Baird held a remote detonation key in his hand. He stood there for a second, sort of defocused, like he was trying to remember something.
"Nah, that's all been done. Contact!"
There was a loud whoof, like a distant muffled explosion, as flames leaped into the air.
Cole thought it was a real shame that folks had survived all that shit back in Jacinto, only to die when they were safe.
Or as safe as life could be now.
"I like an enemy I can shoot. Disease, cold, no damn food. How the hell can a man put a round through that?"
Baird watched the flames for a while, then looked at his watch.
"We'll come back later. Check that there's been complete combustion. Still don't feel right. It ain't a proper cremation."
Cole didn't like the idea of cremation, period, but Jacinto ran out of space for burials, and nobody wanted to end up underground now anyway.
"Kinda undignified."
Baird jerked his thumb over his shoulder at the flaming pit.
"Hey, that's civilized. We could stack 'em somewhere in the open, because they'll be fine until the thaw, but that'll upset the relatives, especially if the local wildlife starts gnawing on them. Damon, baby, you're all sentiment."
Baird jumped back into the dill.
"We gotta think of this shit, man, or else we'll end up like the stranded. A bunch of frigging animals."
The dead were mainly old folks and small kids, which was really hard for Cole to take. Then there were some gears and civvies who died of injuries after the hospital was cleared. No wonder Doc Heyman was such a bad-tempered old lady. Shit, must have ground her down patching up folks year after year, and then seeing 'em die anyway. Some people go softer with pain, and some got harder. Heyman was about as hard as they came. When the dill got back onto the road into town, Cole saw a small truck coming toward them, loaded with people and baggage. It looked like a whole family. Baird made his "pff" noise, sounding seriously unimpressed, and pulled over to let it pass. Cole had other ideas.
Maybe these people didn't understand the risk they were taking leaving COG protection. Panic did weird things to common sense.
Cole jogged Baird's elbow.
"Hey, come on, flag 'em down." "Why? Apart from the fact that we should commandeer their goddamn truck. We need vehicles, man. Let me talk to them."
Baird pfiffed again.
"Sure. Charm offensive. Hey, ungrateful assholes, we love you, really. Was it something we said? Don't go. They're just scared. They weren't scared enough to run in Jacinto."
Baird's mouth was set on automatic fire as usual, bitching and cussing, but he slowed down and steered to the center of the road. The oncoming truck slowed as well.
"This is natural selection in action. The ones without the balls to stay aren't the citizens we want anyway. What happened to all the stranded on the Jacinto perimeter? They must have been flooded too." "Not my problem," Baird said. "Look, you be nice to 'em for a few seconds, feel all warm about it, and then we can RTB, okay? Damon, don't you ever have no warm feelings? Only when I piss myself. Come on, do the PR and let's go."
The truck wasn't going anywhere unless it wanted to skirt around the dill and over piles of rubble. Cole dismounted and ambled up to the vehicle, mindful of the expression of fixed terror on the driver's face as he put his hand on the hood and tapped on the side window with one knuckle. The window lowered.
"How you doing, sir?" Cole said. "You heading out?" "Yes."
Nothing but unsavory folk and bad times out there.
Really? The guy had 2 or 3 days' growth of graying stubble and shabby clothing.
Then we'll take our chances. We can't keep running. We're not moving camp again, especially to the islands.
The rumor was doing the rounds of Port Farrell, an idea that Prescott was thinking of upping camp and moving somewhere offshore where it was warmer and well away from straggler grubs. Some liked the idea and some didn't.
Okay, sir.
Cole stepped aside, then motioned to Baird to pull over to let the truck pass.
You mind how you go?
He watched the truck rumble away, venting a cloud of vapor from its tailpipe. Baird revved the dill.
Very persuasive. Come on.
Cole slumped in his seat.
You'd think folks would all cling together, if only to keep warm.
What's his problem? Coffee too hot?
Don't want to leave Port Farrell.
Hang on, he just did that.
He means evacuating again.
Are they still talking about doing that?
Great, I'm up for an island. White sand, balmy seas, bring it on. Think it through. Either we find an empty island, in which case we're going to be worse off than when we started here, 'cause we wouldn't even have piped water and buildings.
Yeah, but we'd be warmer, right?
Or we find one that's got folks living there and we got to work out how we get along with them.
Sorry, I stopped at warmer. Baird accelerated.
Warmer's good for me. Oh, and you wouldn't have to bury so many little old ladies. It's a win-win.
Cole didn't mind either way. He'd do his duty. The cog had played fair by him, and he'd play fair in return. Port Farrell was never the ideal spot for starting over anyway, not with the shitty winters this far north. It was just closest and safer. Only it wasn't safe enough.
How we gonna do it all by ship?
Cole asked.
The Navy's really good at moving stuff. Here's the chance for them to do something useful for a change.
Well, at least Baird was chipper about it. If there was a flaw in the argument, he was the kind of guy to find it, worry at it like some yappy terrier, and drop it all chewed up at the boss's feet. He hadn't.
You're happy,
Cole said.
Why wouldn't I be? I'm doing shit I like now. My dad said I had to enlist or I could kiss goodbye to my inheritance. I wanted to go to engineering school. But you didn't get any inheritance, you said, 'cause the grubs showed up.
And the moral of the story is?
You'll do anything for the right amount of bills?
No. Skills are the new money.
And there I was thinking you was just content in your oily-fingered vocation.
Yeah, Baird was going to be a useful guy in a world that needed rebuilding and repairing, and he knew it. Maybe it was the first time he felt like he was worth anything. That was kind of sad, and explained a lot. Back at the barracks, Baird started his daily maintenance on the Dill like it was his own personal transport, and Cole left him to it. He had his own maintenance to do, keeping himself at the top of his memories. He'd run out of paper to write his routine letter to Mama, and he didn't want to beg any off Anya or Matheson. Now he was down to old wrapping paper, smoothed out as best he could. It didn't matter, because nobody was left to read it. What mattered was just writing it, getting his head straight in the process of telling his mom what he'd been doing. All he had to do was write nice and small and make the most of it. There was no telling when he'd get some more. He settled down in one of the lavatory stalls and braced his elbow on one knee, writing carefully. A man could get some privacy in here if he didn't mind the constant traffic. Dear Mama, I'm seeing the damnedest things in this town. The main door swung open, banging against the cracked tiles on the wall.
Man, I've got to pee just to warm it up.
It was Dom, still making a real effort to be cheerful when nobody expected him to. There was the metallic zzz of a zipper.
That you, Coltrane?
Yeah.
I just saw Hoffman and Michelson looking intense going into Prescott's office.
Cupboard. It ain't that big.
Well, something's going down.
Cole slipped the paper back in his belt pouch and came out. Dom was washing his face, leaning over one of the few basins that was still in one piece, and his cog tag slipped forward out of his collar. Cole did a double take. No, it was something else. Dom had his tag all right, but he was wearing an extra chain attached to it, something silver. Oh, shit. I bet I know whose that is. It was definitely a lady's necklace, a thin chain with a ring-shaped pendant. Dom hadn't worn it before. Cole would have noticed it by now. Dom straightened up, rubbing his face. "What?" "Nothing." Dom looked down for a moment, and seemed to notice that the chain had slipped out. He pushed it back inside. "It was Maria's," he said. Not that he owed anyone an explanation. Cole could usually work out the right moment to tackle the awkward stuff, but this was a tough call, even for him. "It's way too small for my neck. I looped it on my chain instead. We always retrieve tags, right? Whatever it takes." Everybody had their own way of coping with shit that was just too much to take in, Cole decided. He wrote letters that nobody else would read. Baird tinkered with that damned dill when it didn't need it. Anya was busy trying to be her mom. Bernie tried to feed everyone. And Dom hung on to his wife's necklace like a fallen buddy's tag. Marcus always looked like he carried on as normal, but Cole was damn sure that he kept something in his head that got him through the day. "Yeah, we do, baby." Cole went back into the stall and sat down to unfold his wrapping paper letter again. "Nobody's ever really dead unless we forget 'em." CIC, Port Farrell. Overnight temperature, 15 degrees below freezing. "Humor me, Chairman," Hoffman said. "We're not short of fuel, and we only need commit one squad to this, 2 at most." Michelson pulled a rolled chart out of the pile. "We have options," he said. Anya helped him lay the chart on the table, flattening it out as best she could, wearing gloves. The gloves weren't achieving much. Her fingernails still had a distinct blue tinge when she checked them. Outside the window, the overnight snow was a thin dusting that belied the intensity of the cold. Anya could just about see the old-school sports field through a porthole of clear glass that she'd rubbed in the icy condensation. Most of the trees that had taken root after the place was abandoned had already been hacked down for emergency firewood and building repairs. Even a small city's worth of humans changed a landscape fast. "We're going to strip this area completely. What's going to be left in the spring?" "Here's my priority." Prescott shoved his hands under his folded arms. "Keeping this city, this community, together. I'm not actively stopping civilians from leaving yet, but we may have to, and I'm going to have to sell this move to people because simply giving them orders to go isn't enough." "Really?" Hoffman's only concession to the cold was a scarf just visible under his collar. "Because it always worked fine before. The foundation of the cog's always been that the citizen is protected by the state, and in exchange the state expects the citizen to make a few sacrifices for the common good." Prescott seemed to be trying a softer approach, but Anya suspected that there was a good dose of pragmatism behind it. If the exodus was what he considered to be non-essential citizens, then it was a good way of saving their food rations. "So if we can't keep our end of the deal, what motivates them now?" "Put it this way," said Hoffman. "If the cold doesn't kill us, the last of the grubs will, because they know we're here, and they keep coming. And even if we've drowned 90% of them, they'll still be able to finish us off if we stand here like goddamn targets long enough." "Every evacuation costs lives, Victor, however efficiently it's done." "It's damage limitation," Hoffman said. "Do we lose more people by staying put than by moving? It's a calculated gamble."
Life had been one long gamble since E-Day. Anya found herself thinking almost enviously of the pendulum wars, when the rules seemed easy to follow. Human versus human, motives known, limitations understood. And somewhere, if you traveled far enough, there was always a border that could be crossed to reach places where some aspects of life went on almost normally. Restaurants, warm beds, shops, perfume, books, small luxuries, second helpings. Anya even found herself missing the squalid bars in Jacinto. There was no haven left on Syrah now. Port Farrell was as good as it got, a vast refugee camp of derelict buildings. Anya didn't want to imagine that there were stranded outposts that had made a better job of things than the COG. It mocked every sacrifice of the past 15 years.
Chairman, Captain Michelson has as good a knowledge of COG naval bases as anyone.
Anya decided she had a voice in this too, damn it, and she was an analyst. She wasn't just there to answer the phones. She was there to task gears, which meant she had as much to contribute now as any other officer. She bristled, pitching in to back up her colonel.
But even if none of those places is habitable, then at least we're seen to be pulling out all the stops, not just sitting on our...
She wanted to say asses, but stopped short.
Asses,
Michelson said obligingly. She could have sworn he stifled a smile.
You're worried about civilian morale, Chairman? Then this could give it a real boost.
So what are our options? If we're going to relocate, then I need to stop the engineers wasting resources on facilities we'll end up abandoning.
We need somewhere that hasn't been destroyed by locust, which means islands on the far side of the abyssal trench. The locust couldn't tunnel that deep. It's kilometers to the seabed.
Michelson leaned across the table and dragged his finger down a strip of scattered islands.
Then somewhere big enough for a small city population. Unless you want to spread the community along a number of islands, good for disease control, bad for governance and logistics. Then you've got a choice of Ereval or Vectis. Vectis should still have infrastructure, because it was a big naval base in the Pendulum Wars, but it's off limits because of contamination. Ereval's mostly at sea level, so it's prone to storm inundation, but...
Let's try Vectis.
Prescott stared at the chart, stroking his beard with his forefinger.
It's within Raven range without refueling, yes?
Anya knew that fixed expression. Hoffman did too, because she watched his lips compress into an even tighter line. Prescott had knowledge that they didn't.
It's off limits, Michelson repeated. It was the old chemical and biological weapons site. We mothballed the base.
I think it'll be safe now.
Hoffman's face was a study in suppressed anger. Anya always thought he'd have a heart attack at times like this.
Chairman, I was under the distinct impression that we'd agreed need to know meant that we all need to know.
Prescott looked as if he was embarrassed at forgetting something. If he was acting, then he was at his peak performance today.
Apologies, Colonel.
He frowned as if he was irritated with himself.
It's one of a very long list of things that crossed my desk in previous years and seemed irrelevant until now. If I recall correctly, the facility was fully decommissioned by the time we started the Hammer of Dawn project. The quarantine was left in place because we had no immediate plans for the base.
Hoffman took a long, shallow breath that struck Anya as counting to 10.
Vectis it is, then, he said.
Strained didn't quite cover his tone.
Captain, can you add reserve tanks to a Raven? I'm sure we can bolt on some extras that Major Gatner will approve of. Very well, Victor, make it happen, Prescott said. No doubt you're tasking Delta again. Phoenix gets the job done every time, Chairman.
Almost every time.
Anya had to make an effort not to put Prescott straight. It was hard. No, it was impossible. We'd all be dead without Delta, sir. Prescott looked as if he was about to say something pointed, but thought better of it. Indeed, he said. Anya rolled up the charts and made a point of getting Hoffman to open the door to walk out ahead of her. She didn't want to leave him to have a closed-door argument again. Michelson gave her a knowing flash of the eyebrows. The three of them headed down the corridor to CIC, saying nothing until they were out of earshot. "Lying asshole," Hoffman muttered. "Excuse my language, Lieutenant." "You normally use worse, sir, and it's okay." Hoffman turned to Michelson. "Damn, Quentin! We're going to have to wring every last bit of information out of him." "It's a reflex," Michelson said. "They were all like that, if I recall. If you ask him if he knows the time, he'll just say yes. Assume any politician is only telling you what he wants you to know, until proven otherwise. You think Vectis is safe? Well, I wasn't kept in that loop back in the day, but one thing I'm certain of, Victor, is that politicians need a critical mass of humans to exercise power over. So he's hardly likely to be taking risks with his subjects. Sorry, I almost said electorate. How old-fashioned of me." "Okay." Hoffman put his hand on the CIC door as if testing it. "Better get Charles in on this, because there's no point finding somewhere if he's not ready to evacuate from here. Oh, and I hereby place you back on active service." "I never really retired, Victor." "No, but much as I admire that lieutenant commander of yours, I'm breaking the news to him that Sovereign is now your ship, and you're going to be in command of all maritime vessels." Michelson gave Hoffman a mock salute. "A raven's nest of my very own. How nice to be free of the smell of shrimp. Just make sure those choppers can reach Vectis from here." Michelson strolled away with a spring in his step. "If only everyone was as happy with their lot," Anya said. CIC was now noticeably warmer since more personnel had moved in. The EM manager's staff were a heat source in their own right. "Don't let Prescott get to you, sir. The captain's right. It's just force of habit." "Anya, I have to deal with it, because I can't afford to hate him. Nothing's going to destroy this community faster than a feud within its leadership." Hoffman braced his shoulders in a way that said he hadn't quite steeled himself to the idea that even now he would never be told everything. "You were quick enough to put him right about Delta, though." "Marcus paid for whatever mistakes he made." "He did, and we all make them." "Sir, may I go on the recon mission?" "Why?" "There are injured male gears still on combat duty who are physically less able than me. I can do more. I've been bringing my field craft and weapons skills up to speed." "I know. Mitaki's been giving you individual tuition." "We need everyone pulling their weight, sir. Don't you think I'm capable?" Hoffman didn't have much of a veneer. The man she saw was mostly the inner core. Only his natural fear and guilt kept in check, and he never seemed bothered to learn to lie. He smiled ruefully. "You're your mother's daughter, Anya. She never took any crap either. You go right ahead." He jerked his thumb in the direction of the comms desk. "Find me another one like Matheson, preferably 2, because nobody should be working 12-hour shifts every day, and I'll seriously consider you for frontline duties. Now, let's get this recon planned. Go find Phoenix." Hoffman could have called Marcus on the radio, on duty or not. He knew that. He was just being Hoffman, still trying to atone for what he'd done to Marcus, and so, indirectly, to her. Dom might have been convinced that the two men were now locked in some mutual loathing, but all Anya could see was that they both still wanted to admire each other despite their respective lapses. Hoffman bewildered by Marcus abandoning his post, Marcus still shaken by being left to die in the slab. Neither were the actions of the men they knew they were. "You're all guilt, aren't you, Colonel? You'd have gone back for Marcus eventually. You know you would. I know you would."
"Will do, sir."
Marcus was off duty. Anya knew roughly where he was at any given time because she kept the duty rosters, and there weren't yet any places in Port Farrell where he could hole up and hide. If he wasn't with Dom, he'd be patrolling the camp's warehouse block or keeping an eye on a food distribution center on his own time. Nobody wanted any downtime to think. And nobody with any sense was venturing outside today if they didn't have to. Anya hunched her shoulders against the cold and tried raising him on her radio.
"Marcus, where are you? It's Anya. Hoffman's going for the recon. He wants a planning session right away."
Her earpiece crackled. "I'm in Sector Alpha 3. You still in CIC?"
"No, I'm about a half a click from you. Just passing the medical station in Alpha 2.
"Wait there. I'll walk back with you." It was so quiet that she could hear a Raven's engine starting up in the dockyard. The whine rose in a crescendo, then the chaka-chaka of the rotors, and she glanced up as she walked to catch a glimpse of it. No, she was wrong. 2 Ravens. They zipped low overhead at top speed, heading inland. It wasn't a routine sortie. Nothing was scheduled, she would have known. That either meant some refugees had been spotted, even this long after the evacuation, or there was trouble somewhere. Anya pressed her earpiece and tried to pick up the comms traffic. One was a pilot she barely knew, a guy called Rory, but the other was Gil Gettner, and she was going for broke. Anya could hear the 2 pilots trading targeting data. They'd spotted Locust on the surface.
"Yes, run, you ugly fucker."
That was Gettner.
"Corpser, 2 clicks dead ahead, asking for it. I'm on."
"6 boomers, 3 o'clock, 1 click and closing. I'm engaged."
"Roger that, 3-3.
"Target's heading away from Farrell, half a click west of the highway. Repeat, away from Farrell, still on the surface."
"Control, this could be a decoy. Advise perimeter security."
"I'm in. Engaging now." Rory sounded detached. Black smoke from the rocket strikes boiled into the sky. Anya could see it even from the center of town. "Confirming that kill. Stand by." Anya stood waiting to pick up Gettner again, finger jammed in her ear, and watched the skyline. Another pall of smoke and flame rolled skyward.
"Corpser down," Gettner said. "Anyone want to dance on it?"
"All targets neutralized. KR-33 returning to ship." "Roger that, KRs." That was Matheson. "Dispatching a Dill to check the area." Everybody had scores to settle, comrades in need of avenging. Anya wasn't sure what Gettner's individual story might have been, but it was impossible to find anyone now who hadn't lost family and friends to the Locust or the consequences of living in a city wrecked by war. Like Bernie always said, grieving was a little easier when everyone knew what it felt like. Marcus ambled up to her, lancer cradled against his chest. He nodded in the direction of the smoke. "They never give up."
"At least we know what they've got left."
Anya started walking back to CIC with him. It was, by their standards, quality social time.
"Some corpses are still tunneling away from the hollow, presumably. Wiping us out still seems to be their priority."
"Consistent."
"Yes, you have to give them that."
"They could sit and wait until we freeze."
Marcus's mind was definitely on something else.
He had that slightly defocused look. Maybe they're running from the last of the Lambent. Maybe it's nothing to do with us at all.
"Say it."
He blinked a couple of times but kept his eyes straight ahead. "Say what?"
"Your father. Finding all those recordings of his voice in the Locust computer. Don't tell me it didn't upset you. If that had been my mother, I'd be pretty upset too. and angry, and confused. It's like getting wet. Once you're soaked to the skin, you can't get any wetter, no matter how much it rains. What was he doing? Damned if I know. And I never will. Marcus must have heard the talk about his father being a traitor. Like father, like son, some had said. Nobody said that now. But Anya doubted that he'd forget. She waited a few moments in case he was planning to go on, but he wasn't. Anyway, Hoffman's sending you and Delta to Vectis to evaluate it, she said. That's why I came to find you. A trip to Toxin Town. We get all the perks. Prescott says it's safe now. Imagine that. Marcus didn't say anything else all the way back and just kept pace with her. But it was the longest conversation they'd had in a while. Anya settled for quantity over quality. "Phoenix," Hoffman said, not looking up from the chart on the table. "Did your father ever tell you anything about Vectis Naval Base?" "Not really." "Me neither. We'll work from Michelson's data." Anya went to sit down and get on with some paperwork, but Hoffman stopped her. "You'll want to sit in on this, Lieutenant." "Something you want me to do, sir?" "You wanted some hands-on time. Well, you've got it. You're going to Vectis, too." Chapter 8. Healthy? How healthy do you expect a gear to be? Years of chronic sleep deprivation, exposure to more environmental toxins than I've got tests for, acquired hearing loss, rust lung, depressed immune function because they're totally burned out, brain damage, everything from blast proximity to serious head trauma, and that's without the psychiatric issues. Traumatic stress is a given. In hospital, those boys made more noise asleep than they did awake because it was one long frigging nightmare. So nearly all our men of fighting age are utterly and maybe irreparably damaged. Dr. Marion Heyman, summarizing future health issues for Chairman Prescott. Outskirts of Port Farrell, 6.5 weeks after the evacuation of Jacinto. 14 AE.
Anderson picks his moments.
Baird shuffled from foot to foot in the icy morning air, rubbing his gloved palms together. He had a hammer-burst rifle slung across his back today. Locust weren't the only ones who looted from their fallen enemy.
"Why the hell do we go running after every grub that shows up?"
Sergeant Anderson had blown a big hole in a grub on perimeter patrol last night, he claimed, but it had run off and he'd lost it. Now Delta and Sigma 4 were doing a line search near the woods. That was where the things seemed to keep emerging.
"Because they're there, Blondie,"
Bernie said.
"Or we could be smart and wait for them to come to us, because they do. We're just wasting calories."
Bernie understood the need to go after every contact. It wasn't just pragmatic. Humans would never be able to get on with living again until they knew the last locust was dead. It didn't even matter if they were a viable breeding population. Do they talk about us like that? In animal terms? She thought of Prescott's speech. Genocidal monsters. Humans were conducting the genocide now. She was fine with that.
"Look, as long as we leave any alive, even a couple, then the bastards will start breeding again," she said. "We have to hunt them down." "Yeah, but they'd be so inbred they'd look like that nurse in J-Sector Medical Station." "That's cruel." "True, but cruel. You like hunting shit, right? Go back down there and hunt for berserkers. Kill the females, and it doesn't matter how many boy grubs are left." "So Cole finally sat you down and told you where babies come from, with all the rabbit pictures?"
Baird took it in his stride.
"You know I'm right. You volunteering? It's a better plan than playing hide-and-seek with the assholes." "Maybe. But we're in no shape now for another land-down-style assault, even if the place wasn't under water and full of emulsion."
The weather might have been pure frozen hell, but at least the thaw had set in between her and Baird. There was, as she'd hoped, a trace of regular human behind that thick shield of self-centered cynicism. Nobody had ever cared much about Baird except Baird, she suspected. Not until he enlisted and realized that there were people who'd put their life on the line for him for no other reason than being a gear. Now he'd managed to score a black knitted cap for her, the kind she could pull down over her ears. Not exactly flattering, but essential kit for a sniper. She didn't want to think who he'd outsmarted to get it. He was trying hard, and that was all that mattered. "So you get to go on the all-expenses-paid Delta trip to Vectis," he said. "A perk from Hoffman?" Ouch. "We go back a long way, Blondie. Nearly 40 years. Maybe I lent him my pencil in class once, and he never forgot it." Baird never really grinned. He just had this smirk, there was no other word for it, that got to her when she was least expecting it. He was near a raw nerve now, and he knew it. "Whatever." The smirk got broader as he kicked through the frozen grass. "I like to see old folks happy. If you're going to croak with a coronary anyway, you might as well go with a smile on your—" "Now go say that to Hoffman." "Play it cool. It only encourages him." "And I'll make sure Doc Hyman's standing by to reattach your balls." The smirk took a long time to fade. If she hit him again, it would just be etched there permanently. The turf sloped away gradually into the valley and the Jacinto road. 100 meters away, Marcus and Dom paced slowly, eyes down, Cole a little way behind. If Anderson had chased down a drone here, then there should have been traces. Bernie squatted down and searched for blood in the thick layer of frost. There was no point in anyone wandering into the forest at random. They hadn't even located an emergence hole yet. "If the grubs are watching us, they'll know we're thinking about leaving." Baird took his earpiece out and fiddled with it, then rubbed his ears. "They're not stupid. They'll see stuff being moved to the docks, like the vehicles." "Then they'd better give us their best shot, hadn't they?" She clipped his ear. "Wear a bloody helmet, or earmuffs. You'll get frostbite." But something wasn't right today. She couldn't hear birds and animals that she'd become used to. The noises were there, but more distant. It sounded like the area had been cleared. Maybe the wounded grub was lying in wait, gathering itself up for a final effort to take one last human with it. She pictured a doting drone dad with a crib full of little newborn grub bastards, a fresh generation of terror, and knew that couldn't be allowed to happen. She knew how the things bred, too. Hoffman had told her. It was one excess too far, too personal. Any species that bred by rape didn't deserve to survive. She'd heard horror stories about cog baby farms way out in the country, but fertile women knew their worth to society, and she'd seen some of them since the evacuation, well-fed and healthy, not looking like prisoners or victims of abuse. It was different. We're different. Shit, how would I know what a victim looks like? Does anyone think that when they look at me? No, the cog was different. Cog citizens were almost a second-line army. They were used to doing their duty, whatever that duty might be, for the greater good, and that was why they were citizens. Anyone who couldn't hack that degree of self-discipline gave up and went with the stranded. Fuck them. Parasites. "You! Blood trail!" The shout went up from further down the line. "Over here!" Everyone converged on the gear who'd found something. She couldn't recall his name, Colin or something. Squad designations didn't seem to mean a thing now, except as call signs on the day, so that CIC had some idea of locations. Lost my old squad. Men I'd only known for a week. Cole lost his, too. Back with Delta again. Ty gone. Shit, what's left of us now?
Marcus looked down at the frozen black patch, evidently unimpressed. "Mataki, pretend you want this asshole for lunch. Track him." Bernie set off into the trees, slow and careful, noting damage to vegetation. Everyone else kept behind her line. Blood, broken tree root, white inner fibers not oxidized yet, boot print in one of the remaining pockets of snow. She was now 100 meters into the woods, and the light was filtered by the evergreen canopy. It was getting hard to see. Shit, where's the blood gone?
"Lost the blood," she called. "White one. Over here."
That was a guy to her left, too far to be a continuation of this trail.
"You sure you're not looking at rabbit shit, sweetheart?"
"I know what shit looks like, Sarge." Then another gear called out, 50 meters to her right.
"Blood here, guys."
This wasn't funny. She was cold, tired, and she needed to pee. She waited to hear Baird make that little snorting noise of amusement at her expense, but he was right there behind her, dead silent. She looked around. Every gear looked seriously alert.
"If you're taking the piss," she said sourly, "this is the wrong time for pranks, and I'll—"
Baird nudged her hard in the back.
"Granny, how's your hearing these days?" "About as good as my right hook, dickhead." "I mean it. Listen."
There was a sharp crack as someone stepped on a twig. Baird whipped around.
"Hey, I said listen. Hear it?"
Bernie thought it was an animal at first, a distant groaning noise. And then it suddenly became the only ambient sound she could hear. Her brain focused on it and nothing else. Shit. That was Marcus. Cantus. The sound resolved into a steady, continuous droning. It made the back of her throat itch. Cantus. And where there were Cantus, there were grubs ready to attack. That was the noise, some weird chant or animal call. It rallied grubs, even badly wounded ones. The sound made them fighting mad again. Definitely shit. She heard the creaking and ripping behind her at the same time as everyone else and turned. "Ambush!" Dom yelled. Grubs erupted from the ground in a semicircle right behind them. Boomers, mainly, around 30 or 40, and cut them off. Baird opened up with the hammer burst. Bernie reached for the lancer slung across her back, cursing herself for walking in here with the long shot, and heard a rapid beep, beep, beep some meters away. A blast nearly blew her off her feet. Splintered wood flew everywhere like flechettes. The smell hit her instantly. Scorched metal, raw meat, scented wood resin. The gear to her left, the guy who'd spotted the blood, was already down. Bernie caught a glimpse of a headless body. Something had also sheared off some of the surrounding saplings at head height. Once that registered on her, her conscious brain took a back seat, and the primal core that knew how to process information and move her around without thinking took over. She took cover and opened fire. For all the chaos, she could still hear that droning sound. "Mines!" Marcus backed up toward a larger tree, gesturing. "Watch your asses! Proximity mines! Sigma, fire position, there, now! Delta, there! Where's that fucking Cantus? Mataki, find that goddamn thing and shut it up!" The gears were deep in the tangled gloom, minus vehicles, and if any Centaur or Raven support managed to get to them, how the hell could they open fire? Marcus called for support anyway. Some of the boomers had huge cleavers, snatched from the locust kitchens. Others were maulers with shields and explosive flails. They looked like a random army wielding whatever weapons they could grab, cobbled together from what had survived, but calling them stragglers didn't do them justice. This was an efficient, intelligent killing machine once again. One mauler struck out at a large tree, bringing it crashing down at an angle, but it stopped short of crushing gears in its path when it lodged in the branches of another.
It just cut off another exit. Another explosion cut down trees and gears, and another. "Freeze!" Dom yelled. "They're driving us into more mines!" Bernie, crouched in the flimsy cover of a pine tree, shut out the muzzle flash, screams, and rattling fire, and tried to focus on that single sickening noise. The Cantus had to be stopped. The first problem, though, was to find the thing in this maze. Time. It could have been a minute, 2 minutes, or half an hour. All Dom knew was that he wasn't dead yet. He could hear Marcus, and eventually he heard Cole and Baird yelling over the sound of chainsaws. Then he realized he hadn't heard Bernie in what seemed like a long time. He felt like instant shit for forgetting her. "Bernie?" He could hear everyone else on the radio net, so she had to be receiving too. "Hey, Mataki?" No answer. Shit. Maybe the radio was down. No, that was the dumb and desperate lie he'd often told himself when he didn't want to think that someone had finally run out of luck. He bobbed up from cover, hitting one of the butcher boomers with short bursts of fire. Marcus got in a headshot while it was struggling. "I hate it when they think," he said. "So much for stragglers. They've sharpened up again. Shut that damn Cantus up, Bernie." Marcus paused to listen. The droning chant was going strong. Dom was close enough to see a bead of sweat run from his hairline down his neck, sub-zero temperatures or not. Shit. Sounds like 2 of them now. Someone find those assholes and take them out. Boomers wouldn't run if a Cantus was chanting. The droning sounded like plain noise to Dom, weird and irritating. But to the grubs it must have been like a bugle call or something, because they went for broke when they heard it. Stopping the damn thing mattered. "Delta, Sigma, all squads, this is Control. Bravo 3's heading your way. Hang in there. Step on it, Matheson." Marcus primed a frag grenade and prepared to swing it by its chain. "And I'd really like some ordnance I can roll under those bastards' shields." "Oh, shit!" The grenade caught the top of the Mauler's shield and spun clear. 2 seconds later it exploded, taking out a drone who stepped over it. It didn't kill the thing, but it lay bleeding and shrieking while its buddies carried on around it. "If we can get them to a clearing, can a KR target them?" "Delta, KR-80 here. What clearing?" That sounded like Gettner. "You want me to make one?" "Can you see anything below, Gettner?" "Not enough to be certain I won't take your guys out, too." Dom could hear the helicopters overhead, but the forest canopy was too dense for him to see more than shadows, even in daylight. And the pilot sure as hell couldn't see enough to confirm targets. Another explosion deafened him for a moment, and he felt something stab into his cheek. When he put his hand to his face, his fingers came away wet with blood and sharp, fragrant wood splinters. He was lucky they hadn't blinded him. "Man, you okay?" Cole thudded down beside him. Dom could hear via his earpiece, but every other sound, except the Cantus chant, which seemed to be seeping into his brain via his teeth, was muffled now, his hearing pummeled by the noise. "Where's Baird? I hear him, but I don't see him." "To your right." Baird was panting. "And Shit! Shit! Man, that's it! My friggin' goggles! You bastard!" There was another stutter of hammerburst fire, very close. Not a grub, but Baird. Dom tried to look around. All he could see was muzzle flash, smoke, and drifting debris picked out in the shafts of light stabbing down from the canopy. The battle was running in bursts. Every time he dropped behind cover and looked up again, the grubs were somewhere else, waiting. Then they started up again. They were pushing the gears deeper into the forest. Every time they fell back a few meters, another mine detonated. Dom could hear Collins screaming. That was the real nightmare. He was pinned down. He couldn't even see where the screaming was coming from, and the guy needed help. "Anyone near Collin?" Marcus yelled.
Where the hell is he?
Got him!
Dom didn't even recognize that voice.
Shit, I can't move him. I'll stay with him.
This is more than a friggin' ambush. You said it.
Dom still couldn't see Baird. Cole knelt back on his heels, looking as if he was going to jump up and find him. Dom tried to grab his arm.
Don't, man. Baird!
Cole yelled.
You okay?
Baird was there all right. Dom saw the boomer with the meat cleaver just before he saw Baird. The boomer swung, Baird ducked to his knees, and the cleaver skimmed his hair to thud deep into a tree trunk. The boomer tried to pull it free, but in the heartbeat's pause, Baird shoved the hammer burst at an angle into its gut and fired, once, twice, then a third burst. It fell backward, still hanging on to the cleaver's handle. Cole jumped on it and fired his pistol into its head point blank. And it still had a grip on the cleaver. Baird smashed at its knuckles with the butt of his rifle until the blade dropped along with the dead boomer's arm.
Friggin' cook!
He snarled, picking up the cleaver.
Now it's my turn.
The grubs advancing on them suddenly turned to look behind. Bravo 3 crashed between the trees, spraying fire everywhere. Dom dropped back behind the shattered stump of a tree and found himself nose to nose with Marcus.
Okay,
Marcus said, finger on his Lancer's power button. Dom readied his, too.
Steady.
Any grub left standing was being driven toward them. The things were about to get a gutful of chainsaw.
Go!
Dom jumped up from a crouch and swung his chainsaw into the first gray moving object he saw. He wasn't even sure where the blades caught it. He just felt the saw bite and travel like it had a life of its own, and the grub slipped down sideways in slow motion, or so it seemed to him. When he pulled the saw clear, he was staring straight at gears from Bravo 3.
Where are the grubs?
All down.
Over.
All gone. The cantus was still droning. It sounded like an echo. There were definitely two.
Shit,
you guys need to check before you... Dorn saw movement behind the Bravo line. The ground at the edge of the tree line erupted, and another rank of grubs, boomers and drones, rose from the frozen ground, cutting off every gear. It was a double ambush. For the first time he could remember, Dom found himself wishing a round would just hit him between the eyes now, right now, and get the shit over with. Let him go home to wherever Maria was. The thought was gone in a breath. Marcus lobbed a frag grenade between the trees, clear of the Bravo line, and the explosion bought 2 seconds to find cover. The battle revved up again. The cantus was louder than ever. The boomers charged.
You better not be dead, Mataki.
Marcus dropped and sat back against the tree stump while he reloaded.
Kill that noisy bastard now!
If Bernie couldn't find the cantus, then Cole decided he had to. It was just like thrash ball. Once he had his mind set on winning and could visualize what he was going to do, the moves came naturally. There were plenty of damn trees, and those things weren't obstacles, they were an advantage, and he was trained to take it. All he had to do was find where that bitch-ass voice was coming from. Every time he shut his eyes and concentrated, it sounded like it was coming from everywhere at once. Every time he looked around, straining to see through the smoke and gloom, he saw vertical columns and horizontal movement, trees and troops, no freaky locust cheerleader in robes and a helmet. Where could a thing like that hide? It was damn big, like any grub. He needed to get some elevation. Cole sprinted from tree to tree, zigzagging, doing a dangerous thrashball run away from the battle and in the direction he thought the voice was coming from, deeper into the forest. He was expecting to hit a mine at any moment. He thought he saw movement matching his own, but when he turned his head it was gone. Then he looked back. What he saw now... He saw stairs, baby, stairs. Explosions had torn up the forest and some trees had been ripped clean, roots hanging in the air.
trunks leaning against others at an angle. If he took a run up the trunk, he'd be halfway up a big tree and a few meters higher than everyone else. Speed, baby. Just get some speed up. Cole sprinted. He still had the acceleration, even now. His boots hit the bark, and he just let his momentum take him far enough up the slope of the tree to fling his arms around the upright trunk supporting it and hang on. There were two big black pits in the ground 30 meters away. Emergence holes. He straightened up, one arm still around the trunk, and scanned a full arc around him. Shit. Fir trees didn't have blue lights, did they? In the gloom he could see triple bars of faint blue, armor indicators, but vertical ones, like they were lying on their side on a branch up in the damn trees. It took him a few moments to work out what he was looking at. Bernie Mataki, propped in the fork of a branch with her long shot aimed. Had she seen him? If he called her on the radio, he might distract her. But she'd seen him all right. She didn't even move her head, just her left arm, pointing down into the trees and then indicating 1 with her forefinger. The Cantus must have been within meters. She could see it, but Cole couldn't. Then she moved her arm wider, circling her forefinger. Vague direction. Yeah, he got it. And then held up 2 fingers. The second target. Shit. What did he have to do? If she wanted radio silence, then he couldn't ask. Thumbs up. Yes. Yes, what? A single shot rang out. The droning chorus thinned instantly into one voice. Something went thud on the ground close enough for him to hear it. Now he could hear the other Cantus and work out roughly where the asshole was. Bernie's voice whispered in his earpiece. He's just standing absolutely still right next to a tree. Flush him out for me. Preferably that way. All part of the service, baby. Follow the finger. Cole knew he wasn't one of nature's stealthy types. They didn't call him Cole Train for nothing. He decided to sprint for it, and the instant his boots crunched on twigs and gravel, the Cantus stopped droning and bolted. Bernie didn't fire. The grub went the wrong way, out of her line of sight. Cole dodged the trees and tried to head the Cantus off. But you can't run and chant at the same time, can you, asshole? Cole darted around the next tree, just catching glimpses of the Cantus, trying to drive it back toward the battle, or so he thought, until it whipped around and saw the muzzle flash as it fired its pistol. The round clipped his collar armor and went wide. By the time the Cantus aimed again, faster than a boomer, but not fast enough, Cole emptied a lancer clip into it, up-down, face to groin. There was no point doing half a job with these guys. They needed shutting up for good. He reloaded and made sure its chanting days were over. Tough audience, ain't I, baby? Cole could already hear the tide of battle changing as he headed back to Dom's fire position. More lancer fire rattling through the forest than boom shots and hammer bursts. The injured drones weren't bouncing back into the game all fresh and enthusiastic now that their Cantus were gone, and the boomers were finally getting the idea that the party was over. 2 turned and tried to run, but the moment they emerged from the trees and onto open ground, hammering gunfire from a Raven strafed them. Gettner was a patient lady for sure, waiting there like some vulture until she got some trade. Cole ducked and dodged as he ran after the last grubs. He almost fell over Baird, who was kneeling by a pile of grub ammo, pouring rounds into another butcher boomer. It was hard to work out where anyone was until the firing slowed, the noise died down, and gears started calling in as they cleared positions. Cole pressed his earpiece. Marcus, that's 2 more Cantus who won't be performing again. Nice job, Cole. What happened to Mataki? She don't like choral music either. She capped 1. She's okay then? Yeah. Shit.
She hadn't caught up with him yet. I better go find her.
Baird was admiring a haul of cleavers and hammerburst ammo.
Hey, we gonna come back for all this stuff? Can't waste it now.
Let's collect Bernie first. What happened to your goggles?
Don't ask.
Baird would get another pair somehow. But now that the dust was settling and Cole was feeling the winter chill again, he could see just how high a price they'd paid to put down these grubs. There were too many bodies. They'd lost a lot of gears. It felt like the killing was never going to stop.
Bernie?
Damn trees all looked the same.
Boomer lady, where you gone?
Baird called for her.
Yo, Granny, where are you?
He still had a cleaver in one hand.
I got you a nice new chopper for all the dead animals you cut up.
Cole found what he thought was the right group of trees and scanned the branches. He thought she'd already climbed down and headed back until he heard her voice.
Are we done?
She called.
Bernie, baby, it's real messy down there, but we got 'em all. You can come down now.
He beckoned.
I'm impressed you even got up there.
Yeah, but I'm stuck,
she said. How stuck?
Baird managed to smile.
Throw some rocks at her, that usually works. I've got a cramp in my leg, dickhead.
She tried to shuffle back down the branch and winced.
And it's one thing climbing up here, but another getting down again.
Bernie, you shot so many kitties for lunch that the cat god's passing judgment on you.
Cole roared with laughter.
You got stuck up a tree. Ain't that poetic justice?
It was only raw relief. He didn't think life was funny at all right then, not one bit. But he didn't have any control over the laughter that shook his whole body all the way from his gut. There were too many dead buddies back there, too many hurt. It had hit him later, he knew, but right then all the folks he was closest to were in one piece, and this just started him off laughing.
You want me to plummet from here, or try climbing halfway and then break my neck?
Bernie called. Cole held out his arms. He couldn't see straight, because his eyes had filled up with tears for no particular reason.
Come on, Boomer lady. Trust the coal train. I'll catch you. I never fumbled a catch in a game, ever.
Good.
Bernie's voice was suddenly small and shaky.
Because I don't think I got enough adrenaline or energy left to hang on.
Baird muttered and shook his head.
Shit. She shouldn't be doing this. You tell her.
Cole positioned himself right underneath her, then took one pace back.
Bernie, just let yourself fall, baby. I swear I won't drop you.
It was like one of those dumbass training things where guys had to learn to trust their buddies to save them from a little bit of pain. Cole didn't want to say it aloud, but if Bernie broke something, she wouldn't mend as fast as the rest of them.
Okay.
She took a loud breath.
Incoming. 3, 2, go!
Twigs snapped, and he caught her in both arms, staggering back a few steps. It hurt a lot more than he thought. Her elbow caught him in the chin, but it felt pretty good to make the catch. When he set Bernie down on her feet, she limped a few paces.
Ow! Okay, now you're gonna listen to me.
I only twisted my ankle.
Cole tried to support her arm, but she fended him off.
I can walk. Really, I can.
Now, I always was a good boy, he said. But sometimes Mama don't know best.
He picked her up bodily and threw her over his shoulder.
And I'd carry you nicely, but I know you give me hell about that for making you look girly and weak.
Gears took care of each other. Cole was going to lock Bernie in her quarters until they were ready to ship out for Vectis if he had to, and not let her out of his sight.
Yeah, you really are a good boy, she said,
sounding winded by each stride he took.
She started laughing, too.
Thanks, Cole.
Baird ambled along behind.
Hey, don't forget the cleaver. Thanks, Blondie. Just what I wanted.
There were still gears jogging in the opposite direction toward the trees, because it wasn't over yet. There were tags to collect, funerals to fix. Cole suddenly realized Baird wasn't with him anymore and turned to check.
He's gone back to join the burial detail, I think,
Bernie said, not seeming to mind the undignified lift.
I wish I hadn't been such a bitch to him before.
Baird's okay, Cole said. He only gives blood-stained cleavers to people he likes. Vectis was sounding like a pretty sweet idea now. Cole could keep the jokes coming as long as people needed him to, but he had the feeling that if they had to go through this many more times, he'd reach the stage where even he might not be able to look on the bright side again.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.